up 8% over the last year. And wrapping things up with shares of DraftKings, the sports gambling platform, popping after revenue and profit again topped estimates. It's also maintaining its profit and revenue guidance for fiscal 2025. It hinted that revenue could actually land at the higher end of that guidance because of quote-unquote sportsbook-friendly outcomes. They're just winning more bets. That profit guidance also now includes higher anticipated tax rates in New Jersey, Louisiana, and Illinois, and it's still growing its user base as monthly unique payers grew by 6% year over year, Joe. So DraftKings, I know that you still maintain your daily kind of, app for gambling and whatnot. I still don't have one yet, but we'll see if DraftKings makes it into my way this football season.
Yeah, it's a sore subject. I was sure that the Reds were going to sweep the Cubs, and they didn't. So I lost money yesterday, but...
Got to put them into parlays and see if they can amplify.
You do. Yeah. Baseball is the hardest thing, sure. I think, to try to bet on. Thanks, Tom.
All right, you got it.
All right, coming up, Eli Lilly CEO David Ricks will join us in a First on CNBC interview right after the break. Stock is really taking it on the chin this morning, now down $106 at 14%. Squawk Box will be right back.
CBIZ, your company started here.
Hello?
But look at you now. Your small team has become a not-so-small team. It's time for CBIZ. Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. CBIZ. Insights that impact.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex. Performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. How did you get 30?
With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Just $15 a month? So
he didn't start a business just to keep the lights on. Lucky for you, Shopify built with just one tapping, ridiculously fast acting, sky-high sales stacking, champion of checkouts. Businesses that want to win, win with Shopify.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
we make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
Kelly Evans, Brian Sullivan, Power Lunch, weekdays 2 Eastern, CNBC.
Get exclusive reporting and data on high net worth investors, family offices, and alternative investments from the foremost authority on private wealth, Robert Frank.
More than $100 trillion will pass to younger generations, but today's wealthy invest differently. It's not just about stocks and bonds, but also real estate, classic cars, and fine art.
Get the weekly newsletter and special access to events at cnbc.com/insidewealth.
What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor?
Here's a taste of H-E-B Creamy Creations Mexican Hot Chocolate. One of over 40 unique ice cream flavors created to satisfy Texans' cravings.
Tell me what's your flavor?
If you're a pro, you know that top quality Behr paint and Kills primer are available at an everyday low price only at the Home Depot. You know there's only one place to get the best value, service, and durability you deserve. And now you know you can get both Behr and Kills products delivered same day, next day, or whatever day you need, free of charge. Behr paint and Kills primer, available exclusively at the Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
With USPS Ground Advantage, it's like you're with us every step of the way.
Right on time.
Stay in the know from your dock to their door.
Eli Lilly reporting second quarter results just a few minutes ago. The stock under pressure after trial results from its oral weight loss drug disappointed investors. Joining us now, David Ricks, Chairman and CEO of Eli Lilly. Also on set is our own Angelica Peebles. And thank you for coming on this morning, by the way, David. And I'd like to hear your analysis of what's happening, because, I don't know, 12%, if you're not over 300 pounds, that's about what I'd want to probably lose. So why the disappointment, do you think, on the results, in your view?
Well, we're not disappointed with these results. It's right on thesis for us. Remember at the beginning here, when we started working on this project and when we talked about it, the goal was to create an oral pill that was convenient and can be made at huge scale, really for the mass market, and had weight loss that was competitive with other single-acting GLP-1s. And that's what we've achieved. Remember, the first study in diabetes, probably the weight loss is a little higher than people expected. Here, maybe it's 1 or 2 points below what Street had, but it's right in thesis for us. And as you point out, people lost 27 pounds. And for most people who are overweight and want to improve their cardiometabolic health, that's in range of what they want to achieve. So we're excited by these results. And as we say in the press release, we're going to go ahead and submit this to regulators toward the end of this year, and hopefully this time next year begin to get approvals around the world.
We talked about, and I have, done a Pfizer versus Lilly 2-year chart. I've done it all, and you almost got the market cap up to $1 trillion, and that it would have been obviously the most valuable pharmaceutical company in the world. But we were talking earlier about
Joe. Still is.
Go ahead, David.
No, it still is.
It still is.
So yeah.
But big pullbacks. If nothing has really changed about this. With the weight loss market that you're in, Novo Nordisk was 140. It's at 45. Is that the way the stock market works? Did things get too frothy in your view? How do you explain just the haircut that all the manufacturers have gotten in their stock pricing?
Well, the whole sector is down. The PE multiples for the whole sector have compressed in the last year. So there's some macro we can talk about if you want, affecting healthcare and drug stocks. But for Lilly, I focus on how do we make the company more valuable to patients, more valuable to investors. And if I just go year over year, the company's undoubtedly more valuable today than last year. Why do I say that? Last year we were asking questions about what's the ultimate market potential for these drugs. And we can talk about earnings in a minute maybe, but you look at the print we just put out, and sales are up 38% year over year in the quarter. Tirzepatide, which is Mounjaro and Zepbound, will likely become the best-selling drug in the entire industry, and it's really its 3rd year in the market. And we've got a lot more coming in the pipeline, and drugs like orforglipron, where we have data today. Last year, it was a question, was it going to be safe enough? Could we discharge safety so that we could have a medicine for the masses in obesity? Remembering that today we're probably treating 2 or 3% of the world's population with this condition. There's 1 billion people on the planet who are overweight or obese. And the tool to do that is an oral solid drug like orforglipron. And we've just charged a lot of the safety risk, and we're saying today we're going to submit to regulators. And the rest of the pipeline's developed nicely as well in that time. So I feel good about the value of the company. Investors have to decide for themselves what they think. But Lilly's rolling. And you look at the beat and raise today, strong growth on the back half. We're excited about the future for our company and for patients who need our products.
Hey, Dave, it's nice to see you again. Thanks for joining us. You talked about safety.
Morning.
And I have to ask about the discontinuations, because that's been a big focus. Only about 10% of people discontinuing because of the side effects, but then almost 25% of people discontinuing for any reason at that highest dose. Are you concerned that, you might be able to sell the drug initially, people will start it, but they won't be able to stay on it?
I'm not. I think so every study is a little bit different, but I just point out when we make these comparisons, Angelica, as you know, you cover our industry, that the placebo rate is what we have to compare to the dropout rate of the drug. And here, like we've seen in many, many other GLP-1 studies, the placebo dropout rate is quite a bit higher than drug. I think 6 or 7 points higher in this study. That's what we grow to expect. The population we studied is more global. There's lighter weight people to begin with in this study. But the dropout rate to us due to SAE, the serious adverse events, is this thing we focus on. And here again, we want it to be less than 12%. I think that's kind of 8 to 12 is what we've seen with these drugs. And we're right in the middle, as you just pointed out. So continuation rates in this category, in all chronic drug categories, are not perfect. but the dropout from the drug is what we pay attention to. And here again, right on thesis with the profile. And there'll be more studies with lower dropout rates and some with higher dropout rates for our medicine. We have 7 phase 3 studies.
And I know we'll get the full results in a month, but I think people are asking the question this morning about, are people just dropping out because they're not losing that much weight? Sure, they can tolerate it, and yes, it's still a little bit lower than placebo, but even that placebo is high. So is there anything more you can provide us at this point about what exactly you're seeing?
Well, again, back to the placebo compare, that's really all we can say today. And here you had almost 30% of the people on placebo dropping out. That's probably more a function of the study design, and people, after a year and a half don't want to continue in a study. Again, it was a global study, and so there are cultural things, et cetera. What we really want to see is that the medicine dropout rate is lower than placebo, and that's what we saw here. And we also see, when we look at landmark analysis, a high proportion of people achieving more than 10% weight loss, which, as Joe was saying at the top of the hour, is more than 20 pounds for most of these people, and that's what people want to. That's why they get the drug to begin with, and those were persisting in the study. So we're not concerned about the dropout rate.
And just to talk about earnings for a minute here, I know we don't have a ton of time, but obviously Novo Nordisk has been really having a hard time, and they've been talking about the pressures that they're seeing, whether it's the compounding, whether it's just competition from you guys. So how can you assure investors that those problems are specific to Novo and this category can still grow at the pace that they thought it would? And I also do want to ask just the second part of that question about what you're seeing so far as a result of that CVS coverage decision of them dropping Zepbound and picking up Wegovy. I know it's early, it's been about a month, but what are you seeing so far?
Yeah, 2 great questions. I mean, I think there is a difference in the narrative between the companies. We respect Novo. They have a good product, and we've competed with them for a long, long time. I'll let them comment on their performance. If we look at Lilly, as I said, we see the market in the U.S. For both diabetes and obesity together up over 40% year over year. That sounds like pretty healthy growth to me. Lilly growing more than double that rate because we're also taking share. So we feel really good about our U.S. performance through the first half. As we looked at the second half, there is one externality you mentioned, which is that one of the major PBMs decided for only part of their book of business, to be fair, they're more high control, to eliminate coverage for Zepbound and force switch to the competitor product. That's underway, but I think what we see is patients frustrated with that, doctors frustrated, some approvals going through anyway, and some employers switching their decisions to cover both drugs despite that decision. So, we'll see in the end what the effect of that, but the macro story is if we look at our total prescriptions in the U.S. market in April versus where we are now, they're actually a little higher now. So it may have slowed growth temporarily for us, but we see these medicines going up and to the right. And as I mentioned earlier, we're only scratching the surface still. For 100 million Americans, maybe we've got, low double-digit millions treated. So there's most of the market still to come.
Dave, it's Melissa Lee. I want to get back to Orfor because since that is the real pressure on the stock this morning as opposed to your earnings release. Morgan Stanley estimates that it's a $40 billion drug by 2033 if you combine its use for obesity as well as diabetes. And I'm wondering if there's anything in the data that makes you rethink how you see that market developing. If there's any adjustments that you make in your mind, even qualitatively, in terms of how you view the potential of this drug based on this morning's data release?
None. For us, the goal was, again, to produce strong weight loss, which this does. I think if we fell asleep 4 years ago and woke up today, we'd say this is going to be a great drug. People lose 27 pounds in this one study. We have other studies coming. And it's an oral GLP-1 you can produce at global scale. We'll never be able to make enough injectable products for all the people on the planet between Lilly, Novo, and everyone else combined. It's too technically difficult and too expensive. The way to do that is with oral therapy. And it's important, as Joe said at the beginning, not everybody wants to lose the maximum amount of weight. We have another drug coming for that, our triple-acting retatrutide, and we'll get data into this year, into next year on that, really for people who have morbid obesity, obesity above BMIs of 40, this drug was always for those with lower body weights to begin with, but with general health concerns like diabetes, like other cardiovascular risk factors. We're doing a study in hypertension, for instance. And this is going to be an amazing medicine for those people. The key question all along wasn't, were we going to have 12.4 or 13.5% weight loss? The key question all along was, is it safe enough to give to those people? Because oral medicines sometimes have safety concerns that emerge during clinical trials. We haven't seen those concerns, so we're excited about the potential for orforglipron.
I'm with you. I've seen people that lose too much weight, and it's like, you all right? You don't know. It's like, are you sick? Can I buy you a cheeseburger? And 12% seems about right, but you know the way the stock market works. And in fact, while you were talking, I think we were down over 100 at one point, and now the stock down about 78. So long term, who knows? But we really appreciate you coming on a day like this, David.
Of course. Yeah, we're proud of these results, proud of the quarter. The team's working hard, and as I said at the beginning, Lily's doing amazing things. We got a bright future.
All right, and Angelica, thank you. I mean, Ozempic face, right? They even call it that. You're kind of like a ghoul.
Gaunt.
Yeah, gaunt.
Coming up, new survey data on the U.S. economy and some changes to President Trump's approval numbers. Steve Leisman's got that story next. And later, investor Mike Novogratz joins us with his read on the economy, the markets, and, of course, crypto. Squawk Box will be right back.
Time now for today's Aflac Trivia question. What are the 3 most valuable franchises in the NFL? The answer when Squawk Box returns.
Ryan, it's me. I mean you. Wake up. Come on, man. You got to tell employers to take another look at all the benefits they're offering. Everybody wants to build the best team, and offering Aflac can help attract and retain that top talent. You know we like that top talent. And listen, I mean, you got to listen. Aflac gives employees cash to help with unexpected medical bills. It's prime time to add Aflac.
Request a call today at aflac.com/prime.
Every dog is unique. That's why at the Farmer's Dog, we put your dog at the center of everything we do, with food that's freshly made, packed with nutrients, and pre-portioned. We're making it easy for you to take care of your buddy.
Investment opportunities are everywhere you turn. Do you charge forward? Freeze in your tracks? Or let curiosity light the way? At T. Rowe Price, we ask smart questions about opportunities like advances in healthcare and how these innovations will create a healthier world tomorrow. Better questions, better outcomes.
You've asked me that 3 times already.
I did? This is exactly how it started with Mom.
Worried about your brain health? Cerefolin Brain Wellness has a dual-action formula that slows cognitive decline while improving memory, focus, and concentration. Those taking Cerefolin Brain Wellness experienced a slower rate of brain shrinkage. Now also available without a prescription at cerefolin.com and Amazon.
It changed my mind.
Neurologist recommended Cerefolin Brain Wellness.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow. The high-yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking to help you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
I get my ideas from Mad Money everywhere. I look at everything as a stock. I study it all the time. My viewers are my bosses. You come to my show and you learn how to do stocks.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, CNBC.
I love the viewer. It means everything.
Answer to today's Aflac Trivia question. What are the 3 most valuable franchises in the NFL? The answer: the Dallas Cowboys, Los Angeles Rams, and New England Patriots.
Time Time now for a fresh read on how Americans are feeling about President Trump's economic policies. Steve Leisman has results from the latest CNBC All-America Economic Survey.
Thank you, Melissa. 1,000 surveyed across the nation. Joe, across the nation?
Yeah.
1,000 surveyed across the nation. Not just Americans, all Americans.
Oh, I see.
Not just sports people.
This has nothing to do with collegiate.
No.
All this time. Why did you do that? I was fine.
I feel comfortable retreading the same joke over 22 years. I would feel lost.
Yeah, I never do that.
I would feel lost.
I've got 3 jokes total.
Work on some new material, would you? Both President Trump's overall and economic approval ratings remain negative, despite a slight improvement in the CNBC All-America Economic Survey for August. The president is also net negative on several key issues, from his handling of tariffs, inflation, taxes, and federal spending, though economic views have brightened a bit. But the president's pain is not the Democratic Party's gain. I'll get to that in just a second. Let's take a look. Overall, the president, 46-51 on approval, disapproval. That's a 2-point net improvement, so within the 3.1% margin of error. Economic approval, 45-53. That's a 4-point improvement. But note that it's one of the first times that we've had 2 or 3 tracks where the president's economic rating is actually below his overall rating. During the first term, it was always above it. So here are the ratings on the southern border. It's the one of the 7 issues where he's decidedly has a positive, where Americans have a decidedly positive view. 53-44 approve, disapprove. But on deporting illegal immigrants, 49-49, an evenly divided nation on that. Tariffs, people are negative on that, 45-51. And this is an Achilles heel, I think, for the president here. Inflation and the cost of living, and how the president's handling that. 37-60 to the negative side for the president. A lot of conflicting responses in this survey. Our Republican pollster said it's like the survey was arguing with itself. Maybe this is the result of Americans trying to figure out their own opinions to these breakneck changes that are coming from the Trump administration. Look at this, for example. MAGA Republicans, self-identified, they 98% approve of deportations. Non-MAGA Republicans, that goes down to 61%. So some argument within the party on that. Liberal Democrats, on the other hand, 97% disapproving of it, while 19% of moderate Democrats approve of it and 78% disapprove. Some of the negative numbers for Trump might be behind a modest improvement in prospects for Democrats next year in the congressional elections, but it is very early, and both the Republican and Democratic pollsters on the survey caution, don't read too much into this right now, but here are the numbers. 46-48 were the numbers in April for Democratic control, and now it's 49-44 for Democratic control. So a 3-point gain. We're watching this. It's early days. They're not cautioning, though, against reading into these results for the Democratic Party, where net approval is the lowest that our pollsters have measured since 1996 for any party. Minus 32, net negative 32, including 25% of Democrats and 54% of independents who have negative views. Republicans, just minus 9.
That's a really good portmanteau.
Which one? Independents?
Independents. Those are pundits. They're very rare.
But they're independent.
They're independent.
Independents.
Independents. You just came up with that.
Independents.
You're like Sarah Palin.
On the economy, Joe, we saw a modest uptick in views on the current state and the stock market, but Americans remain pessimistic on the outlook, and 60% say costs are rising faster than their incomes. Guys, there's a lot of stuff moving around, and trying to nail down how Americans feel about this is a challenge, but I think this survey does a very good job of getting at it. We have interesting stuff on the economic views, and we also did some polling on the Federal Reserve, and we'll have that on the 1 o'clock show.
That's a tease.
And tomorrow, if you guys have time, I've got American views on AI, which is pretty
weird.
cool.
They think that poorly of the Democrats, and they're still up for the midterms.
You know, Micah Roberts is our Republican pollster, and he says, be very careful. An answer to a question means different things to different people. I'll give you an example. Federal spending. Republicans are angry about the president's handling of federal spending. But what are they probably angry about? How much he's spending. What are the Democrats angry about? How little he's spending. When you see 25% of Democrats, for example, are angry at the Democratic Party, what are they angry about? Are they angry that the Democrats are being more like Republicans or not enough like Democrats? And the key question from a political point of view is, are they going elsewhere? And how motivated will they be to come out? And the thing that I think we care about around this table is, what does it all mean for control of Congress and the legislation that's out there? And it's early yet, but we're tracking a slight improvement for the Democrats on that score, while their reputation or favorability rating plunges into places not seen before.
Let's see. I don't have anything to refudiate.
Refudiate.
That was her. It's great.
Yeah. Melissa's an independent.
She's an independent.
I'm not a pundit at all.
You're not a pundit at all.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Some neither. Still to come, Walter Isaacson joins us to talk about Apple's announcement at the White House yesterday. Squawk Box. Be right back.
At Interactive Brokers, independent RIAs work with the best research and trading tools designed to help them outperform the markets. Meet them at Interactive Brokers Investors Marketplace for advisors. Advisors at Interactive Brokers keep all they earn on our low-cost platform, with no ticket fees or custody charges, low margin rates, and high interest earned on idle cash. To get better results, get a better platform. The best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
See, I made this one crooked.
This moment. Story time for Sarah. It means everything to them and to all of us. At Evernorth, we make complex care journeys simpler with comprehensive coordinated care for better patient outcomes. Now, Sarah's grandma doesn't spend all day at the infusion center. She gets her treatment at home with Evernorth's specialty pharmacy, Accredo. So Sarah never misses story time. Evernorth Specialty Services, because every moment counts.
There's news, and there's good news. Thousands of patients receiving free, life-changing surgeries from volunteer doctors and nurses on hospital ships, all made possible by donations. We love
Book your getaway today.
Today, let's stain with Bear, the #1 rated stain.
Oh, we're finally staining the deck.
Not today, we're not.
With Bear stains, your deck will have all-weather protection.
I mean, today's my endurance ride, though.
This is so great. I've been telling him for months.
It's been a lot of rain.
That's okay. Bear stain will resist rain in just 4 hours.
Hey, who are you calling?
Oh, hey, we're having a barbecue next Sunday.
Order filled.
The deck.
Get the #1 rated stain at an everyday low price.
Great idea to stain the deck.
Thanks.
Thank you. Only at the Home Depot.
Now to the business of sports. Earlier this year, Ariel Investments launched Project Level, an investment vehicle into women's sports. Here's Melody Hobson.
I call women's sports the small caps of sports. It's easy to see right now. If you look at the Lakers and their $10 billion sale price, and maybe the story is true about a recent transaction that has occurred with the Connecticut Sun being at $325 million. There are light years of difference in valuations and in prices, and we think that creates a real opportunity.
In the world of sports, there is also a push. A lot of people jump
Order
into sports,
filled.
like a lot.
Order filled.
Order filled. The big leagues. We already got that part. You're actually going at the small cap versions of all of this. How do you decipher between what actually might have a true long-term genuine future and what just does also seem like a hot moment?
So I have to tell you, this is as close to anything I've seen before of what Warren Buffett calls the fat pitch. If you look at women's sports, the data is staggering, and all the aerials point straight up and to the right. Attendance, participation, the amount of money that's being spent, girls playing sports. sponsorship, media rights, all of these things. So then we say to ourselves, what looks like the next thing? Or we want to play in the major leagues of women's sports. So we want to be involved, as we are in Denver now, with our team that has been named the Summit, the 16th expansion team in women's soccer. We're involved in League One volleyball. 479,000 girls play volleyball in high school in America. 479,000. That is more than boys that play soccer or baseball. So we say to ourselves, when you look at that and you look at League One volleyball as potentially the next major league, we see, at least at the very minimum, this junior sports business that's fantastic.
Equate investing in volleyball, for example, to those who decided to invest in the NBA in, I don't know, what year? What year?
30 years ago. It would have been the major leagues 30 years ago. So, and the thing is, so I compare it to the NFL. What we're seeing in women's sports is the NFL 30 years ago. In 1995, 2 NFL teams broke records, selling for almost $200 million each, and those teams are worth $7 and $8 billion today. So I say to myself, this is 30 years ago, but without the same journey, because women will be able to draft off of what has already happened in men's sports. Men's sports grew at single digits until about the early zeros. Then we saw the double-digit growth, and that was directly correlated to media rights. The women will draft off of that and have the opportunities in new areas, specifically streaming, that needs the content.
For more on the big business of investing in athletics, subscribe to the CNBC Sports newsletter. Squawk Box will be right back.
I am here.
I am here.
I am here.
I am here. I am here.
There's a place that's been making one advanced cancer discovery after another for over 75 years.
I am here.
I am here.
At Dana-Farber Cancer Institute, what we learn from caring for our patients drives the momentum of discovery in our labs, which makes our patient treatment even better.
I'm here because of Dana-Farber.
What we do here changes lives everywhere.
CIDP is no walk in the park.
That's true.
But I take Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Same. It's the first major innovation in CIDP treatment in over 30 years.
And while I still have CIDP,
I have a chance to
live vividly.
Order
Vyvgart
filled.
Hytrulo has been proven to significantly reduce the risk of symptoms getting worse.
And I can treat my CIDP with a once-weekly injection in about 30 seconds.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. The most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
I'm hitting fairways with the fellas.
I'm hitting the road with my number one. That's how we live vividly with Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo for self-injection.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. 2 guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew? Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy-looking logo. But GoDaddy Aero does, with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the +1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. Access any market, anytime, anywhere. Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now.
President Trump and Apple CEO Tim Cook announcing an additional $100 billion manufacturing deal. Joining us now, CNBC contributor Walter Isaacson. He's written books on Steve Jobs, Elon Musk. You know, when we intro you, Walter, and we start talking about who you've written books, I want to keep going because I mean, the list is like mind-boggling. Who else? So Da Vinci, who else?
You know, Jennifer Doudna's the one you got to watch because she's the one who created the gene editing technology, CRISPR.
That's another one.
Just as consequential. She's great.
Yeah. You are also an advisory partner at Perella Weinberg and a professor at Tulane University. Can you I know you're next, you wrote about Steve Jobs, but you know so much about Elon and Apple and everything else. What do you think of Tim Cook's navigating the President Trump and the administration? I think it's pretty
good. He's pretty good. It's very straightforward. You know, he's not one of these emotional people who wants to be the best bro of the President of the United States or somebody who wants to have their hair on fire and be attacking him. And you look at Jamie Dimon, Tim Cook, people who know how to do that. More importantly, what he did is a good thing. The notion of, okay, we're going to bring some manufacturing back in America. You have to remember, Steve Jobs was fixated on that. He was obsessed about building factories in Fremont, California. He even picked the tone of white paint for the walls and the pastels for the machines. In the end, he's ousted. Eventually, it doesn't work making the manufacturing the machines there. But in America, we lose out on something if we're designing something like Apple phones in California and then throwing them over an ocean to have other people build them. You don't get the feedback loop you have when your engineers and designers are right there watching on the factory floor. That's what Steve Jobs believed in. That's what Elon Musk believed in.
How do we do? Is it feasible? Because that's the headline in just about every paper. The president wants to do it, but it's not feasible to build iPhones in this country. Can we piecemeal go towards that and start doing components? And can we eventually get there?
You can go piecemeal, but in some ways that's not the holy grail, because what Steve Jobs wanted to do was to control parts end to end when he did the original Macintosh, where he made it himself. Likewise, Elon Musk, when he took over Tesla, it had supply chains around the world. It was doing a chassis in England and battery packs in Thailand. He brings it all in. And then you have a better integrated product, and you have people who are designing and engineering it who know what it's like to manufacture it. And the answer to, can we do it in America? Of course we can. We can do it. We've always had an ability to do manufacturing. I must admit, you know, it doesn't happen on your show much, but people ought to make mistakes every now and then. For about 30 years, this is the beginning of the 1990s, I was kind of in favor of free trade offshoring. I thought it would increase our wealth. In the end, I think it's important for us to have the capacity to go from the microchip to the phone to the glass on the front of the iPhone, whatever it may be. And in Louisiana, Mississippi, where I grew up, there used to be a lot of manufacturing. It would be great to bring some of that back to America, especially for high-end products.
It's where eventually you run into one of the most sacrosanct, theorems in economics is comparative advantage. You have to just throw that out the window. But is there some middle?
I'd put my
quasi pseudo? Can we do it some way and still stay faithful to that?
Yeah, obviously there's a tug. You know, tariffs have downsides, and indeed you want the comparative advantage. But when you have a global supply chain system, and that's what Tim Cook was an expert in when Steve Jobs in the late 90s decided he couldn't build factories in America, didn't want to, he hires Tim Cook, who knows how to orchestrate like a wizard complex supply chains. And yeah, there's an advantage. There's a comparative advantage of each country. You create more wealth. I would not be doing these scattershot, complicated tariffs that Trump is announcing and then unannouncing. But you want to put your finger on the scale and say, if you build in America, you got a 10% advantage, or maybe a 15% advantage. And if you had something like that, you wouldn't be moving a whole lot of manufacturing back to America, but you'd be bringing some, because you say, when we talk comparative advantage, let's put our finger in the scale, just like other countries do.
This is Walter Isaacson 2.0. You've moved this way a little bit.
Well,
right?
I told you that. I mean, I know this always shocks people where you say, well, you said 20 years ago that you were a total free trader and you believed in the Davos Aspen consensus. I look at things. I look at how that created wealth. It was a wonderful system that made us richer, but it also hollowed out the fact that people who could buy a cheap flat screen TV set on a Sunday night at Walmart, they no longer had the chance to get on the bus to go to the factory the next morning and make a decent job. And so, yeah, I applaud a push to move manufacturing back to America, move all sorts of production back to America. I'm not wild about the scattershot way that President Trump is doing it, but I've been, I read Orrin Cass, I've been reading J.D. Vance, others. There is some sense to the fact that maybe those of us who believed in the Aspen Davos consensus that enshrined free trade as almost it was engraved on a tablet from either, a tablet and handed down to us from the gods. No, that didn't help a middle class in America.
Walter, I'm going to jump in here because we're watching Intel stock sink by 3.5% right now. President Trump just posting on Truth Social, the CEO of Intel is highly conflicted and must resign immediately. There is no other solution to this problem. Thank you for your attention to this problem. Again, the stock is down by 3.5%. This, of course, goes back to a letter that was sent to the Intel board chair, Yuri, by Senator Tom Cotton, questioning Lip-Bu Tan, the CEO of Intel's, his investments in China prior to being appointed to Intel. Also his ties, of course, to Cadence Design, which he had headed for a decade or so prior to Intel, and its sale of technology to a Chinese military academy. So we're seeing that stock down by 3.8%. So swift reaction here to this post.
Well, one reaction to that is if you want to take on China, and I don't, as I said, I can support some of these things happening, but I certainly don't like the, shoot first, ask questions later way Trump is doing it. But if you want to make sure you're not as beholden to China, you better start manufacturing chips in America.
That's another reason. So, okay, good. Walter, you're reasonable. You're reasonable. So a lot of these, you would say that there are the latest news from Apple. This is a positive overall for obviously not just so the president can tout a headline, but for Corning it's a positive probably, for Apple maybe for the country and our workers.
Look at your iPhone. There was a time when Steve Jobs was inventing that, and he said, I want a really good piece of glass that won't smudge. They said, well, the claves in China can't do it. He said, well, call Corning. And he called Wendell Weeks at Corning. This is 30-some-odd years ago. And they made a deal to make that Gorilla Glass. And it's important for somebody building a product in which he wants perfection, which means end-to-end control, that you try to do it where you're not just throwing the manufacturing specs across an ocean and hope that what comes back fits into your product.
Walter, you're a contributor and you add so much. Next time you come in here, I'm going to have a little thing for you, a little gold bar with a little glass disc put in it. There it is.
There it is.
How much does that weigh?
But that's Corning. And we got to remember, you say you can't manufacture. Tesla gets manufactured. Starship gets manufactured. And Wendell Weeks, after 30 or 40 years, is making the best types of glass. And maybe it's a good idea. Maybe that's why Corning, New York can be Corning, New York.
Wow. Thank you. Thank you for your positivity, Walter Isaacson.
Have to be an antidote to some of the people come on your show.
Thank you. Thank you. See you later. Thank you.
Coming up, IPO watch. Firefly Aerospace pricing shares at $45 a share, above its expected range. The company's CEO will join us next, first on CNBC, ahead of the first trade. Stay tuned.
Decking and railing that stands up to whatever you ask and bends to your every whim. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Tap into the data you need to see the market your way. Introducing the new Powered eTrade Pro, your ultimate desktop trading platform. It gives savvy traders like you nearly unlimited customization, with up to 120 tools across 6 workspaces, plus automatic pattern recognition and education built right into the charts. Finally, a platform that thinks like you, from the original place to trade online.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best, and the best just got much better. AG1 Next Gen has launched with upgraded B vitamins and probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
Take your business from launch to legendary with Shopify. Sell more with the world's best converting checkout and turn analytics into opportunities so you can scale further, faster. Take your business to a whole new level. Switch to Shopify.
Order
Start your
filled.
free trial today.
This is Fatty 15, the first science-backed, award-winning C15 supplement. Working at the cellular level, it strengthens our cells, helping every part of our bodies feel stronger, better, and healthier.
At Capital Group, we see active ETFs differently. We collaborate, designing them to remain strong, preparing them to weather the ups and downs of the market. That's what sets our active ETFs apart, so they can be rooted at the core of a portfolio. They're meticulously crafted to endure. Capital Group, actively different, active ETFs.
You're a pro. You know that top quality Behr paint and Kills primer are available at an everyday low price only at the Home Depot. You know there's only one place to get the best value, service, and durability you deserve. And now you know you can get both Behr and Kills products delivered same day, next day, or whatever day you need, free of charge. Behr paint and Kills primer, available exclusively at the Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
We at Little Caesars know the Fantastic
Order
Four
canceled.
serve a fantastic pizza. It's one pizza with 4 different topping
Order
combinations.
canceled.
I'm not
Order
a topping.
canceled.
Not a topping.
See Marvel Studios' Fantastic Four First Steps in theaters July 25th.
Order canceled.
Get a Fantastic 4-in-1 pizza, only $7.99 at Little Caesars. Pizza.
Welcome back. Investor appetite for new listings showing no signs of slowing down. Firefly Aerospace priced its IPO at $45 a share. That is above its already raised range. Firefly CEO Jason Kim joins us now along with our own Morgan Brennan. Morning, Morgan.
Good morning, Melissa and Jason. Welcome and congratulations on the milestone today. I hear you're 25 times oversubscribed. Huge appetite going into this IPO. Why are you going public now and what does it enable?
Well, first of all, I have to start by saying yes, because the past times I've interviewed with you, you always asked, are we going to go IPO? So that's our answer. We've really set up ourselves for going public since our inception. We've got 4 revenue-generating products that are all mature, and we've got flight heritage on our Alpha rocket just on our 2nd launch. And we landed on the moon. We're the first company to commercially land on the moon successfully, you know, upright, stable, and everybody talks about the landing, but it's more about the mission. And we did the 14-day surface operations and provided all that data to NASA, and all 10 NASA science experiments got all their missions objectives, you know, completed.
Yeah, you made history with that Blue Ghost mission, and you have a demo out here in Times Square of Blue Ghost amid the IPO today as well. We're seeing huge appetite, both in private and public markets, for what I will call new space and defense tech companies such as Firefly. What do you attribute that to?
Well, I think you've heard from the CEO of NASDAQ, Adina Friedman. She said that the market is really strong and growing right now. We're seeing a lot of growing engagement with the investor community. And if you look at some of the things that we're doing, like the 24-hour tactically responsive space launch and the successful lunar landing, and we're building a 16-ton reusable rocket called Eclipse, as well as a multi-mission orbital vehicle called Electra. Those are all things that are going to help with future space domain awareness missions, future Golden Dome missions. There's annual lunar landing missions, and you just heard the Secretary of the Department of Transportation and acting NASA administrators say that they're interested in putting nuclear power plants on the moon. So we were the first commercial company to do that. So we want to be able to contribute all of our capabilities to support all those great missions.
Now, I know it from speaking to you and others on the Manifest Space podcast that I have, the importance of the moon. But just to break it down, the geopolitical, the economic, and the business case that comes off of those, of actually going back to the moon, establishing the moon, and building out infrastructure of the moon.
Well, if you're, first in space, you're first, everywhere. So one of the things about space is it's really hard. We've experienced that over many, many years. It's a very hazardous environment, harsh environment, but landing on the moon is even harder, and we accomplished that. And so we always tell our Fireflies, and there's 750 plus Fireflies that are going to be joining in the celebration. They're with us in New York, and they're in Briggs, Texas as well today. But we always say if you execute, as long as you execute, you can do bigger and bolder missions.
So you have two rockets, the small rocket, Alpha. You've got a medium lift rocket that you're developing with Northrop Grumman, which also has a stake in your company. You have the space tugs that you just talked about, and you have these lunar landers. $1.1 billion pipeline, but only $56 million in revenue in the first quarter. You're not profitable yet. What's the pathway to get there?
Well, I think you just saw last Tuesday that NASA awarded us our 4th Blue Ghost lunar lander, so we're really excited about that mission. We're kicking that off. We're not wasting any time. So we're going to have annual lunar lander missions. So that actually increases our backlog from 1.1 to 1.3 billion. So we're really happy about that. It's all about execution. We're focused on rating up our Alpha rockets because there's so much demand for the responsive, dedicated one-ton launches from national security, from commercial, as well as hypersonic missile testing. And then in addition to that, there's so much demand for launching constellations, both commercial constellations. There's going to be a lot of scarcity in the 2027 timeframe and beyond. So we're going to help address that demand with our supplier of our Eclipse rockets as well. Not to mention National Security Space Launch Program. That's something that's really important to us, and we want to onboard into the National Security Space Launch Program and start launching all those critical high-stakes constellations in space as well. And Electra, I'm really excited about Electra because it is a very maneuverable satellite. It's very flexible. It's got a lot of thrust as well as a lot of delta V. So if you think about what's going on with Golden Dome, they're going to need a lot of space-based interceptor hosts. That's what Electra is really purpose-built for.
Where do you want this to open? Do you want it to open at 100 or do you want it to open at 46? We always talk about that. Do you wish you raised more? You raised the range already, right? And this is the high end of the range.
I think that just goes to show that there's strong
What would make you really happy?
demand.
What would make you smile?
I think what would make...
What?
He's already smiling.
It's the largest space IPO in U.S. in history.
What was Figma oversubscribed? How much? You're 25 times, so what was Figma?
It was up there. I would say what would make me smile is what would make my employees smile. Because...
Well, okay, then what will make them smile? 60?
Well, I think they want to do more of what they want to do. They want to do bold missions. They want to do
I hear 90?
Game-changing missions that's going to make a difference for the world.
Anything but 35 would be good, probably. That would never happen, I don't think. Would it? Do you have can you tell me where it's going to open? No.
I can't, but I will tell you that some of the companies, space and defense tech companies that we've seen IPO this year have all had gangbuster openings and very strong debuts. There's a huge amount. There's a huge amount, and that's why we just touched on it, of appetite for this subsector of aerospace and defense right now.
So I would add on to that there are 3 companies in the nation, in America, that have orbital flight heritage with their rockets. Out of those 3, one is Firefly, and out of those 3, only one has landed on the moon successfully.
And it was Firefly and Blue Ghost.
That's right.
We'll be watching. We'll be watching the first trades later today, and as I just mentioned, largest U.S. space IPO to date, and one of the largest in the industrial space in general in the last 20 years.
It just goes to, it's a testament to our people. I mean, we have 750 plus Fireflies.
Jason, thank you. In our own Morgan Brennan, thanks.
It is just past 8 a.m. right now on the East Coast, 5 a.m. on the West Coast where I am, and you are watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin in San Francisco this morning, along with Joe Kernan and Melissa Lee at the NASDAQ market site in New York. Good morning to you both. A lot going on, of course. Take a look at the futures, where things stand. right about now. We got about an hour and a half before the markets open, but it'll open higher at this rate, about 210 points higher on the Dow, about 37 points higher on the S&P 500. The NASDAQ looking to open about 161 points higher. And then take a look at Treasury yields. You're looking at the 10-year and the 2-year. The 10-year at 4.2 there, the 2-year at 3.7. Melissa, what's going on with Warner Brothers?
Hey, Andrew. Warner Brothers Discovery out with earnings this morning. Earnings come in at 63 cents a share. Revenue, $9.8 billion. That was ahead of expectations. Total adjusted EBITDA grew 9% to $2 billion over the prior year, driven by growth in streaming and studio segments. Streaming numbers reached 125.7 million. That's slightly ahead of estimates. Joining us now is Rich Greenfield, Lightshed Partners. Rich, great to have you with us. What's your first reaction to the print?
Look, this is a continued progress. You know, look, there's no doubt that the linear cable network piece of the company is struggling. You know, Zaslav's about to get on their earnings call, or that piece of the business is down sharply. I think EBITDA was down like 25%. But the story, the reason investors are excited is that they are separating out the studio and streaming piece. And there is hope. Not only is the financials of that segment improving, you've seen better film performance. The streaming business, through cost cutting and better distribution, is growing. And so there is hope that as you spin this off, you create sort of a buyer's frenzy. I don't think Zaslav and team really want to sell, but Wall Street is certainly excited about the potential of M&A when you make WBD far smaller and you get rid of the perceived troubled part of the company in the linear networks piece.
Sure. And I guess part of that frenzy is not just WBD being out there, but also Versant. And so I'm wondering if you could speak to sort of the landscape there now, which will take place, you know, in the next, I don't know, 6 months to 2 years or so, where there are a lot more assets available for sale.
Well, and I think it's going to be bigger than that, Melissa. You know, you had Disney reported yesterday, and while they didn't say anything, they appear to be making several moves, whether it's working with WWE now or the NFL. I think there's a very good shot in the next 18 months, meaning in the post-Iger 2027 era. I think the next CEO of Disney will separate out ESPN and ABC. So you're going to have ESPN, ABC, Versant, Stars just spun out of Lionsgate, Global Linear Networks coming out of WBD. We don't know what Paramount Skydance, which is going to close today, is going to do. I don't think they're going to separate those assets, but there is a lot of moving pieces, and none of those assets are showing great growth. I mean, again, you look at those WBD numbers today with, you know, high single-digit revenue declines and 25% EBITDA declines. The question is really, who is the investor for those assets? I think that's going to be a very big question.
That's the question that I'm trying to understand as I'm listening to you. Are you suggesting that there's going to be some kind of massive consolidation of these assets, which you just described as declining assets? Most folks I know don't love to take 2 ice cubes and put them in the same bowl together. That doesn't help the cause.
That was a much nicer. That was a much nicer way of saying what I was thinking in my head about putting 2 troubled assets together. Okay, I don't think that works. Look what happened. Just go back in time.
Do they all become owned effectively by private equity and basically just get run off, if you will, which, by the way, has been a business model, a successful one. The question is, can you do that in the public markets, whether public investors would like you to do that? Maybe you buy back your stock. I don't know. Or do you think that there's some other, you know, way to increase the value of those assets? And then one final thing that relates to all of this is, which is, as we're talking about Warner, are you suggesting that there's actually been a zero value effectively put to those assets and embedded in the current Warner? That's the thing that I can't figure out, because if you're spinning it off, all of a sudden we're giving it more value, but exactly why and how will that look in the public markets later?
Separating assets doesn't miraculously create value. I think the hope that why this creates value is that there is an M&A frenzy that takes these assets up and makes them more valuable. But simply separating, Andrew, you're right, doesn't create any value. And look, I think the challenge is putting these assets together. We've seen a lot of mergers in the past in the cable network space. Maybe it would have been worse without these mergers, but I don't think there's any proof that 1 + 1 equals, you know, more than 2. And so you really haven't created value. And so I think the challenge is going to be, what do you do with these assets? And you mentioned private equity. They made a great acquisition of DirecTV, but they were able to create smaller bundles, get out of Sunday Ticket. It's very hard for private equity to buy cable networks because you don't have any security of distribution. And so you don't know what you're buying. Look what happened to Sinclair. They bought Diamond Sports from Disney and Fox effectively, and $2 billion of EBITDA went poof, and they went into bankruptcy within 3 years. And so it's very, very hard. I would be very surprised if private equity is buying these assets for anywhere near current valuations. They would buy these things at maybe 2 or 3 times EBITDA, not where they're trading
Rich,
today.
I'll give you one other data point. If you looked at Comcast, of course, parent company in this network, if you looked at their earnings that came out last week, and you looked at the cable bundle, it had actually, in terms of the rate of decrease, had actually slowed, and which I think raises a question. I saw one of your competitor analysts effectively raising the question of where the floor is, and actually whether the floor is a lot closer to where we are right now than maybe you've suggested thus far.
Unfortunately, I think that analyst didn't do a very good job of projecting out the future. When you look at what's happening, we had one of the broadcasters reported last night and said that the largest vMVPD, which is YouTube TV, had a meaningful drop in subscribers. And so I think there was a shift in mix of who was losing subs this quarter. I don't think the decline rate actually changed all that much. And remember, it's less about cord cutting now, Andrew, and more about cord shaving, where you're getting smaller bundles, where you're getting less channels included in each of these packages. And so it's hard to just look even at total subscribers to get a real picture of what's happening. You're seeing some pretty meaningful drops in video revenues across all of the cable networks that are out there. But the elephant in the room that we're not talking about today in terms of changing in the media landscape is Paramount Skydance closes today. And you're going to have a brand new company that theoretically wants to use the cash flow from its broadcast and cable networks to really build streaming and studios. And it's going to be really interesting to see, with your question of like who buys who and how this landscape changes. I think David Ellison's got massive ambitions in this space, unlike anyone else that's sitting in the legacy space right now.
Rich, we're going to leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks.
I want to take a quick look right now at crypto prices this morning. Joining us right now is Michael Novogratz, Galaxy founder and CEO. Bitcoin sitting at just about 116 bucks. ETH, which has been on a wild ride, now at $3,831. Michael, help us understand what is going on exactly.
Bull market. Enjoy it while it lasts. Never does. We're in a bull market. Trump last night came out and talked about crypto assets being eligible for 401ks. I mean, that's a monster pool of capital. And what we're just seeing is through these treasury companies, through all kinds of different avenues, the aperture of being able to buy crypto being widened and widened and widened. More avenues bringing people into the tent. I think one of the things that I actually didn't even comprehend is these treasury companies have done so well. The public equity markets are so much bigger than what the crypto markets were. And so as we're really broadening our reach through public equities into our asset class, you're just seeing tons of money pour in.
When you understand what the president was talking about with 401ks, how do you think that's going to happen in practice? Are people going to be able to buy Bitcoin directly? Are they going to just be buying Bitcoin ETFs? Are people going to be able to buy levered versions of all of this? I mean, that's when it gets more interesting. Or not more interesting, but that's when
the devil's in the details. But you're going to see funds. I mean, the simplest thing is a Bitcoin fund, an ETF. But I think the devil will be in the details. There were already some people that were out there before this was happening, finding ways to do that. But again, it's when it becomes commonplace, when you can do it at your old, the place you've already been doing business with, if it's Fidelity or T. Rowe Price or whoever it is, you just pull more people into this ecosystem.
And so you don't think it's really about people necessarily, buying Bitcoin directly anymore? Do you think it's going to be via, I guess the question is, over time, how are people really going to be accessing this? And the reason why I think that's important, I think, is it sort of depends on what you think Bitcoin actually is.
So I'm in the lane that Bitcoin is digital gold, and it's a hedge against incessant money printing, right? It's a hedge against incessant bad fiscal policy in not just the U.S. but in the whole world. And so I don't think Bitcoin will be used as a currency. I think stable coins will be. And I think you're going to continue to see Bitcoin appreciate as long as we have governments that can't spend less than they take in revenue. And we're not even close to that, right? This big beautiful bill is a beautiful bill for lots of people, including if you have a data center and you get amortized, appreciate all your capex in year one, right? There are lots of great business things, right? I think our economy is growing faster, but it doesn't do anything for our long-term debt. And as long as that debt to GDP keeps climbing, you're going to see Bitcoin prices keep climbing.
What about Ethereum? Because that's been on a run as well.
Yeah, listen, Ethereum has a story that's a little different than Bitcoin, which has always been we're going to be the base layer of trust where lots of projects get built on top of. And it's going to be so used by so many different industries and people that it becomes a currency itself, right? And that story's picking up momentum, especially with stable coins, right? A lot of the stable coins will be running on Ethereum rails, and it's a trusted blockchain. And so but don't discount the fact that, Joe Lubin and Tom Lee have set up these Ethereum balance sheet companies, treasury companies that have given public market investors real access to not just Ethereum, but staking yield, potentially lending, derivatives on it. And so that's pulling in money. And, prices are set on the margin. And when you have a couple $100 million a day of new money just buying, it draws people in, and you're seeing that happen.
Mike, final question for you. There's a lot of excitement, as you know, and you just described it, around stablecoins. The winner in the public markets around stablecoins right now is Circle. I imagine there's going to be a lot more competition. I don't know. How do you think about that stock, which, of course, has been itself on a rocket ship? But part of me wonders whether it's on a rocket ship in part because there is no other meaningful way in the public markets to play that right now.
Yeah, listen, stable coins are going to be a big deal. It's going to take a while for stable coins as payment coins, as stable coins for AI, AI to AI rails to integrate into our financial system, right? And so right now, stablecoins are mostly used for liquidity in the crypto markets, right? They're the oil that allows trading in the crypto markets and for overseas payments. And in that case, Circle and Tether, the two dominant coins, are probably going to keep their dominance. But over time, JP Morgan is going to have a coin, PayPal is going to have a coin, everyone's going to have a coin. And you're going to see other applications, and then you're going to see, I think, who actually wins this game long term.
Okay.
So yes, I mean, it's an easy, intuitive. I need to play stable coins, and there's one stock that does it. But remember, Coinbase owns roughly 50% of Circle in terms of the revenue flow,
right?
On the USDC at least. And not to mention, we just launched a European version, which I think in time will pick up.
Mike Novogratz, it's always great to get your perspective on all this. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Joe Kernan, the great Bitcoin bull.
Order
what do you
filled.
think?
I try not to. The less you think about it, Andrew,
Order
I try to
canceled.
fall back
Order
on the proof
submitted.
of work. I think it's real. I've tried to tell you that over time. Was that an orange shirt, Novogratz? Is he trying to be Mike Saylor, you think? Or was it a pinkish orange?
I think that does Mike wear orange or yellow, though? I mean, I'm sorry.
Mike wears that one was
orange.
a pinkish, yeah. Saylor certainly wears, I think he's only got orange ties. Coming up, where are you in San Francisco, Andrew? You got that?
I am in San Francisco. It is beautiful. I got the clock tower right over here. I've actually never been in this studio. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. And feels very much like the NASDAQ, actually, with just the glass and everything. It's lovely here.
Awesome. I like the look, too. We'll be back to you in a second. Making civil service great again. Office of Personnel Management Director Scott Cooper is going to join us to talk about and he looks familiar, right? Andreessen Horowitz. Talk about the nation's federal workforce and much more when we return.
After doing it all, a Lazy Boy recliner takes you from 0 to lazy. Melting it all away with comfort that doesn't quit. Feel for yourself at Lazy Boy. Go 0 to lazy with full body comfort fully made for you. Lazy Boy. Long live the lazy.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month. So switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction. And get 2 unlimited lines for just $30 each, with easy monthly billing. For a limited time, new customers get your second month free when you switch to Consumer Cellular.
University of Maryland Global Campus believes in students. You can get credit for life and job experience that translated to coursework and helps cut down the cost of school. UMGC helped me become a highly attractive candidate in the job market.
When logic bends, when certainties shatter, when left is right and right is left, which way do you turn? Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Get exclusive reporting and data on high net worth investors.
Today's wealthy invest differently. It's not just about stocks and bonds, but also real estate, classic cars, and fine art.
Get the weekly newsletter at cnbc.com/inside wealth.
Did you know Redfin has rentals?
You mean Rentfin?
No, Redfin, the real estate app.
Yeah, I said Rentfin.
But you're saying Rentfin. It's Redfin.
I know I'm saying Rentfin. Listen, Rentfin.
Okay, so this sound you're making with your mouth, is it red like the color or rent like an apartment?
Red, like red.
Okay, so say Redfin.
Rentfin.
Shop Etsy for original items, like these personalized tees under $40, or vintage glassware sets under $50. Handpicked by a real person to match your taste and budget. Special starts on Etsy.
The road is calling. The fully electric Audi Q6 e-tron. Visit your Audi dealer today and lease a new 2025 Q6 e-tron Quattro for $499 per month.
A program put in place by former Doge head Elon Musk is coming to an end. The Office of Personnel Management officially ending the required 5 things email. Joining us now, Office of Personnel Management Director Scott Cooper. That's fine to end it. Hey, Scott, it's good to see you, by the way, in your new... we need to let everyone know. How long were you at Andreessen? You came on Squawk quite a bit. And how long... This is your new gig. How long?
Absolutely. So I've been here about 4 weeks. I was at Andreessen for about 16 years. So so far, that still takes the cake right now.
And looking at what you're doing now, is it more efficient, less efficient, or about the same as the private sector in Andreessen Horowitz? You got anything on your radar screen that needs to be worked on, would you say?
Yeah, we got lots of things to work on. Yeah, look, so yeah, we're starting from a less efficient position, as you might imagine, but I think there's a lot of opportunity here. And some of it is just, look, we've got great people. It's just a question of the system they're working in just doesn't reward efficiency. It rewards, more headcount, more spending. Things only go in one direction here in Washington, and part of the challenge we have is we've got to change that.
The 5 things, I mean, I understood that. I'd like an answer if I was going to ask government employees. Number 1, I'd like an answer to see that they exist. 2, that they're able to actually, come up with a couple of things just to show that they're in the game, just to the slightest bit. That's a start, isn't it? So I think that was the reason. It was kind of, people laughed at maybe 5 things, whatever. But that was really the rationale for it in the first place, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, I think that's right. And look, there was, I think, a very good reason, as you mentioned, to have it at the time. The reason we took another look at it is just, now with the passage of time, we're trying to change the culture. And I think the culture that we want people to understand is, look, as a manager, you should know what's actually happening with your employees. And look, if that tool is helpful to you, great, you can use it. But there's other tools that you should have as a manager, like, for example, have one-on-one meetings with your team, other things that would help you understand what they're doing. So I think it was a good shorthand to start with. And as with all things, we should just make sure that, their utility is still there. And if not, let's move on and try other things, quite frankly.
It's hard to do. I mean, the inertia especially in the federal government, is so, I mean, it's just almost like 10 times normal gravity, but trying to do something. The deferred resignation program, anything you do, and I'm not, far be it from me to point fingers at Democrats, but you can't shrink anything in the federal government without hearing that the world is ending. And with our budget problems and everything else, and deficit problems, it's just a fact of life. They got to get over it.
Yeah, I agree with you, Joe. Look, this is the problem. You know this well, but just for your viewers, look, we went from $4.6 trillion in spend in 2019 to $7 trillion now. So that's like a 55% growth over the last 5 years. It's just crazy. And look, we had a big bolus of spend in COVID, which was fine, but now we're trying to actually just right-size things. So, the other thing you probably know, look, in the last administration, Biden, they added 300 to 400,000 government employees. So everything we're doing here, nothing we're doing here is radical. We're just trying to kind of say, hey, look, let's right-size things. Let's kind of get back to the run rate we were on. But you're absolutely right. It's really hard to do things in Washington because, in general, people only know one way, which is up. Like, budgets only ever go up. Headcount only ever goes up. And we just have to kind of find a way to kind of make a cultural change in terms of how people view the operational efficiency of the government.
Would you say that things are, we're not even talking about AI yet, Scott, and I don't know what you could do with AI. I don't know what the federal workforce size shrinks to if you start 2-3 years from now, or even now, start implementing, started replacing jobs with that. But it already is bloated, even before you take AI into account.
Yeah, no, you're right. Again, we started the Trump administration with about 2.4 million federal employees. And as I mentioned, that's up about 300, 400,000 just over the course of the Biden administration. So even with all the things that we're working on right now, even if we're successful, through these DRP programs and everything else we're doing, we're still just going to return the federal workforce to essentially where it was when President Trump left office. So, and you're right, like with AI, and part of a big push that we're making now is AI as an efficiency enhancer, as you all well know. I don't know where that takes us in terms of jobs over time, but there are so many things that are done manually, everything from, writing rules and writing regulations. These are things that we know technology is really good at. AI is really good at, distilling information, at culling things. There's a great opportunity, I think, for us to use AI, and we're just literally crawling on this stuff right now, so we have a long way to go.
When it was proposed that you could use AI to look at the regulatory regime, and that's another thing that has just exploded. And for every new regulation, there's probably 50 existing regulations, and we never get rid of any of them. Is it really possible to what percentage could we get rid of? Could we get rid of half of what's on the books right now?
I don't see why that's not a reasonable goal. There's a big project going on right now that's just starting, kind of what we're calling, deregulation really has been a primary tenet of President Trump's administration. And yes, like, we should use AI to literally go through and see, does this thing have a statutory authority? Is it actually still relevant? Because you're right, again, everything just gets stacked consistently one on top of the other. We never actually go back and do the hard work to say, the things that have been in place for 20, 30, 40 years actually still make any sense. So I think there's a huge opportunity there. And look, I know everyone's worried about, AI. We're going to, do things by fiat via AI, but that's not what's happening. We're going to use AI to enhance the efficiency. There's always going to be humans in the loop on this stuff. So there's no worry that we're going to actually do something crazy without, kind of making sure that we have human oversight on these things.
I think the news cycle is like general relativity or something, a time dilation, the way it's happening. So we had something happened on Friday. I don't know if you noticed with the BLS. And then when you actually look into the way things are done to create or to generate the most important number used by the Fed, used by anyone to try to gauge the health of the economy, it's mind-boggling. It's like circa 1970. It's snail mail. It's hoping people answer. Is that the way it is with everything?
It is. It's actually funny you mentioned that. So there's this term inside the government that I'm learning called a data call. And a data call is very similar to the BLS process, which is if we, for example, want to know how many people have returned to office, since that's been a big, kind of area of the president's focus, we literally put a data call out, which is a manual process to go out to all the agencies and say, report on this data, and then we collate it, and then we send it around to people. And, call me crazy, but it turns out there are things called computers where if you actually had systems, they could track those things, and we could have, instantaneous reporting on this stuff. And so this is where, again, we just have to get away from this idea that the solution to every problem is just more headcount. The reality is, there are plenty of things that we can use technology for, and they'll not only be efficiency enhancing, but they'll improve the quality. We'll actually get real data that we can all rely on because we know there are systems that are actually tracking this stuff.
Hey, Scott, one of the big issues is the credibility of just the numbers generally, and now I'm referring to the BLS, but you could probably extrapolate that out to lots of different numbers that get produced by the government that the American public looks at. One of the things that the president has mentioned is this idea of perhaps more transparency around those numbers. It's something Kevin Hassett's made comments about. And I wonder how you think about that in the context, for example, of collecting what is otherwise private information, then collating that information, making that public. But to the degree that you want to make the process more transparent to create credibility around it, you then create your own conundrum, which is to say that private businesses don't want to be providing their private numbers in ways that are not aggregated, if you will.
Yeah, I mean, I hear that argument, but look, I think there's plenty of ways that you can obfuscate kind of, what would be otherwise like personally identifiable information, either for individuals or for governments. For businesses. Look, I just don't see any reason why transparency isn't the right way for all these things. We ought to be transparent to the American taxpayers. We got to be transparent to the people who are in the government. The only way you can actually affect change is if people believe the data is accurate, if they believe it's timely, and then let's let smart people make decisions based on that data. So I hear the concerns, and I don't want to dismiss them, but I think that's all solvable. And what's really most important is getting the data out there so people can actually make informed decisions around it.
The life after OPM, Scott, I give you another couple weeks. That's it. I don't think. No, I'm kidding. But it's a whole different mindset. Is it not?
No, it is. And look, as hopefully you can tell, look, I'm energized by it. I mean, this is a huge problem. We're talking about a 2.5 million person workforce, and fundamentally what we're trying to do is change the culture. We're trying to say, you are stewards of taxpayer dollars, and every day you should be thinking about what can you do to deliver a great service to the American people, but also how do you continuously improve the efficiency of delivery? And, I think we've got great people who have just been locked in a system that doesn't reward that kind of behavior. And if we can change the reward system, change the incentive system, I think we've got a great future ahead.
All right, Scott, thank you. And it's good to see you again in this new position. You're welcome. We are just seconds away from weekly jobless claims and productivity data. Futures right now, you can see, have been strong all morning. Rick Santelli is staying by. Some people think, given some of the flaws with the revisions in it, maybe jobless claims is a better look, since we're not really trusting some of the other data, and that's coming up right now, Rick.
Yeah, no, I agree with that, but there's still some states that have quite a variance and probably a wide range of inaccuracy. But yes, I would agree with that. Generally speaking, and non-farm productivity preliminary second quarter look comes in better than expected, up 2.4%. We're looking for a number closer to 2%. 2.4% would be the best productivity level since the third quarter of 24, when it was 2.9. In the rearview mirror, we still have minus 1.5, and minus 1.5 was the weakest productivity since the second quarter of 22. So a nice rebound. If there's any revisions, I shall put them out there. Unit labor costs a smidge hotter than expected. From 1.5 expectations to 1.6 is the actual number, and that follows a really robust 6.6, which was the most expensive, the highest unit revisions. 6.6 becomes 6.9. That was the worst, going all the way back to the third quarter of 22. And jobless claims for the week of August 2nd, 226,000. That would be up 7,000 because they revised last week to 219,000. Still very well behaved.
Order filled.
226,000 would be the highest
Order
since the
submitted.
first week in July when it was 228,000. This has really been quite compressed. The last time we had 250 right on the nose was the first week in June. The last time we were above 250, you have to go all the way back to October of 24. Now, continuing claims, this is the 11th straight week above 1.9 million. Very much is consolidating right in a very narrow range, 1,974,000. That's a little warmer than expected. Rearview mirror, slight revision from 1,946 to 1,936. But 1,974,000 actually becomes the highest level going back to, believe it or not, November of 21. We keep going back to November of 21. We see that interest rates before this number started to drop a bit. I'm not sure exactly why. I'm not sure if anybody had the data or if there was some trade going on I'm unaware of. But I would say that these numbers are generically pretty good. And at 1 Eastern, we're going to have the last of 125 billion in Treasury coupon supply with 25 billion 30-year bonds. Also today, a record 100 billion of 4-week T-bills. Joe, back to you.
All right, Rick, Steve Leisman joins us now. I'm not sure what to hope for, Steve. Do I want my rate cut, so I want the labor market to look weak, or do I want us to question whether it is weak based on last Friday?
You know, I think you asked a question that the market asks itself, and I have routinely over several decades given the same answer, which is you want growth.
We want growth.
You don't want...
So this is good. This is good today, then.
Do you want a cut so that you can have a Band-Aid or no cut? Right? What's better?
It depends on whether you're talking about
it was
stock
a double
market person or whether you're talking
exactly,
about...
Exactly. No, but here's the thing. You don't want a rate cut if it comes for a bad reason. You can get a rate cut for a good reason. This productivity number is...
Did they move? Did Fed funds move?
We're not calculating that yet. It takes a minute.
It does?
It does. It's a manual.
Where were we? Okay, where were we?
It's
70?
actually a manual calculation. I can talk about it. I can look it up while I'm talking to you. But here's the thing. The productivity numbers are a little squirrely because you had that big surge in the imports, so we don't really know. I will say, guys, did you notice the Challenger report the monthly Challenger job cut report? Little line in there that said some 10,000 people were released or reduced, were cut because of AI.
Oh, interesting.
So I don't know where we're at on that. You guys are talking to all the CEOs. Let's ask them, are you letting people go because of AI?
So you think productivity and jobs is showing up in the numbers?
I think.
Is that the
I think it's, look, the general conventional wisdom is it's early days yet for AI. I was just interested in that one line. We also have the college grad story, right? That the college grads weren't necessarily hired because of AI.
Right.
I talked to a guy yesterday who said he's saving tens and thousands of dollars on legal fees and accounting because of AI already. This thing could creep up and be something earlier than we thought. I don't think today's number is this productivity number, but it's something that is supposed to be down the road, and maybe it's a little closer than we thought.
Does the claims number today at least mollify the concerns about the growth scare that we got?
Yeah, that was my
on the back
initial
of the
question.
jobs?
That's why I was trying to get to with you, but
I had a better riff, I thought, on productivity, but anyway.
That's fascinating.
But here's the thing. You're right in the sense that if people ask me, jobless claims would be my desert island indicator. Why would I want a statistic on a desert island? It's another question.
Did you find whether, did it come down a little on the likelihood? No.
There it is right there. December's been the swing thing, right? That third cut is a new thing since the jobless numbers. It's been down below 50. It's up above. And I don't see a bid on a particular meeting with a 50, but right now there's sort of 75-ish built in for this year. Okay. And Greco's dying back there. He's dying, the poor guy. Don't you have any...
Fascinating data.
Ignore him.
Greco.
I can't ignore him. He's a nice guy.
Ignore him.
Thank you, Steve. Up next, we'll talk to Stephen Parker of JP Morgan Private Bank. He's upgrading his year-end and 12-month S&P target, and then Lyft not getting a lift on Wall Street. The ride-sharing company beating EPS estimates, but revenue missed Wall Street's mark. CEO David Risher will join us. Squawk Box will be right back.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know, most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
New projects means new project managers. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
In the age of AI, smarter threats need even smarter protection. CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of cybersecurity for what's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safer. So you can build for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
At Avocado, luxury isn't just comfort. It's consciousness. It's craftsmanship. It's choosing better. Inspired by the beauty of our planet, we design for the dreamers. Every stitch, thoughtfully placed to elevate your sleep. Crafted for the way you rest. Made with the finest natural and organic materials. Sustainably sourced, meticulously crafted. Because true luxury isn't just how it feels, it's how it's made. Discover our full line of luxury mattresses at avocadomattress.com.
Investing. You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. You're not a child playing a game. This is grown-up business. The real thing. You know wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
For market reaction, let's bring in Stephen Parker, co-head of Global Investment Strategy at JP Morgan Private Bank. Stephen, great to have you with us. So we just got claims data better than expected, but we had the jobs data from last week. How do you view where we are in jobs and how that impacts what the Fed is going to do later this year?
Yeah, we think the weakness that we saw last week in the labor report is not a surprise. We expected that the delayed impact from tariffs and uncertainty earlier this year was going to play its way through to the economy. Our view is we're going to continue to see a slowdown into the second half, but we're not going to see a recession. And importantly, we think that we're setting ourselves up for a growth recovery next year, and that's what markets are going to focus on.
In a slowdown environment, what sorts of sectors do you want to be in? Are you of the belief that big cap tech is growth in any environment?
Yeah, we still are big believers in the tech story. The AI story is only gaining momentum. 60% growth in AI-related CapEx last year, 60% this year. That's going to continue to drive us forward. But it's not just a tech story. There's other sectors with secular tailwinds that we really like, namely financials and utilities. We think the utility story is really interesting. Power demand is growing faster than the broader economy, a lot because of AI. Utilities, infrastructure are going to be the way to play that.
Both of those sectors have had quite a strong run. So all of the sectors actually that you like have had really strong runs year to date. And so I'm wondering how you think about utilities, because it's not necessarily the defensive sector that it used to be. There's an edge of offense as well when you layer in the energy demand from AI.
That's actually what gets us excited. We think that you have still some of those defensive characteristics. It's still highly regulated. You've got greater certainty around earnings. You have that power demand. You also have that attractive dividend yield. And if the Fed's going to start cutting like we think they will, that's going to become more attractive. But you get up something of an upside call option on this AI and power demand story, which is why we like the utilities.
For financials, I'm curious, do you like big cap financials or the smaller? And I'm thinking, you know, if you take a look at some of the regionals or if you go down the cap scale on banks, you might be looking for M&A to be a story. But the big cap, banks, some could argue are overvalued historically compared to themselves.
We don't think so. We think that the earnings power for the larger banks is actually stronger and more sustainable today than it has been historically. There's less economic sensitivity because of the diversification. we think deregulation is going to be a big part of this financial story, and that's going to benefit the larger banks because of capital return. It also potentially is going to benefit some of those smaller and mid-cap regional banks because we think M&A could pick up.
But like just for an example, JP Morgan at a 2.4 price to book, that's not expensive in your view?
Well, again, we think a lot of the companies, whether it's the financials or in the tech sector where valuations look a little bit expensive, it's because the fundamentals today are actually much stronger than they've been historically. You look at the diversified business model that a lot of these large cap banks have, you don't have the same sort of sensitivity. You know, a growth slowdown like we expect in the second half of this year historically would have been really bad for banks. We don't think they're going to face the same sort of earnings pressure as they have in the past.
Stephen, thanks for coming by. Good to see you.
Thanks.
Okay, we got a lot more on the big breaking story of the morning. President Trump now calling the CEO of Intel, quote, conflicted over his ties to China. And that stock is tanking on the back of that news. We got a lot more on that next. First, futures, though, up across the board in a big way. Less than an hour to go before the opening bell, and we look like we've got 196 points higher on the Dow, S&P 500 powering higher, 38 points higher, and the NASDAQ up 176 points. We're coming right back on Squawk Box.
At AT&T Business, we confidently guarantee our network. What we can't guarantee, enough hours in the workday. Or your projects always going as planned.
3 days, max.
Oof, more like 3 weeks. Hey, and closing up shop on time?
Still open?
Sure.
Yes. They're open.
Not tonight. But with AT&T Business, you can get the connectivity you depend on, or we'll make it right.
Congratulations, Mom and Dad. Your life now revolves around sports. But you wouldn't trade it for anything. Welcome to Sporthood. DSG, only at Dick's.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsored jobs on Indeed are 2.5 times faster to first hire. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
It's amazing when devices help you turn a product innovation into a global sensation. CDW experts make that happen by building resilient edge-to-cloud infrastructure and device solutions with Lenovo. Powerful productivity and the ability to scale quickly help your organization stay ahead of the competition. Make amazing happen. Lenovo and CDW.
Book your getaway today.
What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor?
Here's a taste of H-E-B Creamy Creations Mexican Hot Chocolate. One of over 40 unique ice cream flavors created to satisfy Texans' cravings.
Tell me what's your flavor?
The road is calling. The fully electric Audi Q6 e-tron. Visit your Audi dealer today and lease a new 2025 Q6 e-tron Quattro for $499 per month.
President Trump posting on Truth Social in just the last hour, the CEO of Intel is highly conflicted and must resign immediately. There is no other solution to this problem. Thank you for your attention to this problem. The stock had been down as much as 4% pre-market, now off by 2.5%. Of course, this follows a letter sent to Intel's board head, Frank Yeary, from Senator Tom Cotton, wanting some more information about Lip Bhutan, the CEO of Intel's, his investments made in China when he was the CEO of Cadence Designs. He was head of that company for about a decade. Andrew, as you know, the company just pled guilty in July to selling some technology to a Chinese military university. So there's that issue there. But it's fascinating that the stock will move. Of course, this puts in question the nascent turnaround that Intel started on with the replacement of Pat Gelsinger with Lip Bhutan, and also raises the question of how much can President Trump extend his arm into the private sector.
Well, look, the truth is, I don't know how you feel about this. Well, the first part is say, unless we find out he's a spy, and I have no reason to believe that, it's hard to understand, what the position of the administration can be on this. Having said that, at this point, I think you guys were talking about Tim Cook earlier. I think at this point, when the administration says jump, corporate America says how high. And so if you're the board of Intel, almost by default, you are going to have to, jump and figure out how high, and how high might be forcing the CEO out. Isn't that what's happening here?
I don't know what will turn out of this, but I do think that Liv Bhutan deserves the benefit of the doubt here. I mean, I don't think we should assume anything about anybody based on their ties or their nationality, for that matter.
Right, but remember, Intel actually, among companies in America, actually needs the U.S. government at this point because of the CHIPS Act and so many
so
other,
you're saying they
other
might
things.
Be more
so
vulnerable.
if you're the board of Intel, and your job is to protect the shareholder, and this becomes a very interesting sort of almost a moral, philosophical dynamic. Are you supposed to, on principle, stand up and say, no, we don't like what you're saying, Mr. President? Or is there, more
duty?
Value, if you will, in saying, okay, tell us how high we have to jump and who our next CEO should be? Having said
Andrew,
all that, this is not
If the board of Intel was there to protect the shareholders, they need a whole new board.
Well, that's a separate issue.
Immediately.
But that's a different issue. The question is, we talk about industrial policy. Do we want, you've talked about industrial policy. Do we want the president making these decisions? Having said that, if there actually is a national security issue, by all means, it is worth raising.
The industrial policy was, Andrew, the industrial policy was the CHIPS Act. Trying to get things right is not industrial policy. I don't know.
When cyber threats target the world's data, seconds matter. That's why the world's most trusted brands depend on ReliaQuest Gray Matter to contain threats in seconds. It's the only technology-independent, AI-driven platform built by security operators for security operators. ReliaQuest. Make security possible.
You okay in there? Consumer Cellular knows there are a lot of offers flying around, but they slip away too fast. We don't play games. What you see is what you get. No hot air, just plans starting at $20. Bet you're glad you wore cargo pants. Because cargo pants have all those pockets. You can see how we can cut your bill. Plans start at just $20. Call Consumer Cellular.
University of Maryland Global Campus isn't just an innovative state school. It's a school for real life, one that values the successes you've already achieved. That's why at UMGC, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and life and job experience. Why we offer scholarships and affordable tuition, and why we have online classes and the support you need from your first day to graduation day and beyond.
No application fee if you apply by September 3rd at umgc.edu.
At Public, the high-yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it. It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth, and that's exactly what I need.
This place ain't big enough for the three of us. Looks like y'all got a case of the zoomies.
Reba.
Have y'all seen the real view maps on Realtor.com? You can easily compare homes by lot size. Who wants to find their dream house? Realtor.com.
Decking and railing that's ready for anything you throw at it, or on it, even John's 40th. Trex, performance engineered for your life outdoors.
Okay, cool. Welcome back to Squawk Box. We are in San Francisco this morning. Lyft reporting its strongest quarter ever. Rides and bookings jumped double digits, but revenue came in just short of estimates. We're going to talk about that and so much more that's going on in this industry Right now, David Risher's here, Lyft CEO. It's very nice to see you. We saw your biggest competitor just yesterday, Dara, and I want to get into some of that as well. But let's talk about your earnings and also what you think this says to the degree you think you have a pulse of what's happening with the American consumer right now.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as you said, we had our strongest quarter ever. And what that translates into is, not only billions of dollars of rides, but, tens of millions of riders, millions of drivers every single day, using us to get to work, to go to school, so on and so forth. We don't see any softness. So if people are looking for this as sort of in fact, for example, trips to the airport are actually up quarter over quarter.
Order submitted.
So, look, Lyft has become a part of millions of people's lives. We serve and connect millions of people every single day, and we do it super, super well. And so I think to a certain extent, look elsewhere if you're looking for weakness, because we're not seeing it.
One of the big announcements that you made recently is this partnership with Baidu.
Yeah.
And around autonomous vehicles. But outside of the United States, you've always talked about yourself as a domestic player.
Yeah.
What happened? What does this actually mean?
Sure. So, I mean, in a sense, it's a bigger story, right? When I took the job on about 2.5 years ago, we were losing money, we were losing share, and we were only in North America. Now we are making money.
Order filled.
$93 million of cash, so, printing cash gaining share, highest
Order
it's ever
submitted.
been, at least under my tenure. So that's all wonderful. Okay, so once you're in that position, the question is, what else can you do to take what you've done and go bigger? And we decided to go global. As you know, we acquired a company called FreeNow, closed last week. With that, we become a lot more interesting to global competitors, or excuse me, global partners. And Baidu, the world's largest autonomous vehicle, I think they've got 11 million rides, without a driver. We've been in discussions with those guys, and they said, you know what, let's go to Europe together. Let's go to Europe. Let's bring self-driving cars.
You're watching all the self-driving guys.
Yeah.
And I want to know, stack rank it right now. You got Waymo, Tesla. I don't know what you think of the experiment in Austin. Do you think that's going well?
Too early and small to say, truthfully.
Too early, really?
Yeah. Yeah, we don't see a business impact. I mean, they have a small number of cars on the road. Who knows? They, among others, will be, look, there are going to be a lot of winners in the self-driving space. A lot of people who come up with their own technology, their own approaches. If you had to stack rank them in terms of miles driven, you'd put Baidu on top. If you had to stack rank them in terms of visibility in the United States, you'd put Waymo on top for sure, and they've done great work. Then there are a bunch of other great companies. Zoox is amazing. WeRide is really interesting. Pony AI is super interesting.
How many last, though?
I don't know.
Order submitted.
Maybe 4 or 5, something like that. It won't be one. It won't be one. It's too important for it to be one.
Let me ask you a different question, and it's I felt terrible about it yesterday because we had interviewed Dara on the air and had not seen. I think the article had just been published, this piece in the New York Times yesterday about sexual misconduct by drivers, sometimes by riders, and that some of that's being tracked, but different approaches to try to deal with it. Lyft was also in that story, not to the same degree as Uber. I'm curious just what you think, what you thought of that piece, what you think of the problem, and what you think of the solutions, because one of the things in that article suggested that because both you and Uber effectively have drivers that are contractors, there's certain things that you feel that you can't do to control their behavior, and that if they were more under your control, they might be then classified as employees, but maybe would be safer.
Yeah. So the first thing I'd say is it was a heartbreaking article to read. Heartbreaking. And yeah, very, very difficult to read. The problem that you're identifying is a real one, which is to say, the more control we exert over drivers who are contractors, the more it puts the industry at risk for being able to serve its customers. That is a true statement. Having said that, there are things you can do, and there are things we've done. I'll give you an example. We began a product called Women Plus Connect. It was in September of 2023, about 6 months after I joined, something I was very proud of, actually. Since then, over 115 million women have taken rides with other women on the platform, and that dramatically reduces risk. So there are and that was risky, for sure. Our legal department was, had some concerns, so on and so forth, but it is absolutely the right thing to do. So look, as an industry, we have to lead on this. We can't just sort of hide behind it's only a small number, or it's complicated, or it's legally complicated. We have to lead. There may be some consequences. Those consequences may be slightly painful for us from time to time, but you know what? They're not going to be. They're not going to be bad because they're going to be good for riders and good for drivers.
Do you think that it could be worth changing the model even from a safety perspective? Meaning, one of the things you kept reading in this piece was that the business, in Uber's case, but I imagine it may be your case too, decided, look, we can't put cameras in the car, for example, because if we force cameras in the car, then all of a sudden these municipalities are going to say, these guys are employees of yours, and it's going to change the business model, which means that profit over purpose, right? Like that's what's going on here. I mean, that was at least the implication of the article. Do you agree with that?
Well, I agree. That seems to be the conclusion that the other guys came to. I will tell you that, again, it is complicated. I don't want to minimize the complexity, but we now have a program that allows drivers to have cameras in the car. They share footage with us all the time. We've got a program that allows you to PIN verify when you get in the car. We've got a program that allows you to get one-click access to ADT. We've got a program that allows you to share your location with other people. We've got a program to allow you to choose another woman. So, look, there are things that are complicated. It is true. And this is, let's be honest, and remember, zoom out for a second, it's still a new industry. This is crazy. Rideshare, it's been around for a decade. It sounds like forever. A decade ago, it was nothing. And still, people are trying to figure out, how does this thing work? It is a legitimate industry that millions of people use to make money on and to use every single day. And I hope we can collectively move forward. But I found the article absolutely heartbreaking, and just leave it there.
David, I want to thank you for waking up early and doing this in person right here in San Francisco. It's great to see you.
It's been a lot of fun. Thank you.
Joe and Melissa, thank you. And we will see everybody tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'll be back in New York, guys. Squawk on the Street is up right after the short break.
Comcast Business Advanced Networking and Security Solutions help turn businesses into logistics mastering, supply chain transforming, seamlessly restocking, frictionless paying, poke bowl ordering, cyber securing, mobile access granting, data managing. Welcome to the worlding modern businesses. Powering the engine of modern business, Comcast Business.
Sir, it seems that the Gladiator is getting a lot of positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators who are rethinking the world. Before investing carefully, read and consider fund investment objectives, risks, charges, expenses, and more in prospectus at Invesco.com.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community.
And Walmart's played a big part. You know most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S.?
So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you brew a mighty fine American business.
I get my ideas from Mad Money everywhere. I look at everything as a stock. I study it all the time. My viewers are my bosses. You come to my show and you learn how to do stocks.
Mad Money, weeknight 6 Eastern, CNBC.
I love the viewer. Means everything.
The Quarter Pounder with cheese has many great things. Maple-flavored griddle cakes isn't one of them. Set your alarm.
Honey, I thought you were going to cancel those subscriptions that we don't use.
Well, I thought I did, but I guess I just missed a few.
Obviously. You need to use Rocket Money. It'll show you all your upcoming charges in one place, and you can cancel subscriptions right in the app.
That's pretty cool. That was pretty easy.
Yeah.
What's Pimple Poppers Anonymous? Babe?
Good Thursday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with Jim Cramer, David Faber at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Futures pretty solid. Stocks look to revisit some of those recent all-time highs as tariffs on some 90 countries officially went into effect at midnight. Bank of England cuts for the 5th time this cycle. Jobless claims tick higher to 226K. Our roadmap begins with the president's reciprocal tariffs going into effect on dozens of U.S. trading partners. President also unveiling some new chip tariffs with some broad exemptions.
Apple shares are rallying again this morning as CEO Tim Cook puts his diplomatic skills into action at the White House. And we're keeping an eye on shares of Eli Lilly. They are down and rather dramatically right now. The drug maker does raise guidance, but it is the focus on its late-stage trial for obesity, of course, and a pill. and perhaps the lack of weight reduction. Still seems like a lot, guys, but not enough to satisfy Wall
I was
Street.
looking for 15.
Let's begin, though, with the president's reciprocal tariffs going into effect on more than 90 countries. President also announcing tariffs on some imported semiconductors. Take a listen.
We'll be putting a tariff on of approximately 100% on chips and semiconductors. But if you're building in the United States of America, there's no charge, even though you're building and you're not producing yet in terms of the big numbers of jobs and all of the things that you're building. If you're building, there will be no charge.
So streets getting to work this morning, Jim, figuring out for those who would, for example, pay 100%, what that does to the cost, say, of a vehicle?
Yeah, look, I think that it's a mad scramble. We're all looking. I don't want to say that anyone has a master list, because I think in many ways the president, I think he's shot from the hip on this one. But I think that all these companies that you're seeing there, like Broadcom, yeah, they got exposure, but they sell to Apple. I mean, they bank it in China, they sell to Apple. That's supposed to be okay. Qualcomm are not clear. What I'm focused on is, did Samsung go from being the Advantage phone? It's the Canadian weather, the forest fire.
The forest fires.
It is.
Yeah, they're
It's driving me
exporting.
crazy. I change my context twice a day.
Their smoke to us.
There's
no tariff on it.
So that's where you stand.
Yeah.
Okay. There is, without a doubt, Samsung was the favorite guy when it came to the cost of your phone on Monday. After what happened yesterday, I question whether Samsung's phone might be more expensive when this is over, which is one of the reasons why I think Apple stock has been roaring. Now, it has been roaring on very light volume. It was walked up between 210 and 219. They couldn't get it to cross 220 on very little volume. So you want to be a little careful because the stock can back off on that. But I do think that this is the beginning of American, let's say, favoritism versus a foreign company when it's up in the air. And if I were Samsung, what I would do right now, and they're going to tell you that they have some stuff going, but I would say, look, we want to outshine anyone because I think they could be odd man out.
Meantime, Glowworm, of course, which is going to do all of the glass, up 4% pre-market. TSM's up pre-market, Jim, as well.
I think we have to talk about Corning because, and actually, I don't know if you guys heard that on Squawk, but they've been the favored guys even when Steve Jobs ran it. Walter Isaacson knows more than anybody, and he was saying, and what I think is amazing, I covered that family when I was at Goldman Sachs, that they were quietly making the best, including fiber. And what I think the president has to do, working with Tim Cook, is find others that can be like Corning. But it's the history of being the best. We do not have the history of being the best for a lot of other products. That has to change. And I think everyone here is just saying, it won't matter. No, I think this is a very significant expansion. I don't take this thing lightly. I think that we're going to start a supply chain here, and this is how it starts. This is how the supply chain starts. Still focused on the fires.
No, I'm not focused on the fires. This is how the supply chain starts. Okay. I hear you.
Well, I mean, you can't just turn on a supply chain. You have to wrench it from whoever you have it from.
Yes, takes a while.
I would think that you started with $600 billion from Apple, which is more than the GDP of Vietnam.
It's a big number. It's over.
Good morning.
4 years.
Yeah.
Let me see this guy got the points real quick. 1 second.
And it doesn't mean that they're going to be building iPhones ever in the United States of America.
No, but you can't just say, I'm going to build an iPhone.
You only got 4 points, so you can't win. You need 25 points. I gotta pick a new winner. Let me take profit. There we go. Sorry, man. Need 25 points to win. You can still keep chatting. I mean, we got like at least 5 accounts to give out today, so you still got time. The next winner is no fucking way. Wow. Yeah, you won.
It's all robot. Things can be done by robot. It's not clear that they're anywhere near being able to put together.
I'm not disagreeing with you. 1 minute.
Alright, that's it. We'll do another one after the market open. But congrats on winning. We'll do the 100K Lucid after this, after the market opens. I'll be back.
It's the government. We're going to talk about.
So we have a full expectation at this point that Apple will be exempt from tariffs, correct?
Yes.
On the export, on the import of iPhones to the U.S. from India, largely, where many of those are made.
That's my understanding.
Right.
Now I want to know about the competitor, which is Samsung.
Right.
What are they doing to help our
So, I mean, the stock was up what? I mean, it's up 5.3% in the week. It's going to be up. It was up, obviously, large number yesterday. Justified the move?
Right.
Were you surprised there was that much in it that was concern around tariffs?
Considerable short position. People were really viewing this until yesterday as an AI play, meaning they didn't have AI. And if they're not, and that the president, I think, you should look at the full screen. I like that term. The full screen of when I talked with Tim Cook, where he was saying, I asked him, I said, look, the president seems to be very angry about India. And he says, oh, no, good relationship. 24
Oh,
different
so
countries. And what I'm saying basically is
the winner doesn't know how to use the platform, so it's going to give it to ISIS.
You're right. That's the deal.
You're right.
By the
For
way,
a
you know
winner's
what?
choice. So congrats, ISIS.
He also came on Mad Money and said he had the deal. And people didn't believe him.
No, he was there yesterday at the White House as well.
He
Obviously,
hangs out at the White House a lot.
he just seems to be there. He pops up, kind of like Musk used to just pop up everywhere now.
I wouldn't equate the two. That sounds like you're equating them.
I'm not equating them.
Okay, that's good. They're different.
Meantime, it does sound like the president is kind of satisfied with the amount of phones that are being domestically produced. Here's a bit of sound between the president and Cook yesterday.
Apple's been an investor in other countries a little bit. I won't say which ones, but a couple. And they're coming home.
So I'm proud to say that Apple is leading the creation of an end-to-end silicon supply chain right here in America, from design to equipment to wafer production to fabrication to packaging.
Well, we know that there are a lot of parts to Apple. You're not allowed to say that you work for Apple if you make a part, but you have a Skyworks Solutions, for instance. They talk about our largest customer. You know how it goes, David, our largest customer. Well, I think that if I were any one of these guys, I'd say, you know what, I got to make everything here. Now, Skyworks is a terrific company. They make a lot of stuff here. They've actually were consolidating a big factory and doing they're very American, so to speak. But you have to be that. You have to be that. If you're going to be in that phone, you got to call Tim Cook today and say, listen, Tim, we want in. Because otherwise, you're going to get the 100%. And then you're just not economic.
Right. B of A today takes a crack at what that would do to cars. They point out the average vehicle has between 1,000 and 3,000 chip components. And if you take some industry estimates, 100% would raise the cost of a car production to 48, an additional $5 grand, maybe 10 grand.
I think that's right. That's a lot. And I think that these auto companies, our auto companies, they've really felt the brunt of every bit of this. But you know why? I think
in particular Ford, which obviously is the largest domestic manufacturer.
And yet Ford stock has gone from 10 to 11 and a quarter. What that says to me is what we're reading is not right.
Okay.
That stock does not easily go up. A 10% move in that stock is like, that's glacial working.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking that Ford's going to get a break
because the headline in the Journal today, auto industry takes $12 billion hit from trade war. The obvious responses to tariffs are to raise prices and move production. Neither would be an easy fix.
No.
Order submitted.
I just think that Ford has the most made in America of these manufacturers, so it's hard. That's why I think Ford's up, actually. Somehow I think they feel that they could get some relief because they are the largest maker of autos in this country. So why are they the most hurt? It is a little counterintuitive, and I think that their case will not be a special pleading. I think it'll be something that the president will endorse. I feel it. Not that I wasn't in the White House, but I think that Jim Farley has a very good case that he should not have to bear the brunt because he makes the most in this country.
So are you ready for prices to go up?
I was speaking to Patrice Levay today, who's the CEO of the great Ralph Lauren, who put up incredible numbers. And we were both saying it's a fall thing. In the fall, we're going to see higher prices.
Right.
We will. But I'm not one who's going to say how high and that it'll be terrible. And the reason I say that is because every one of these companies, when I talk to them, they say the same thing. Look, we're better at sourcing than you realize. We're not going to get hung. We're not going to raise as much. You may not even see it. A home is 10% more.
You did write this morning that you thought the cost of a home is going to go up 15%.
Yeah, 10 to 15%. I don't know how you can take it under 10. It will be 15 if it's just the posted. And rates have to go down a great deal, David, if you're going to raise the price of a home 15%.
Yeah, the effective tariff rate on a component of iron and steel is almost 40%.
Well, those are favored industries. What we're getting into, and I think that people have to start recognizing, we're getting into favored industries, favored companies by our country, and that's new. But we're basically saying, okay, look, if you make it here, you're good. If you don't make it here, it's uneconomic. So you better buy the steel from Nucor. You better buy the wood from companies that are in our country, even though the lumber price is set.
Although there are plenty of exemptions to a certain
Order
extent.
filled.
And that's
copper being an example, refined copper coming
Chile got the exemption.
from Chile. Got the exemption.
What do you got?
We're moving on here. All right.
We're not going to commercial.
Yeah, we're going to a commercial.
How's that possible?
Order
Because
submitted.
we spent 11 and a half minutes talking about this stuff.
Well, it's like kind of the most important issue.
It is, but we got a lot to get to.
All right, jeez. All right,
I know.
boss.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I like
Just
to move
a
it
second,
along
I'll
sometimes.
go change my contacts.
We got Lily, we got a lot of other things.
We'll get to all the movers. Take a look at the pre-market here as we got futures in the green. Squawk of the Street's back in a minute.
Everything that we do is focused on personalizing that learning journey.
And we can't wait to see where your company winds up soaring to in the public markets.
For plant-based, healthy blood pressure support, there's one brand that stands above the rest. It's SuperBeets by Human, the #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support. Find out how to get a free month with your first order at livehuman.com.
I still love to surf, snowboard, and of course skate. So I take Cunol Magnesium to support my muscle and bone health. Cunol's high absorption magnesium glycinate helps me get the full benefits of magnesium. Cunol, the brand I trust.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Get exclusive reporting and data on high net worth investors, family offices, and alternative investments from the foremost authority on private wealth, Robert Frank.
More than $100 trillion will pass to younger generations, but today's wealthy invest differently. It's not just about stocks and bonds, but also real estate, classic cars, and fine art.
Get the weekly newsletter and special access to events at cnbc.com/insidewealth.
Strengthen your hair and protect from heat damage with Cream of Nature Leave-In Conditioner. Cream of Nature. Unstoppable hair.
Oh, Cole's mom. If I buy both, am I spoiling her?
At this price, you're spoiling you.
Okay.
With an extra 20% off, back-to-school shopping will feel like spoiling yourself.
Don't have any lemons. Kind of a sweet and sour thing, like me and her other grandma.
Lilly's taking a hit in the pre-market despite raising their full-year guidance and posting a quarterly beat. Company says a late-stage trial showed that its experimental obesity pill did help people lose up to 12% of their body weight over 72 weeks. That's below what some analysts had been expecting. David Ricks was on Squawk this morning defending the study's results. Here's what he said.
People lost 27 pounds, and for most people who are overweight and want to improve their cardiometabolic health, that's in range of what they want to achieve. So we're excited by these results, and as we say in the press release, we're going to go ahead and submit this to regulators toward the end of this year, and hopefully this time next year begin to get approvals around the world.
Stocks off the initial lows, Jim, but still about an 18-month low. And the dropout rate on this high dose is what's got people's attention.
Yeah, and I think that when Dave was on, he defended it by saying the dropout. Well, really what we're comparing it to is the placebo, where there's bigger dropout. And look, I love Dave. I think he's great. But I think that what he's comparing is not what Wall Street was looking for. And this is really just a case of everything that Dave Rick said was right. Good chance it's going to be approved. And by the way, it's tolerated well. But the fact is that there's a whisper. I want people at home to know there's a whisper in all these. And the whisper was that this could be...
It would be a larger average weight loss,
right,
without a doubt.
So
I mean, it still could conceivably be a game changer. It could still bring much more widespread adoption and usage, given you don't have to take a shot. But 12% is not 15, it's not 18, where maybe some people had hoped that the numbers would come in.
Do you think that Wall Street was just clueless? Sometimes when these trials go on, I'm not saying anything necessarily leaks, but you get a better feel than Wall Street had. Wall Street was really wrong, really leading wrong on
expecting a bigger number,
yeah,
you
really
think, in terms of weight loss reduction.
Yeah, I mean, like I'm talking about, I would like to know who created the notion that this thing was going to be 14.50. Because I got to tell you something, I think that if you were close to this, you would have had this nailed. And I think the analysts, are the ones who are need to be called to question.
I mean, meanwhile, you're talking about a company that had 38% more revenues for the second quarter than it did a year earlier, which obviously goes to why the stock had been such an incredible performer, not recently, but because of that amazing revenue growth. And now, Mounjaro and Zepbound are both amongst the biggest drugs in the world. They sold $5.2 billion worth of Mounjaro in the
biggest.
and
I've said it's going to be the
another
biggest ever, over and over
$3.38
again.
billion is Zepbound.
Good morning. We got 10 minutes. Bot is still short from 584, so it's pretty red.
Novo signed that deal with Wegovy with CVS, making it the preferred drug in the formulary, maybe bringing the price down.
Everything looks choppy right now, so I don't know.
Price will become more of an issue for this company in terms of maintaining it.
Yeah, Novo was up 12 pre-market, Jim.
I do want to short just to follow up with the bot, so I have a short at 618 if we hit.
That just no longer pounds your life. Being a little exaggerated, pounds your sport.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Anybody's almost ever. But Eli Lilly's joined the scrum of drug companies, and that's what I think happened today. It's now part of the scrum. It's now.
It's no longer sort of alone. I mean, it's still got a $700 billion.
In fact, now we would talk to Trump. Well,
do you think that the president couldn't tweet right now? I heard that they did 11. I'm not paying for that. Do you think he couldn't do that?
He can do anything else. Fire Dave Ricks. He could do that. Wouldn't be a shock, right? Of course not.
Did Dave Ricks do something with the...
Who knows? It came in at 12%. It should have been more.
No, I'm just saying that the president can easily say, I'm not paying for 11. Unless that thing's at 15, I'm not paying.
It's the world we live in. We're making a reference here to the president's post on social media earlier saying that Lip-Bhutan, the CEO of Intel, should be fired.
Yeah, SK is gonna win that $100 in a month.
It's highly unusual.
Guy's way behind.
Moments after Tom Cotton was on Fox Business this
Yes, it was right there. I don't think that's coincidence.
I don't think it was coincidence.
There we go.
We're going to get Kramer's Man Dash and countdown to the opening bell. Take another look here at the pre-market on this Thursday. Don't go anywhere.
Behind this couple's financial future is their advisor, who's building a portfolio designed to meet all their needs. And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by a deep bench of experts who have consistently delivered year after year. The fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years. You can get behind that. Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
Rather than
I'm
get
so
rich quick, I
sleepy.
believe in get rich slow. The high yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online. I don't want to be losing sleep over having made risky investments. I needed something stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits. I know my money's working hard for me, and I know I can access it anytime I need it.
Did you know that your life insurance policy is an asset that you can sell? Hi, I'm Jay Jackson. I'm the CEO of Abacus Life, and for almost 20 years, we've been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. In fact, you can use the free policy value calculator at abacuspays.com, and in just seconds, you can learn what your policy might be worth. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus.
Why should you trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost-effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow.
On a measurable level, I'm being successful. I have a couple stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all options for me.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it. Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
I guess I'm not the easiest person to please. I like things just
Order
right.
filled.
There we go.
That's why I love Redfin Home Recommendations. They know what I want even before I do. A home that's just right.
Yes. Yeah. The first day back from maternity leave is so weird. We get it. Find a caregiver who does too. Join now for 20% off here.
Every day, I'm checking the markets throughout the trading session, working the phone,
Trying to stay flat until open and see what's going on with the market.
and all of the details you need to make money.
Ran up 300 points overnight.
7 minutes before an opening bell here on this Thursday at the New York Stock Exchange. Let's get to a mad dash.
No, David.
Jim. Yes, sir.
It's not a mad dash. It's a door dash.
There you go.
This quarter, not only was it unbelievable, much, much better than expected, but Tony Hsu in the Q&A put on a clinic about how once you get the cell phone and you get the app in, you just order a lot of stuff. In addition, the advertising, I think, is the gross margin. This is like a mini Amazon, where they started making money from advertising too. I loved it. I love Hsu. He's so smart that, this is one of those guys, you read it, you say, why didn't I think of that?
Look at this, man. Already.
Yeah, this year. I remember seeing it, and he goes, when I owned that restaurant.
Yeah.
And I said, hey, you can't. I'm using another company. And you suddenly list me as one of your clients. He goes, yeah. You can't do it. Why don't you go check? I mean, the guy went and bought it. He is so aggressive in his own quiet way. I call him the velvet fist. He's wearing a velvet glove, but inside Muhammad Ali. I love him.
It's 1 year.
I love him. Nothing to do with the president. Nothing at all. It's a delivery company.
There we go. It's 3 years.
Look at this. All right. This guy.
Can I get 5?
So I don't know about you, but the people, as he said, there are 3 times a day that you might want to bump into his company. 3 times a day, and they say that you're 7 days in a week, a lot of times.
All-time high, Jim.
21 times. Well, so anyway, even up here, I'd buy it. All right. I think Tony is great. I haven't seen him on TV lately. No, he used to come on the show.
No, he's still a young man.
He hurt my feelings, but that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, we got 5 minutes.
That's what I'm here for.
And Q's dropping now.
That's my purpose.
You trash Ryan Reynolds.
What are you talking about?
Canadian fires.
Oh, I'm blaming it on him?
Ninja Trader's
All right, we
frozen.
got an opening about 5 minutes from now. Don't forget, by the way, you can catch this witty repartee anytime and anywhere by listening to and following the Squawk on the Street Opening Bell podcast.
Introducing CNBC Plus, the new streaming platform from the #1 source in business news. Watch live or on demand. CNBC.com/plus.
Tell me what's your flavor? What's your flavor? Tell me what's your flavor? Your flavor. Tell me what's your flavor?
With over 40
40 unique flavors, there's an HEB Creamy Creations flavor for every craving in Texas. Just one more reason. Here, everything's better.
You guys woke up late. You missed the first giveaway. Yeah, I should have waited till everybody wakes up before I do the giveaway, but it's okay. We got a lot more. Oh shit, today's day 4 on my ETF. One more day I get my funded.
There's an EV for each side of you. The Kia EV9 and EV6.
Yeah, we got 4 minutes, 3 minutes left.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire. I need Indeed. Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
See this? Your mom told you to find a job.
Hello?
You made a company instead. To keep your growing going, you need an advisor built for the middle market. Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. See this? Insights that impact.
Dear Dr. Kane, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. I was teased because of my teeth. I didn't like the person looking back at me in the mirror. I never thought I could afford dental implants. You and your team worked within my budget and helped me feel confident in the plan we made together. I love my new smile. Thank you.
Congratulations, Cynthia. Introducing our new lifetime warranty on zirconia arches. Only at Clear Choice. Call to schedule a free consultation.
Nuveen invests with the foresight and
Ooh,
vision
that
to
drop.
anticipate the needs of future generations. To build strong portfolios that deliver lasting legacies. To innovate and adapt for what's just around the corner. Because after 125 years of yesterdays, Nuveen knows your ultimate stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
Today, the IPO market goes to space. Firefly Aerospace set to debut on the NAS under the ticker FLY. Rocket maker backed by Northrop Grumman raises $868 million in the IPO, priced at $45. That's above the expected range. Values the company at about $6.3 billion. Jim, not the first space company. We've had Voyager, we've had Garmin.
I got 2 minutes.
Anything connected with
I do want us to pump so I can short, but I don't want to long yet.
I do think that I'm not being facetious. A good double. This is a very exciting.
A couple days ago.
Yeah, Figma couldn't put a man on Pennsylvania. This thing is David so high that you need to have hundreds of millions of shares offered in order to keep this thing down.
Yeah. Figma, though, is as we pointed out, was 33 was where it was priced, so it's no longer a triple.
No, we're in that era. This is
it has done what we wanted it to do, by the way.
Yes, it has. It came down.
This week in
Good
particular,
luck, boys.
you were
Good
very
luck.
concerned
What's
about
up, Chris?
what you felt was a speculative element it was introducing to the market in the sense of how much it went up on the IPO.
Because I remember how complicit the brokers were, the investment bankers, in 1999, 2000.
5 seconds.
And I don't want them complicit. I want them to be the pushbacks.
Last night, dude, I had a limit short at 500 on my eval, the TPT. I blew that in the morning. Woke up and it's blown. I only have like 500 buffers. I did 3 MAQ. I think it ran up 120 points. I think it ran up yesterday after hours from 385 to 638. Oh, to the Apple. Oh, that's bullish. That's more spending money to have to do. Yeah, so about is short. I caught some of the short early, but I'm just gonna wait for a little bit. That short looks kind of good.
This is one amazing moment.
You think everyone? All right, yeah. I mean, it's still, I guess, unclear, right, where we end up, other than much higher overall rates in terms of
tariffs. Some equated almost to a value-added tax to a certain extent, which, you know, be paid in part by
Come on, dump this Ponzi. There you go.
by consumers here, by who knows, by everybody. But
Playing one MNQ at a time to hit $300.
Some read through the tariffs. People are still spending like that. I think the notion of the consumer being hurt is just not in play. Just not.
Man, that pump.
There's not.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Concerned about it a bit less.
I am that I think it will. That's why I say they'll fall.
Order filled.
Let's go, baby. I need $60 more on Apex. Let's go.
Let me back up. If you're in any stock that has to do with the consumer, it hasn't been hurt. That's what I'm in a stock world. So you take a Ralph Lauren and you say, well, wait a second, there's some kind of pricey stuff. But geez, it's up 7 earlier.
Yeah, well, I mean, Airbnb's a good example, Jim. Look good on the print, but they do expect bookings to moderate in the second half, down 6.
That was a
Order submitted.
That was a very negative conference call. And it seems like they're not able to do what I just described with DoorDash. They've not been able to take a customer and have that customer
Choppy.
things that would therefore be as lucrative. The U.S. seemed a little bit weak Airbnb. That was disappointing. But then
So 3 minutes and 15 minutes. Looks like it's trying to go down. Trying to, but we don't know yet.
Order filled.
We mentioned in
Order submitted.
Just tell people what happened here. Now we're talking about a company that has a $90 billion market value. Obviously, once an icon, far from it now. New relatively new CEO in Louboutin, who has a supporter in Jim Cramer in terms of undertaking a very difficult turnaround after Pat Gelson's exit and failure, frankly, to engineer said turnaround, or at least put it on a path that the board felt like would lead to
Order
it.
submitted.
There was a Reuters story back in April, guys.
Order
that I'm looking
filled.
at. They claimed a review found that Tan controlled more than 40 Chinese companies and funds, as well as minority stakes in over 600 the investment firms he manages or owns, sharing some of those stakes with ownership with Chinese government entities. Then you had a letter dated August 5th from Senator Tom Cotton to Frank Yeary, who is the chairman of the board of directors of Intel, saying he reportedly controls Chinese companies. We want to understand more about what's going on here. And is the board aware of that? And by the way, was the board also aware of, during his time at Cadence Design Systems, anything that they may have been doing in terms of the Chinese, given they pleaded guilty to illegally selling its products to a Chinese military university and transferring technology to an associated Chinese semiconductor obtaining licenses. Then the president watches Fox News, and decides that he'll get involved by saying he's going to resign immediately. It's hard to overstate how bizarre and strange something like that is in terms of the annals of corporate history for a president to in any way get involved in the potential firing of a CEO, but that's where we are.
Well, I do know Louboutin and why he's probably the,
Here we go.
for a better word, godfather of semiconductors. He's the guy who's venture capital has been in he backed 300 tech companies when no one else was willing to back semis. They just went to software, enterprise software. He said, no, I'm going to do semis. A towering figure, was on the board of Intel, realized that Intel was going the wrong way. Was instrumental in saying, listen, Gelsinger, previous CEO, was doing everything wrong. He comes in, first he does, he says, listen, I'm going to not going to come in with guns blazing about our product. We had Lisa Sewell yesterday. They're crushing Intel right now. Intel missed the GPUs, but that was by design.
And Intel, the largest recipient of funds under the CHIPS Act, at some $8 billion.
I'll post it on YouTube.
What do you know about the Reuters story and or what's the questions that Senator Cotton has asked?
Well, I do know I've got the statement of facts and the plea agreement that the government had, the overview of the scheme, with the one that they really went after, which is basically the
Yeah, that's a nice giveaway. That's a nice giveaway.
Order filled. Order submitted.
Of China, dealing with the PLA. They were
actually
very close to PLA. It's not clear that therefore
I need $60 more on Apex. Let's go, baby. Hey, what's up?
He's the CEO. So it's not
Order
a great set of
submitted.
facts. But he was exhausted. They didn't close
Oh
the
no, I got out too early.
A big investigation did not fall for his fire. A big investigation by very good attorneys. That said, I mean, look, this is a
Hello.
different time, and you have a senator calling for.
Are we making money, guys? Let's go.
Basically, maybe working for the PLA, and
I need
that's enough. And I think
I need $200 in day trader so I can get my payout, and then I need $60 on Apex and flip 2 more days.
Instead, they did a plea agreement. But
Yeah.
that doesn't seem to be mattering right now. I think that's a shame. So I recognize it's different times.
Do you think the board acts on this?
I think the board stands behind it.
I kept shorting because of the bot was short, but I haven't long yet.
Let me show you why.
What's up, Gambit?
The SRA is the trade group is recognized.
You got your payout? I not your payout. You got your pro? Oh, it's not. That sucks. I blew my 50K pro, dude.
I didn't like it all what Cadence did. They were working for the PLA.
Yeah, I showed it last night. I put a set in for 500. Woke up, it was 620. So 120 points up and blown. Oh well. I think I'm just gonna stick with these 25. I reset the 150K, so I'm working on that. Yeah, it's cheaper than buying the 50K, you know what I mean?
Just feel like that you got to take a hard line. So I understand where the president's coming from, but I do say that his own the Justice Department
And Lucid's doing a giveaway for 150K straight to fund it on Project X for this Sunday.
Big surprising post by the president earlier this morning. That's where almost every Dow named Jim is green except
Oh, what?
Cat,
Oh, you're
which, as
150?
you know, gets downgraded over at
Nice,
Morgan
you should get
Stanley
it.
to
Just play
underweight.
MNQ.
They think the market may be underestimating a deteriorating non-residential construction market.
Well, okay, so let me just give you the thesis on that.
Then he
The
have
reason
puts?
why that stock went up, even though it missed the numbers, is because people are looking for ways to be able to play the reshoring. The best ways are AECOM and then letter J, Jacobs. Those are the two that are getting the contract. Don't do floor. Floor's out of series.
No.
That one is not on my screen, but AECOM and Jacobs go. PWR too, Quantum, but I don't think that's good. But CAT is going to be the recipient of a huge number of orders because it's very difficult to be able to build anything large in this country with the CAT being involved. So that to me, he had a hold on it during this great run. He has to sell.
And he came strong today.
And I say, give me a break. That company, if it comes down, will be a natural way to be able to play what is
Order
happening,
filled.
which is David, conceivably,
Order
one of the
submitted.
greatest explosion of building in our country's history, equal to the interstate highway system.
Really? Well, the building of data
Order
centers.
submitted.
It exceeded the interstate highway system, which I always felt was the greatest single effort that our country ever made, other than
Order
PMA,
filled.
which was not as broad as the interstate highway system.
Order filled.
Those were good things. Yeah.
Well, I'm not asking for your proof.
Order filled.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
Order
I
submitted.
appreciate one was Eisenhower, one was Kennedy.
Yeah. Eisenhower underrated.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Order
yeah.
filled.
It's
Order
a conundrum.
canceled.
Bloomberg's got a nice chart today looking at investment in tech-related construction, which does include data center.
I
It's
got
actually
$100 on
declined slightly in the
TPT
last few
Pro.
months. But I assume you think all this is on its
Yeah, look, if you commit $600 billion, which is the larger than the gross domestic product of a series of countries,
Order
mentioned,
filled.
then you're
Order
going to need
filled.
to have
Order
to
submitted.
move a lot of. And I don't think that you're going to spend a lot of money on other countries' stuff that's going to be tariffed if you can buy stuff that's made in
It's gonna
those
go back
countries. So
up.
it's
Wow.
Cat's in the catbird seat, and I think the downgraded.
Maybe he
Excel
stopped shorting after I get out.
missed it, and now it's too high.
Yeah.
It was a decent quarter. The inventories were low. They can rebuild. I think that you don't
Bot's still short. It's not going long yet.
15, you buy it back. Be a hedge fund.
Guys, a little.
Bot's getting wrecked on the short though.
Believe me, one day. I do have some stuff on media, on old media, so we can decide how much. First of all, it's day one for
Order submitted.
Skydance Paramount. Peace Sky is the new symbol there. Paramount Skydance, obviously
Order
that merger
submitted.
completed. All of the
Order canceled.
purchases that need to
Nice.
take
That one.
that took place as well. You've got a vastly
Order
reduced
filled.
public float. This is now a company that is controlled by its main investors being Larry Ellison and the private equity firm Skydance, and with a public float of about what was about 30%. Not trading as of yet.
Order filled.
SKY and
Order submitted.
David Ellison,
Order
the
canceled.
new chairman and CEO.
Order
of,
filled.
Order filled.
My guest tomorrow, right here on Squawk on the Street, and a lot of obviously things to discuss there in terms of the rapidly changing, changing landscape for media companies. Obviously, streaming plays such an important role there. Speaking of, Warner Brothers Discovery did report earnings. You know, on the face of it, they look to be fairly good. Remember, the company is splitting up. It's splitting up into its global network,
48
global
to
linear
high.
network,
Order
business, and then
submitted.
the studio and streaming business. One will be faster growing,
Order
have a
submitted.
lot less debt on it. And of course, that is yet to be fully determined. I can't tell you why the stock has turned down. It looked up about 3%, maybe even opened up as much as 3%. I missed the exact open, but I know in the pre-market it was. Call is concluded, so I will get back to you with any news in terms of what may be behind some of this weakness. Because when you look at the quarter itself, guys, you know, the studio did better. They had the Minecraft movie, they had a couple of
Order
other
filled.
decent hits. Didn't include the Superman movie. And that was up sharply. 54% was the number there. And then
Order filled.
and then streaming actually beat on what analysts and investors who follow the company were looking for in terms of subscription additions. And so on the face of it, didn't look too bad. Now, again, a lot of focus will be on, well, what are we going to end up with here? And linear networks down 9%, not dissimilar from what we saw at Disney. We talked about
Order
this
filled.
Oh yeah.
for the
I'm
last
all
10
out.
years.
That was scary.
It only continues. And
I
you're gonna
need
have a
50
business
more
that's
dollars
so
on Apex. Let's see how many
and how
days
much
I
debt
need.
will
I
be
can just
associated
spread
with
it
that is
out.
the key question. They did reduce overall indebtedness, the company, by $2.7 billion. Remember the big debt buyback, the tender that they did.
I can buy you lunch, Gambit.
Maybe not. And Jim, you know, I think investors will
Shut
be very interested. What is global linear network going to be levered at? Like, what it's going to look like? Is it going to be 4 times, 4.5 times? You're
Let's see
talking
my
what,
PA.
30 some odd $1 billion overall in debt, right?
Man, you're so quiet. Are you
35.6
okay,
billion
man?
gross indebtedness. 4.9 billion in cash on hand, and they're going to have virtually no debt on the other company. So those will be key questions, as they have to be in these kinds of split offs, because you know, if
Look
you're
at that
trading and you've
dip.
got something that's 4 times
Trust the
improved
bot,
revenue,
baby.
4.5 times,
Don't
and it
fade the
trades
bot.
at the same multiple that
Bot, it
EBITDA
did. Fuck the dip. No, sell the rip. That's what I'm doing.
It's a question investors will have to entertain.
I
That,
got
but
one
I
day
did want to
in,
look at that and finally
2,
come back to Disney.
1, 2, 3, 4,
Because
5.
stock's up ever so slightly.
So today's day 6. So I need 2 more days. Tomorrow day 7. So Monday, I can get a payout.
Lack of domestic additions in terms of streaming, even though it is in profitability, as is the case for Warner.
I should be done with Apex, but still want to
The
trade.
margins are still not what, of course, investors hope and expect them to
Yeah,
be.
dump this Ponzi, top G. Oh, we have data coming out too. What's the econ bot? 9 o'clock. Oh, no, it's a Fed. Fed speaking, which is 15 minutes, and then he has some warehouse inventory. So not much data.
I think is crucial to the valuation here, but no one cared at all. It's really amazing. I mean, Hugh Johnson cared. I mean,
right.
CFO.
Right.
Dave, you look at Crocs.
What am I looking at?
Crocs.
Crocs. Okay. Sure. What about?
There are some companies that look like they're just falling apart. I mean, Crocs gave you guidance from -9 to -11. That's not a split. That's
an actual price.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just pointing out that there are some true.
I mean, we haven't gotten a donut, which obviously got swept up in that brief meme craze on their results, down double digits.
And what happened, Jim? What happened to Fortnite, which is not an insignificant company? It was a $70+ billion market cap coming in. Now it's down.
Oh wow, the bot short's gonna be green soon if you dump him.
Connection lost.
Really excited about it. You can't have a not great cybersecurity company because they're all
I need a pump so I can be short. There you go, the bot's green.
You still like Palo Alto. You still like CrowdStrike.
CrowdStrike is what, the second most high valuation company after Palantir, but I don't care. I think it's terrific. Well, okay, so today.
Yeah, you got the 150 Pro coming in tomorrow. That's good. That's good, Gambit.
We didn't do bros.
You would have won that contest, the challenger. You didn't kick yourself out.
fact, they're making a comeback.
Fucking Mugo. Fuck me over. Fuck you over too.
Content delivery network. It's out there. Symbol NET is my favorite by far. It's Matthew Prince. He's done a
No.
remarkable job trying to get it.
Gambit traded before it started. Because Mugo was trading it.
Journalists, even us. Trying.
No.
CBC, we got a body.
The account's still in. No, account's still in, but he can't win the challenge.
There's no evidence whatsoever that Apple is even interested in.
Oh no, I blew mine. It's gone. It's gone last night.
Why?
What do they do?
They scrape it around. They scrape. They take your stuff. They make it so that you don't keep your
Oh
value.
look, bot screen. Yay.
Enforce copyright like we think we
I knew that short was
In
good.
his words, the Chinese don't do it.
Good morning, Sean. Stick around. Giveaway's coming up in a few minutes.
It's just a new era of technology and curation.
If you're old, it's hard to be a media company. You're
Who?
getting scraped, you're
Freelon?
not getting paid. SEO is gone, by the way. Search
That's a
engine
lot.
optimization. That's not happening anymore because people are using AI. They're getting full answers. They're not clicking on links that takes them to the original source.
I'm able to summarize very quickly what you say, but not give you any
Someone else does too. I forgot who it was. And then Jamison does.
Yeah, and we'll see
He's
what's
just
to
been
come. I mean,
working.
guys, it's funny. On media, Warner Music Group.
We'll wait for the data to come out in 10 minutes and then we'll do the giveaway. No, it's not big.
This is that wasn't even AI. That was just all right. We got too many people. We got to reduce. We've got to ultimately reduce. But the point is, what is AI going to bring in terms of again the losses of jobs, increase in margins? We're going to have a bunch of corporations making a lot.
I want to get that $100 payout.
What's that do with the price of Dutch Brook?
Yeah.
I don't know. Dutch Brook. Well, what it has to do with
working people getting coffee.
People got to be
100 days or 50 days? Not sweet.
At least not yet.
I know, but if
I
nobody's
ain't yelling
working,
shit.
nobody's drinking coffee. Well, maybe
I was gonna yell at a 50K, but nope. I blew that shit up.
Dutch Brooks. No, that's what I just mentioned.
I'm aware. I didn't know it was up 20%.
It's Dutch Brook. You don't pronounce yes. Dutch Brook.
I'm gonna do the Instagram Tradify giveaway soon. Next week after CPI.
As we go to break, take a look at
I'm gonna
bonds
do
today.
it blowing up.
Yesterday was received as
You got nothing else to trade? A gambit?
today at 1 o'clock. Productivity though.
Oh yeah, the Tradify, right?
We were looking for 2, and then
No, just wait till Tuesday and just YOLO. You're gonna work on that. Just YOLO that shit on Tuesday.
Stay with us.
Yeah, YOLO on Tuesday. Just either go long or short. Then go long. Going long all-time high on Tuesday, okay? You got nothing else to trade?
Brought to you by PIMCO, a global leader in active fixed income.
Why didn't you alert me, dude? $600?
How will you shape
$650.
consumer products and retail with confidence?
Consumer products
I
clients
wasn't
are
here, but
relentlessly
thanks for
focused on driving
DMing me though,
profitable growth.
dickhead.
Untangling global supply chains, managing cost pressures, or leveraging emerging tech to create consumer value, UI teams bring real-time insights
No, you
and
didn't.
deep sector expertise.
You did not. There's no way you did.
The ability to truly provide personalized experiences.
I don't see shit.
requires an understanding of all channels of
Oh, okay. Man, I was driving.
Your record label is taking off.
Nice.
But so is your sound
Well, you didn't send me a DM when you were taking the trade though.
Indeed. Indeed you do. Our
Nah,
advanced matching helps
gotcha.
find talented candidates so you can connect
I'll
with
make
them
sure not to
fast.
get you anything on my Apex payout, okay? Yeah, I won't. That's risky though. You could have been down a lot.
Hi, my name is Damian Clark. If you have both Medicare and Medicaid, I have
Oof.
some really encouraging
When
news.
should we short again, guys?
Depending on the plans available in your area, you may be eligible to get extra
Yeah,
benefits
I don't
with the
see
Humana
anything to
Medicare
short
Advantage
right now.
Dual eligible special needs plan.
I need to go up some more.
Most plans include the Humana Healthy Options Allowance, a monthly allowance that will pay for eligible groceries.
utilities, rent.
Yeah, I'm not shorting yet. I need to go up maybe 635. I might short. Bot doesn't get out, TD. It's up to you if you want to take your profit or not. But the short didn't do well on the bot. The long, they made 600 points on the long yesterday.
Dual eligible special needs plan.
What? Why? Yeah, Friday's been bad. A lot of us.
We've done the hard work. We're going to keep getting better to serve our clients.
I wonder who's gonna win the TPT challenge now.
Walt Disney, McDonald's, Uber.
Didn't Mar blew his? I think he did. I didn't add him on.
Strategies for your portfolio. This week on CNBC and streaming on CNBC Plus.
Here's a new ticker you'll need to keep your eye on. P-Sky, Paramount Skydance.
You need to get another 150, dude.
Trading up almost 7%
At least
this morning.
get it on Friday.
To David Ellison tomorrow.
In the 10 o'clock.
10 a.m.
Yep.
Huge chapter in the evolution
No, actually,
of media.
yeah. You should just get the 150 now so you can get the days down. You know what I mean? So you don't end up touching your other ones. Yeah, I need a pump so I can short. We got 8 minutes and I'll do the giveaway.
Now you need to plan for retirement income. Learn ways to avoid common mistakes, like being too conservative or not setting retirement goals. Have someone on your side to keep you on track.
Oh yeah, Mugo, he said he got a mic yesterday.
You need to make your retirement a success, including the Investor's Guide to a Comfortable Retirement.
He's not
retirement
on.
blunders to avoid and maximize your Social Security. Call 1-800-759-4477.
Are you long?
Fisher tailors a plan to keep you on track for a retirement you want.
Order filled.
Fuck yeah, I'll go short then.
We do better.
Order
But our
submitted.
clients do better. Call now for your
I'm short 625.
Call 1-800-759-4477. Call us today. You don't have it coming to you unless
What's up?
you plan for it.
Oh,
If your portfolio is 1 million or more, call 1-800-759-4477.
nice long. What's up, Dad?
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new branded gear for the team. It was so easy. I just chose my
I think we
product,
might get
ordered
all-time
bill,
high
and placed my
either
order. Bring your own team
this
together
week or
and
next
get
week.
Get
Yeah.
started today at customate.com. No application fee.
Alright, so I need. I think I need $40 more on this.
An accredited university that
And I
has
get
transformed
flipped 2
adult
days.
lives for more than
2 more days.
75 years.
Give me a big fat payout.
You're ready to succeed again at umgc.edu.
Oh, they approved my payout on Monday. I can actually YOLO for CPI on Tuesday since it's uncapped. That would be sick.
Submitted.
NBC and streaming Peacock.
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Number 2.
18. Rocket Money says you made 18
Yeah.
food delivery orders this week. Do you deny these charges?
Uh-huh.
You're going to believe Rocket Money over me?
I do. This is the app that shows you all your expenses.
Let me see what they have.
Budget. Now, please.
I believe so. Let me
That was
check.
easy.
Download
You
Rocket
can.
Money today.
Hold on, let me see what it is. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's either 5 NQ or 5 MNQ.
For 155, you have to check Trivago.
So you can't do like you can't do like 5 NQ and then add another NQ. They won't let you. So it's 5 NQ or 5 MNQ.
You didn't check Trivago? I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel.
No, data's free.
Trivago.
Let's get the gym and stuff.
No, you should put no on that. Data's always free on every prop firms. Unless you want like a level 2 data, but every prop firm is free. Because I have the straight to Funded Plus. It doesn't charge you for data.
Order filled.
Say they are doing a big launch in Sephora for one of the.
It might be through your trader rate when you was it trader rate?
It could change because
Yeah, it might be because you sign on and you pay for that. Because they ask you if you want to pay for it, and you might have just put yes. Because usually when you sign in, I'll give you a delayed data, but give it like 30 minutes. You should have live data.
And Reddit.
are the two most undervalued companies.
Yeah,
New companies now that we've gone through.
ask for a refund.
They are being scraped.
It's through Trade of It. It won't be through Tick or anything.
To pay the piper. Interest ready.
Order filled.
Interesting. You know, for a month like August, which is always all creepy and
got
spooky, it's not too bad.
Nice, good shit, man.
I think that yesterday
Order filled.
was amazing. I mean,
Order filled.
Hell yeah.
It's like one of many. We have the largest industrials come to the White House constantly.
Hey, you have a mic now. Good morning.
I've never seen anything. But there's a lot of things I've never seen. Would you agree with that? Yes.
I'm starving.
Well, definitely helping Mag 7 reclaim the highs. So we got to remind people, Jim.
Yeah, was that some news?
10 stocks.
Well, they have to be the best 10 stocks in the world. I want to find out more about the Bhutan because this is a person's life.
It's just an
A little more. I want to be known as someone who's a little more.
It's in 3 minutes though. It's not out yet.
Yeah,
So we're at 63.81, a little shy of the high.
Yeah.
That got us about 6,400. Jim, we'll see you tonight.
I'm not gonna be short anymore.
6 p.m. Eastern Time. Squawk on the streets back after this.
Maybe I might.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted.
Yeah, I'll tell you on the dashboard.
Order canceled. Order submitted.
You can do it in just minutes. It's the fastest, most complete recovery anywhere. So you can
Connection
be a
lost.
continuous business.
As a
Ooh,
cardiologist,
it's like this
when I put
pump
my patients
before
on stat to
the
reduce blood
data's
flow,
coming out.
I also tell them it can deplete their
Connection lost.
I recommend taking Cunol CoQ10.
And tease.
Cunol has 3 times better absorption than regular CoQ10. Cunol, the brand I trust.
Now with data coming out.
CIDP is no walk in the park.
That's true.
But I take Vyvgart Hytrulo self-injection.
Same. It's the first major innovation in CIDP
What's the
treatment in
next
over
level
30 years.
of this?
And while I still pass CIDP,
771. Wow.
live vividly. Hytrulo has been proven to significantly reduce the risk of symptoms getting worse.
And I can treat my CIDP with a once-weekly injection in about 30 seconds.
Do not use Vyvgart Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related
Order
reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. The most common side effects include respiratory and urinary
Order
tract infections,
submitted.
headache, and injection site reactions.
I'm hitting fairways with the bill. I'm hitting the road with my number one. That's how live vividly with Vyvgart Hytrulo.
Ask your neurologist about Vyvgart Hytrulo for self-injection.
They were dump.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. 2 guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community, and Walmart's played a big part. You know, most of what Walmart spends was the products made,
I'll
grown,
take
or
that.
assembled right here in the U.S. So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew? Now you go, Jerry. And that is how you do a mighty fine American business.
Exclusive
4 seconds.
data on
Order filled.
Oh, damn.
analysis and alternative investments from the foremost authority on private wealth, Robert Frank.
More than
No,
100%
but bot went long.
will pass
Fuck.
to younger generations. But today's wealthy invest differently. It's not just about stocks and bonds, but also real estate, classic cars, and fine art.
Get the weekly newsletter and special.
Yeah, I don't like this. I'm stuck in a short just now.
Inside Wealth.
Order canceled.
Good Thursday morning. Welcome to
Fucking
Squawk on the Street.
bot.
Order
submitted.
Leslie Picker and David Faber, live at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Sarah Eisen has the morning off. Market enjoying a nice bounce here at the open, 63.85 as we look for sectors.
Come on, go
Almost
back
all
down, baby. I
green.
need to get
In
out.
fact, only healthcare is in the
There we
red.
go.
Order
We'll get to
filled.
Lily in a moment. Brett, very positive, almost 3-1 here at the NYSE. Coming up on today's show, Marcy Frost, the CEO of CalPERS, with us, which has more than $500 billion under management. She's putting some money to work. Well, the CEO
Let me start the LUCID giveaway. 1 second.
with a read on global energy demand. And then the president calling for the CEO of Intel to resign as he lays out big
Fade a
tariffs
bot.
on
Bot went
chips.
long like
What's
a
the best
dumbass.
options? We'll get details straight ahead.
First, let's get some economic data that's just crossing
You're in
recent
good cap.
television.
Yes, David. We're looking at wholesale
Order
sales and
canceled.
inventory.
Please, order submitted.
This is a front room.
Yay, I'm out one. Come on, give me out this Apex. I won't touch anymore. I'll log off.
That's the biggest trade sales month
Yo, fuck this giveaway. I need to get out of my position.
March of this year, we were up 8 cents, and the high water mark was February.
Yeah, they can. I don't care.
2%, 2%. And we all know that's
I don't give a shit for
likely
anything.
anticipation getting in front of some of the issues that ended up coming out from Liberation Day and the pull forward.
YouTube
On
are
the
gonna ban me
inventory
anyway. It
side,
doesn't matter.
This is a final read, which means the mid-month read. which
I
was
have a
up
lot of
2
copyright
tenths of a
strike
percent,
because of this
it's
squat
downgraded
box.
only up 0.1%, up 0.1% equals.
Alright, so the 100K giveaway is live now on YouTube.
3 tenths, the high water mark.
That's
there,
Lucid.
was
Just type
January
Bugatti.
this year, where it was up 0.8%. We look at interest rates today and we see a 4.22 in 10. Basically, for the last 3 sessions, we closed at 4.22 on Jobs Friday, and we've been hovering in a low 4.20. Not a lot of volatility. 30-year bond auction at 1
Are you
Eastern,
really?
25 billion at 11:30 Eastern. Historic 4-week bill auction to the historic amount of $100 billion. Carl, back to you.
Talk soon. Rick Santelli. Let's get the latest on trade this morning. The president did
Let me
announce
find some
100%
bags of
tariff
goodies in a little
on
bit.
chips unless companies build in the United States. A number of chip names moving higher on the exemptions part of that news. But Intel is sitting this one out after the president called for the company's CEO, Lip Bhutan, to resign, calling him, quote, highly conflicted. That comes after Republican
And don't
Senator
forget to
Tom
type
Cotton
Bugatti in
questioned
there,
his ties
Gambit.
to China. Let's bring in Megan Casella from Washington with the latest. Morning, Megan.
Hey, good morning, Carl. That's right. A lot for the chip sector to navigate this morning.
You won a 50K Lucid
On
giveaway.
Intel CEO. He said the CEO
No,
of
50K
Intel is
eval.
highly conflicted and must resign immediately. There is no other
You can't win
solution
again, so
to this
so
problem.
don't
There's some
join.
harsh words there from the president. We have not yet heard
I mean, you can
Intel
join if you want to see how
on
good
this one, but as
your
you
luck
said, it
is,
does come
but
after Senator Tom Cotton, an Arkansas Republican, claims
you've been
that
winning
the
a lot
Intel
though.
CEO controlled dozens, he says, of Chinese companies, including 8 that he says had ties to the Chinese
think
People
so.
Liberation Army. So much more to watch there with the president pressuring this CEO. Obviously, you saw the shares, you see the shares under pressure this morning, and also coming at the same time as that other big chip
I like
story.
Lucid
And as
because there's
you
no
mentioned,
activation
the
fee,
exemptions part of this is going
and
to
then
be
you can
the key
take your
here. So
time,
take
no
a listen
renewal
to
fee and
exactly
everything,
what
so
the
it's really
president said
good.
last night.
We'll be putting a tariff on of approximately 100% on chips and semiconductors. But if you're building in the United States of America, there's no charge, even though you're building.
No. Oh yeah, yes,
and
it's
you're
the
not
Apex. I got out the
producing
other
yet in
4.
terms of
I'm
the
stuck
big
at
numbers of jobs
627 on
and
Apex,
all of
but
the
that gets
things
one
that you're
MAQ
building.
though.
If you're building, there will be no charge.
So he went on to say that
Order
even the
submitted.
intent to build could possibly shield a company from these tariffs. And the list of companies intending to build in the U.S. now is really long, especially after that CHIPS Act
Order
rollout under the
submitted.
Biden administration last year. NVIDIA, TSMC, even ASML, Global Foundries, all of these companies have these
After the
incentives
100K, we'll do the
at
150K
various degrees of
giveaway, and
being
then after
underway
that,
or
we'll do
not,
the straight to funded giveaway.
potentially
Good
then
shit.
shielded from the impact of what would be a very significant tariff.
Yeah, I'll
Guys,
Lucid.
one caveat, one major caveat I would say
I
from
know,
last year is that the statute being used in
Yeah,
question
it starts
here
Sunday.
doesn't allow for company-specific exemptions. So
Yeah.
there's not a way that the administration could easily say 100% tariff
I
for
need to
everything
buy
except
one,
for,
okay?
for
Cause
example, Taiwan Semi. They can't do it that way. What they would have to do is find a way to very narrowly target specific products and maybe go chip by chip
oh
to
man,
find
you
a
are
way to
deaf.
limit specific companies.
Yes.
So there's going to be a lot of creativity, I would say, here, and a lot of reason to
That's
watch
like
as
cuz.
we get potentially a later this month, guys.
Well, Megan, looking at the
That's like-
performance of Apple stock.
No,
over
I
the
need to
last
buy
2 days,
one.
Clearly, there was also an expectation of a specific product.
Yeah,
being
just buy
accepted,
one for me.
namely The iPhone. What do we know at this point in terms
On
of
Sunday, the Lucid Project X. My sales are low.
So the way that this investigation
X
into the
cuz
semiconductor tariffs was written
Bugatti, but not now. I'll text you. I'll DM you on Sunday.
allowed for the possibility of tariffs on any
Thanks,
product that
cuz.
even includes semiconductors. So of course iPhones get caught up in that
Oh, I got out my Apex, so I need $40 more.
Technology supply chain.
Oh, is that Tradeify funded or is that eval? I can't tell with the new letters and stuff now.
Likely to at least start there, that the tariffs would be more narrowly targeted to begin with and not include those down.
Oh, L is lightning. Okay, okay.
We have seen them show some flexibility on that with
What's Y means?
Copper and auto tariffs that are in place. There are some exemptions there as well with the broader part of
Order
the supply
filled.
chain.
Young lightning.
Order submitted.
To start with, but I would say it does maintain that level of uncertainty.
The other one's old straight to funder, right? SFX. So that's what I had too. Yeah.
Once they announced the first round of tariffs.
Absolutely. It's not done ever or until it's done, I guess. Megan, thank you so
Mankey
much.
was strong.
Joining us now to talk about the tariff impact on the markets and more is Mira Panda, JP
Yeah,
Morgan
TBS.
Asset Management Global Market Strategist. Mira, JP Morgan Global Economic Research had a really great piece yesterday where they said the sector-specific Section 232 tariffs are likely to have a much bigger
43 tickets and 25 minutes left.
than country-specific tariffs, and they think it'll settle around 22%. How much do you think that is consumer, and how much of that will be taken in from
Short it. Just keep shorting it. Fuck the bot.
What does that tell you?
Order
There
filled.
you go.
Expecting that around 60% of the overall cost of
Order
tariffs
submitted.
gets passed on to
Well, almost
consumer.
1%.
Companies
So.
retain about 40% of that, but certainly it will be carrying
Spy
the
is
load on
long.
both
What the
sides
hell?
and have an economic impact when we think about the consumer and also
I don't know.
profitability.
Just look at the bot. It said
What we do
Spy
get coming
long.
into next year is a bit of a tailwind for both the consumer and corporate profitability when we think about
I don't think Lucid accept crypto. Let me check. I think they're going to, but not yet.
There are also some
Oh, not that. Yeah, I'm talking to YouTube
providing a lot
people.
of provisions from 2017 and potentially helping profitability here. So while the cost from tariffs may increase as we go throughout the rest of the year, as you get into next year, it may actually be outweighed by some of the benefits from tax cuts for the first half of the year.
But those two things sound like they could be inflationary as well. Is that a concern of yours?
It is. I mean, when we think about what the Fed's reaction function is here.
Alright, so you talking about my Twitter post from yesterday?
Recently, it's not just one number, it's really been the trend when we think about those revisions. But the reality is we're still in this sort of no hire, no fire.
Hey, that's the same one, but I have another Twitter post for a Project X giveaway on Lucid a couple days ago.
Think about inflation, we're probably going to continue to see goods costs rise. You might see a lift, but then a shift away from areas within the services that may help inflation fall by the end of next year. But
Yeah, Lucid is great, guys. Spend your money next week. You'll love the sales.
Inflation elevated in the first half of next year.
And of course, what does that tell you about kind of the Fed and its trajectory for rate cuts? If we're looking at elevated inflation next year, the market's pricing in 3 rate cuts here. Does that kind of pour cold water on that notion?
In our mind, it does, because it's not only about what happens for the rest of this year.
You found?
Rate cut 2, see 2, we probably wouldn't see more than 2 given that inflationary picture. But as you get into next year, if inflation's being held higher, if growth is actually accelerating, even if just for a shorter period of time, does that further push out even more rate cuts to the back half of the year? And then overall, do we see fewer cuts than the market is anticipating, not only for this year, but also for next year?
Do you get the sense that the cracks forming in the labor market are also temporary if you're expecting, growth to accelerate, inflation to accelerate? Or do you think that's just a part of a bigger complex picture?
It might be part of a bigger complex picture, but what we see
Ooh, look at that drop.
next year is that if growth is a little bit higher, potentially that extends the life of the labor market a little bit, but they're somewhat separate in that the tax cuts will very much help out consumption, but if you still have a labor market that's overall weakening, there's a question mark there. A lot of the tax cuts are going to potentially spur capex and investment. How does that pass through to hiring? We're not quite so sure, but ultimately, even if the Fed is not cutting as much as the markets think, I don't know how much that will actually help the labor market one way or the other. Because if you look at labor market data from last year on the JOLTS, it's basically exactly where it is today. If you look at this morning's initial claims, it still looks like there's not a lot of layoffs going on. And if you look at small business surveys,
The 25K, you could have reset to
they
Pro.
rank the top 10 business problems for small businesses. Number 10 is actually interest rates and financing
See?
costs. Whereas
I'm
number
smart
2 is
shorting.
quality of labor. So, and quality of labor is actually higher than the
Hello,
overall
what's
cost of
up,
labor as a
ISIS?
business consideration. So
What's
I'm
up,
not sure
homie?
how much a fluctuating rate outlook actually will help the labor market one way or the other. There are these different dynamics at play when you think about immigration, demographics, that's actually also slowing supply. It's not just that demand is also getting a little bit more anemic.
Yeah, especially if market rates stay high as well. Mira, thank you very much.
Get a look at our roadmap for the rest of the hour. After the break, the CEO of ConocoPhillips is with us. Off of earnings, the company aims to deliver $1 billion in additional cost reductions by the end of
I
next
think he
year.
knows.
Plus, we're going to talk to CalPERS
I'll tell Gambit everything.
about President Trump's push to bring private assets to
Buy the dip. Buy it now. Wait, what are you trading now? Tradified?
A big show ahead. Swap on the street is
Oh, it's option. No options for me.
Behind this family's
0
financial
days
future is their
expiry.
advisor, helping them grow their wealth and share it across generations. And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by smart, repeatable strategies. Fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperform their peers.
I don't know what to do now. I don't want to short.
We can get behind that.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard.
Okay. Bye. Good job. 15 minutes looks like it has no downside, Gambit. You okay, Gambit? Are you okay?
Say something. Oh, it's flat. Just go. Say something. Chase rings. Chase gold.
Chase me.
Nah, chase me.
Yeah, it's chop zone now.
It's all.
You guys into the giveaway, right? On YouTube. Don't forget. 18 minutes left.
I did.
Yeah, all day Lucid.
Oh, don't forget Dragon Fruit. You're really good at that.
I'll do some more next week. Project X next week.
Once kids try Once Upon a Farm, they won't stop talking about all the goodies we put inside.
Q-tip.
This man. Everyone's getting that new Simply Safe outdoor monitor. Now they can help prevent crime before it even happens.
How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that alert live agents of an intruder?
I don't see anybody blowing up on other Discord.
Whoa!
It's NQT Pie.
There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Oh, that's why I didn't see the cutie pie because you say big booty on there. That's why. NQ. Yeah, he has the name wrong. Do you want me to remove that tag?
The company tops estimates for the second quarter. It gave pretty strong full-year guidance. Duolingo jumping as well on some solid earnings and guidance. Daily active viewers up by 40% from a year
I know.
But Airbnb is moving lower despite beating earnings and revenue estimates.
I call him Q-tip too.
Some tougher travel months ahead.
When we come back, Eli Lilly wilts despite a strong quarter. We'll talk about the weight loss data that
funny.
said those shares tumbling this morning, currently down more than 14.5%. Plus, private equity to go mainstream. We'll talk about
That's
President
Gambit.
Trump's upcoming executive order to open up 401ks to alternative investments and much more. Next
Are you
hour,
picking up your little niece, Gambit?
by the CEO of the uranium and nuclear company.
Well, you gotta pick her up and take her to school?
The digital gold that is data has never been more important.
Yeah, I think my nephew's starting school too, so I had to pick him up from school. Then, so. What time school's out? 3 o'clock, right?
catches up with everyone, even me. That's why I trust
Holy
Ultra High
shit.
Absorption Turmeric.
Fish down
It's what
50K? Oh,
It's the
he must
number
be.
one doctor-recommended form of turmeric. It helps you keep doing the things you love at every age.
He didn't sell it yet. He's still holding it.
A secret hoard of 1932 $10 gold Indian coins have been found.
I mean,
These gorgeous
it's up
1932
300
gold
points.
coins are as
How
bright
much
and
long
shiny
can
as
you
the day
go?
was struck, and less
Oh
than
my
400
god.
of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this secret U.S. gold coin discovery a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and you can own a piece of
I hate
gold
all-time
when you
high
call.
because I can't long all-time high, and then when I short, I'll end up blowing.
Featuring Lady Liberty with an Indian war headdress.
So that's why I'm doing
and a
one M and
majestic
Q.
eagle. With limited availability, you must call now. These 1932 dated gold coins are still in uncirculated condition with brilliant luster.
I haven't touched my
And
cash
92
account
years of
in
history, you
almost.
can
No,
own
no,
your
this is
head.
the third month.
Call
3 months now, no cash. It was good.
When you receive a free bonus over a $55
I
value
don't.
free with
It's,
every
I don't know. It's just some months you're up like 30K, and then some months you're down 10K, 20K. It's not fun.
coins before they sell out. Don't
Good.
wait. You must act fast. Call now.
Like futures are like a real cash account. Me and Fish, we used to trade. Well, he still trade cash only.
Or OSA.
Yeah. Before, with me, Doc, and Fish would trade non-stop on a cash account.
We snore at night and gasp for air. Daytime
Yeah,
sleepiness is
and then we got scammed by Rogers and his bot.
And we're more than just human beings.
What's
We are humans.
yeah? Well, one our buddy found a code to his bot and he made his own and he gave it to me. That's why I have it. It's for Trade Station though. No, it's still connected. We just made he gave me the codes and stuff. I can add it to my own Trade Station account and I just run it at my house. Yeah. Every time I hear the guy's name, Kim K, remind me of Roger because he's Korean.
I study it all the time. My viewers are my bosses. You come to my show, you learn how to do stuff.
That's not me and Fish. Yeah, me, Fish, and Doc.net was in Roger's Discord. And then, yeah, Roger. And then after that, we went to Jarvin in Discord.
And announcing it will sell its Anadarko based
Got scammed both
Joining us
Discords.
this morning in a CNBC exclusive interview is ConocoPhillips CEO Ryan Lance.
Yeah, Vax is scammer though.
Thank you, Carl. Good to be back. Appreciate the opportunity. Excited to talk about the quarter, especially this sort of asset disposition.
I got scammed by a Korean and I got scammed by a Cuban.
Where it's going. Can you talk about that?
Yeah, sure. You know, we've strong financial results, top end of the production guidance, lower capital.
Actually, Indian's been really nice to me. They don't scam me.
Which has been a bit of a driver for that. And that's gone really, really well for us. 25% more resource.
True.
More synergies, $1 billion one-time synergies, $1 billion of run rate synergies. And we're effectively delivering the same pro forma production
What if Fish
with
long?
none of the marathon rigs sitting in the business. And that's given us the ability then.
I'm down to one bonus left. I don't want to pay for anymore until I get the payout. I've been on a dry spell on that. I think it's 2 months since I got my payout bonus.
We promised
It's
the
been bad.
market about $2 billion of disposition following that integration with Marathon. We've
So
over-delivered.
Fish, wait, how's Fish red if he's long at 262?
Explain to viewers where your production
Oh.
strategy is
Huh?
for yourselves and also
You
for
read
the
a chat?
industry, and how that ties in with the raw cost of the goods right now.
Yeah, right now we're seeing some deflationary forces a bit in the business, offset by some of the tariff impacts with steel and aluminum. But by and large, with the reduction in the rig rate,
No, but
we're seeing
he's
some
red if he's
deflation
long.
across the
If he's long at
the US side of the
262.
business with a little bit of inflation going on globally, but it hasn't
Dow.
really been a significant cost of goods increase for the company. So we're running pretty well in the 60s, and look, there's some near-term choppiness in the market, but our long-term view is quite constructive given the demand growth that's occurring around the world. Albeit there's a little bit of extra supply in the market with the OPEC Plus
Is it
decision.
down a lot?
That ought to work off relatively quickly. So long-term, we're very constructive.
I'm curious how you're assessing kind of the M&A picture right now as we've seen earnings come in lower amid lower oil prices.
Oh, I think
we
Dow
heard
is the one that's
Exxon's
killing
chief
him.
Executive Darren Wood say that he was open to other M&A opportunities after losing that Chevron Hess bid. So kind of where do you
200
see
points. We'll be
ConocoPhillips
down that
playing in
much
all of
unless he has a lot of contracts.
Yeah, I think we've been very active in this space over the last 4 years, Leslie. Look, we merged with Koch, we bought the Shell assets,
Yeah, but
and we most
but
recently
Dow
did the
is
Marathon
cheaper though. It's
acquisition.
not
So
that more
we've gotten
expensive.
our portfolio
I think
into a great
it's
spot.
yeah. I
Now
think
our
it's
focus has turned to the organic investments that we're making in
Yeah.
the portfolio. To look at our asset quality and advantage is significant against relative to our peers. Even the integrated majors were objectively with third parties
Yeah, he
viewed
thought
as some of the
size
best tier one
big.
acreage in the unconventional space left with decades of inventory. That combined with our global portfolio today gives us a ton of economic organic opportunities to invest in the company. So that's where we're focused today, but that's coming on the back end of about 4 years of very active inorganic growth and mergers in the business. And I don't think that's done in our business as well as we go forward with some of the choppiness in the commodity price that I talked about earlier. But for our company, it's a focus right now on organic growth. The LNG business in the U.S. and in Qatar, and a large project that we're developing in Alaska. That's going to lead to $7 billion of free cash flow growth over the next 4 years, which is about equivalent to the free cash flow that we're delivering today. So a doubling of that in the next 4 years. And I think those are catalysts that are unmatched in our business, even with the integrated majors.
Do you get the sense that the market is hungrier for maybe some stronger production guidance? Where would pricing need to stand for you to step on the gas? And when do you think rig count turns around? It seems like every Friday we wait for the number and it does come in a bit lower.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of choppiness at the $60, Carl. Look, I think the U.S. probably, we're like many, probably sits at a relatively plateau level at these kinds of prices. It's going to take a signal probably into the 70s. There's plenty of resource sitting in the U.S.
We got 9 minutes into the giveaway.
Delivering modest, 2 to 3% production growth already. So we are growing our business.
Yeah.
It's 2.4 million barrels.
The reason Fish doesn't trade prop firm, I think one of his best friends that created the bot, he had like a $200,000 payout on Apex and got denied.
Probably needs more sustainable
Yeah,
prices
that's why he doesn't trade anymore.
relative to where they're at today.
Huh?
What about LNG? We've
I
got the
think so,
EU
but
now
I don't
committing to
really know.
buying at least double what they have been in terms of that. Obviously, we talk here endlessly about the need of data centers for power, much of that supplied by natural gas. I know we got plenty of it, but can we get it where it needs to go and, do it all in a pretty quick manner?
Yeah, that's one of the challenges, David. Look, the infrastructure permitting reform, we need to get it from the central part of the USA out into the coast, in the Texas, really the Gulf of America coastline. We're leading into that with a big project in Port Arthur. We expect there's going to be 10 to 15 BCF a day of incremental liquefaction capacity being built here in the U.S. Then we can export to our European and our Asian partners. And so that's coming. And as you said earlier, there's plenty of gas in the United States. The challenge is getting it from where the basins that's being produced, which is primarily in the Haynesville, the Marcellus, and the Permian. But we may see more infrastructure coming.
I got fucked today, long and short, just now.
With the oil production. So it's pretty balanced, but you're right. In order to accommodate
No, I'm not touching anything.
And the power that's going to
I don't know how long I can hold out.
Infrastructure is going to get built, and that runs smack dab into this permitting reform.
What?
And somehow we've got to ease the pressure and speed.
I have a short at 6:30. It's not going to hit yet.
We saw additional tariffs placed on India as effectively retribution for buying Russian oil. If we start to see more actions like that, do you think American oil supply can fill that gap?
Well, I think today, again, it's going to take a price call, and that's the choppiness that we're creating in the business today with the tariffs. Is there going to be sanctions on Iran? Is there going to be further strengthening sanctions on Russia?
That's a dump. That's 100 points since high day. You guys are not long, right?
Into the business. So I think there's choppiness. Inventories that are a 5-year low here in the U.S. are starting to grow a little bit. That's why the curve is backwardated today. So there's some of that choppiness, but with sanctions and some of that other pressure and demand growth continuing, that's why I think when we get through this near term, say the end of 25 and into 26, I think the demand growth is going to kick in. Supply will be a big challenge, so prices will have to go up to incentivize more of that supply, certainly from the U.S.
Right. Finally, on gasoline, I was Just looking at some gasoline demand figures, I think last month or two, it's been kind of the softest summer maybe since 2020, and I wonder what do you think accounts for that? If it's sort of just macro activity or electrification of the vehicle fleet, something else?
I think it's just kind of activity, Carl. I mean, if you look at it, refineries are the utilization is quite
Did they rug pull? Oh my god. Didn't I tell you, Gambit? The 15 minutes always correct, remember? That's how you get puts too.
the summer months, but we don't expect that.
Yeah, I did. I think
a significant long-term trend.
that's why I told you to get puts.
It's increasing in places like China, slowly increasing here in the U.S.
3 minutes got more downside, so let it die.
Supply demand market on the oil side of the business.
Yeah. I don't want to touch
so many
anything.
cross-currents going through the industry. Thanks for helping us understand a little
My
bit.
trade is
It's good to
actually
see
doing
you.
pretty well. I might get funded soon in the second one. Trade day, the one that's $59, the really cheap one.
That is more than when the stock opened this morning. This follows what is being seen as disappointing data for its upcoming pill to treat obesity. Let's get to
Yeah, man, you shorted your too early. I'm sorry, dude.
Market cap loss now.
Yeah, David, quite a big reaction today. And
I think this bot short might be good. Bot just went short, guys.
People lost about 12% of their body weight.
Yeah,
after
I'm gonna
more
wait
than a year
though.
at the highest dose. Now that's below the 15%.
Yeah, bot's doing bad today.
And that was the benchmark
Bot caught
people
COVID
were
or
looking
something.
for. So now the debate is how much do those few percentage points really matter in the real world to real patients and
Yeah,
doctors?
I'm checking
On the
this
side
other
effects,
Discord.
about
People are
10%
getting
of the
wrecked
people on the
today.
highest dose stop taking the pill because of any adverse events, mostly GI issues. Now that's a bit higher than what we've seen with other GLP-1s, but it's not that
I think the
much
short's gonna
different.
be good
But
long
more
term because
surprisingly, 1/4 of
15 has got
patients at the
way
highest
more
dose stop taking the drug
downside.
for any reason. And the question is why? Were people just
Yeah,
not losing as much weight as they
it's still at the top
What
and it's
happened?
curving
And we
down.
won't know until next
I'm
month
thinking we'll
when
go
Lilly
down to
presents full results at a
420,
medical meeting.
430.
For now, though, Lilly shares are down double digits.
I'm just
on
saying
these
it.
results.
Don't take
This
it
morning,
though.
Lilly CEO Dave Risks on Squawk Box told us that the company is actually happy with these results.
Damn, that's a big drop. I mean, I can see it too. No, I can see it. It's gonna drop.
For the mass market and had weight loss that was competitive with other single-acting GLP-1s. And that's what we've achieved. Remember, the first study in diabetes, probably the weight loss is a little
Wait,
higher.
didn't he get?
People expect
We got an
it to-
inverse in.
It's 1 or 2 points below what Street had, but it's right in thesis for us.
Now, Lilly also reporting earnings today, and they raised their full-year sales and adjusted profit forecast for the year after reporting better than expected second quarter results, mostly because of sales of those GLP-1s, Mounjaro and Zepbound. But that positive news, of course, getting overshadowed this morning by that pill data, guys.
So do you think
Why are you scribbling those out?
effects that cause people to stop taking it, and is it that element that
Check the
causes
chat.
reward,
The
or
Adam
is it just
guy.
a 12% reduction that was underwhelming for investors?
I think
Oh,
it's a little bit of both. I think the people are
low.
disappointed with the weight loss overall. Of course, it's
He has
not as
good
high as they
levels though,
wanted to
but
see,
I don't know if
do
he's
think
actually a
the
good
question
trader.
about the dropouts,
Level's
why are
different,
people
but
dropping out?
trading's
You had
different.
people,
Fish,
about
I hope he
10%
cut
of
his
people at the
loss.
highest dose
Oh no,
dropping
he
out
did.
because
Oh
of
my
side effects, but
god.
then up to 25% dropping out for any
100K.
reason, and people want to know why. Is it because they're not losing as much weight as they wanted to? What are those reasons? And I think until we know more, that's going to be a big question. And of course, the bigger risk is, okay, you get someone to start this drug, but if they can't stay on it, that's a big problem for them, right? Because you need people to stay on these drugs in order to see those sales estimates that people want to see from this pill.
Oof.
I
Hope
think
it
at
comes
this
for
point,
him.
Angelica, it's the worst day for Lilly in about a quarter
If we
century.
get over
Keep our eye
620
on
again, I
price
might
action
short.
today. Angelica Peebles. Watching tech as well this morning, pacing for a very strong week. Apple's a big part of that, adding to yesterday's gains. B of A ups its target at 250, saying they believe there's potential for Apple to gain smartphone share following these exemptions. Also watching Amazon today, making a deal with the Trump administration this morning, announced it'll give the White House a $1 billion coupon to use AWS for the government's digital transformation. Check out shares of cyber-name Fortinet as well, losing a quarter of its value today following weak guidance for its Q3 revenue. Morgan Stanley, Piper, and Key all downgrading that stock.
Yeah, he told me he'll send it to the team for the CPI sale. He said it might be like a flash 2 hour sale, like power hour before CPI, the day before.
From
then says President Trump and Russian
Yeah.
President Vladimir
So I'll tag
Putin will
everybody
meet
when he
in the coming
does.
days. At the same time, Moscow all but
Yeah,
dismissed
I'm gonna grab a lot too. I'm doing it for myself. Fuck y'all.
and Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. Now, Putin suggests
I gotta grab
the meeting
6
could
because
potentially
you need to do a
take
setup
place in
too.
the United Arab Emirates.
6 past
and it
3
comes
and blow
before
3.
Trump's Friday deadline for Russia to strike a peace deal
Oh, that's
with
what I do. I
Ukraine
don't know
to
other
lift
people.
this
They do
tough
brackets
new
order,
economic
and they'll
sanctions.
pass like 100% of
President
it.
Trump said today he ordered the Commerce Department to conduct a new census that excludes people living in the U.S.
Nice.
illegally. Now, it's not clear if he was referring to the scheduled 2030 census count or is calling for an earlier tally. And a new report from the CDC finds most Americans get more than half of their calories from ultra-processed foods. So for adults, these foods, which are made with ingredients you wouldn't typically find in a home kitchen, make up 55% of the total calories consumed by Americans age 1 and older. And the top sources include burgers, sandwiches, sweet baked goods, savory snacks, pizza, and sweetened drinks. That's that too.
Sounds a lot like the American diet. Silvana, thank you. Silvana Hanau. After the break, the president set to sign a new executive order that would bring some big changes to your 401k.
I hope Fish Cut is lost.
Some details on
It's
new
kind of dumb.
potential investment options in a minute. Plus, we'll check in with the head of CalPERS, the country's largest public pension fund, on how they're navigating this market uncertainty. As the Dow now turns negative, we're back at 3.
Real-time exchange sector sort is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
Yeah. How you
We
doing?
just
You doing
signed
good?
release on our third shop. My assistant went to customink.com to get new uniforms with all the locations. He found great products, uploaded new art, and had boxes sent to all the shops.
So what happened? You
Customink
have
makes it so easy.
your third
Get started
payout on
today at
that strictly
customink.com.
funded 285. Did it put you live or no?
CrowdStrike Charlotte AI is delivering the future of
Oh, okay.
cybersecurity. What's now and what's next. Built on the intelligence of every breach we stop and refined by human expertise, Charlotte AI gets smarter so your business stays safe.
I thought I said
So you can build
70K.
for tomorrow with confidence and efficiency and protect what matters most. That's why the businesses you trust CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Humana Medicare Advantage plans. Carry this card, and you can have the power to unlock benefits beyond original Medicare. These are convenient plans that offer all of the benefits of original Medicare, plus extra coverage and benefits. With a Humana Medicare Advantage plan, you could get doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage in one convenient plan, with $0 copays on hundreds of prescriptions. Most plans include routine dental, vision, even hearing benefits. There's also a cap on your out-of-pocket medical
I'll give you the thing, Q-tip.
original Medicare. And Humana offers $0 or low monthly plan premiums.
Let me find it.
So call now to see if
There we
there's a
go.
plan in your area that could give you extra coverage and benefits. A
Let me know if that works, okay?
Humana sales agent will explain your coverage options, even help you enroll over the phone. Call today and we'll also send this free guide. Humana, a more human way to help.
Today, let's stain with Bear, the #1 rated stain.
Oh, we're finally staining the deck.
Today we're not.
With Bear stains, your deck will have all-weather protection.
I mean, today's my endurance ride, though.
This is so great. I've been telling them for months.
It's been a lot of rain.
That's okay. Bear stain will resist rain in just 4 hours.
Who are you calling?
Oh, hey, we're having a barbecue next Sunday. Wait until you see the deck.
Get the #1 rated stain at an everyday low price.
Great idea to stain the deck.
Oh, let me see the. We got
Only at the Home
1 minute left on the giveaway. Oh shit! Too late for
And only
flipping.
$250 a night for my favorite site. What? You didn't check Trivago? Got mine for $155. You have to check Trivago. Oh yeah? Prove it.
On Trivago, you can compare hotel prices from multiple different sites, even your favorite one. Look, same hotel, $100 less. You didn't check Trivago?
I didn't check Trivago.
Check Trivago to compare prices and save up to 40%. Hotel? Trivago.
President Trump set to sign a new executive order today that would make it easier to put alternative assets like private equity, cryptocurrencies, and real estate in 401ks. The EO directs the Labor Department to reassess guidance around alternatives and to clarify the government's position on fiduciary responsibilities related to these types of assets. Largely expected, the broad swath of alternative asset
Alright, I need to
managers
pick
are
the
trading
winner.
lower today, just because this was something that has been in the works for a while. There have been a lot of reports about this. Important to clarify, though, that alternative assets are currently allowed to be in 401ks. They are
Cyber
in
Creator.
401ks.
Let me
They
see if
just
you have
aren't in a
25
big
points.
way.
I don't think you
And
do.
a lot of
I don't
people from
remember you. Yeah, you only got 1 point, so no.
have cited the
I'll pick
biggest
another winner.
impediment to this as being litigation risk. That if you put something in a 401k that has very high fees and it turns out not
I
to
know,
perform
for
in the
real.
way that participants expected to, you open yourself up
Alright.
as a plan
Dude,
administrator
you
being
won.
sued, and therefore the fear of
I know he
that
got
has
a lot
kept
of
alternative
points.
assets out of
He's been
401k.
here all
So this
morning,
is
yeah.
actually kind of a
Congrats.
stepping stone on the path to that type of reform. But this, of course, is coming
Yeah,
as
because
alternative asset managers
I
reported
wanted
their earnings
everybody
this
to get
week
the
and
chance to
addressed
win
these types
because
of things
there's a
on the
lot of
calls.
them.
We heard Apollo's Mark Rowan talking about
That's
how
100K,
they
buddy.
provide
You
50
got
and 100%
1
better
minute to
outcomes to
reply.
investors over their retirement period. He again addressed this idea that the biggest impediment to opening up 401ks has been litigation, and he noted that a few $1 billion this year of
He's
origination
here.
into 401ks is already underway, and that's the expectation. Heard similar echoes from Harvey Schwartz, less kind of defined numbers from him, but just this idea that everyone is enthusiastic about this because of the large
I'll
scale
DM
total
you. I
addressable
got your
market,
Discord.
for
I'll
that,
give you
which
the
is
code.
about 12 to 13 trillion dollars in new assets.
Congrats, bud.
Yeah, that's enormous, and that obviously will fuel their ability to buy or get even bigger in private credit, for example.
He's been on
And
YouTube
finance
for
so many
like
of the
a
things
long
out there that
time.
have already been the case. I mean, obviously at Apollo,
He got 53
their selling
points, so he's
annuities
good.
allows them to take that money in and use it, but they've been focused on this for a long
Yeah.
time, haven't they, Leslie, in terms of the
Let
opportunity
me
it
cancel
represents?
this one. Next one is 150K.
They've sold and their limited partners or institutional investors, among which
We
are
do the
pension
150K in
pension plans
about 10
been
minutes,
in
okay?
decline. They're just not offered in the way that they used to be. So in order to kind of supplant that with 401ks, which have increased in popularity, is a big
win
white
it.
space for them. But they really have to be able to make this case that
Yeah,
their products
you should.
are additive, that they provide a value add in someone's portfolio that's used to having liquid assets. In return, you get, less transparency, less liquidity, and then that litigation that we talked about.
Yeah, well, you know what? Speaking of pension funds, CalPERS has more than $550 billion in assets. In fact, it's the largest public pension fund in the country. And it is making a bigger push into private markets as well, in search perhaps of higher returns. CEO Marcy Frost joins us. She's got more on the fund strategy and where she sees things going. Marcy, good to have you here this morning. It's sort of apropos the discussion we were just having around 401ks, perhaps getting more exposure to private markets. You, too, in running this pension fund or overseeing its allocations, have chosen to do that. You're what? 12.8% allocated to private debt and 14.3% to private equity. Why is that such an important component overall of your allocations?
Yeah, so our strategy in private equity, I think, has really been tested over time. We've been able to get some real outsized returns for our 2.4 million members. But back in 2022, we did a fairly significant strategy shift. We moved out of more of those mega buyout funds, went into the mid-market space. We really think that will be additive over time to us. And the vintages in 23 and 24, the outperformance in those particular vintages have really helped the 1-year and 3-year returns, to perform quite well. Middle market, we think that is a place where there's a lot of dispersion between managers, and so the team is very strong on manager selection. So using the talent of the team to figure out which capital or our capital to provide to which managers. And then we stopped the venture program over a decade ago, and then bringing venture back in. And one of the reasons that we are very high on venture is that it's around job growth. Typically better human capital practices versus some of the buyout funds. And so see us, entering that venture space more. But we think the strategy that we recalibrated in 2022. We've seen 23, 24 really pay off for us and really have a lot of optimism about future vintages as well.
Yeah, you know, I always wonder where, when it comes to the marks on these things, because obviously they're illiquid. You're relying on the managers to appropriately mark things. How closely do you monitor that? Because you're waiting for an exit and the actual return, but you really don't know where the numbers are going to end up.
Something, yeah. Not now. Now it's expensive.
Well, we certainly validate their word. We have our own internal diligent processes where we are looking at the valuations that are coming from the general partners, but we have our own way of auditing those valuations and putting it through, our own processes and protocols to be able to make sure that we're
They're like the OG apart
from. As you know, private equity, when we announced our returns at the end of the fiscal year, we do have a quarterly lag for those valuations to come in to match up to the fiscal year close. So we'll see those numbers about a quarter out.
I mean, you're a
Are they
USD payer as well.
Are they still in business? I thought they shut down.
$69 million to private equity managers and investment fees, at least in the last reported fiscal year. About $1 billion overall. How do you view the fees? Is it worth it at this point? How are you working to try to bring them down, I would guess, given the large allocation and the power you conceivably have as a large investor in many of these funds?
Yeah, we take the relationship, with our GPs quite seriously, and we expect them to take us seriously as well. And fees do matter. Every dollar we're paying in fee is a dollar now in the trust fund to be able to pay to our beneficiaries and our members. And so part of that 2022 strategy was, again, getting out of some of the mega buyout space, but also moving the portfolio more into co-investment and separately managed accounts. So over the last 2.5 years in particular, we've seen a 10% reduction in fees. But I think, the other part or the other place that we've been spending a lot of our time and attention is really having those good relationships with managers. It's not that we, are an easy negotiator. We are negotiating those fees to the best of our ability. But a lot of the private equity world, if you will, it is around relationship. They want the quick yes, but the second best answer is a quick no. And I think we've really worked on those processes.
Let me start the 150 giveaway. 1 second.
The relationships, and then also becoming
There you
that
go. It's
call.
starting.
That is something that Anton Orlik and the team, again, under this manager selection directive, having those improved relationships mean that we are higher on that call list when there's an opportunity that the GP is pretty excited about. Typically, again, those are coming with co-investments and separately managed accounts, which brings that fee drag down for us.
Sure. Marcy, given some of the friction that's been applied to strategies regarding climate, diversity, human capital, net zero emissions, has that been reflected at CalPERS too?
So we get questions. I would say it's a better way to describe it is we get questions about our strategy, and back to private equity, a point that I, would be remiss if I didn't point out, that $6.3 billion of the portfolio going into emerging and diverse managers. And frankly, those managers are performing at an exceptional level. 1.6 billion since we announced the Sustainable Investment Plan in 2030, 1.6 billion in private equity going into new climate investments as well. So we think that those are commercial. The data supports that they're commercial. Our own experience with emerging and diverse managers, our own experience with our climate investing to date has proven that those are commercial investments for us, and we will continue to find those opportunities.
Hey, the 150K LUCID on Twitter. Not Twitter, but YouTube, okay? Don't forget.
So saying that a number of your former employees, a couple of
I hope so.
former board members as well, have hired a forensic pension investigator to provide
The next one will be the last one, be the straight to funding, and I'll be done with that.
In terms of claiming that you've gotten more and more secretive, which they claim is making it harder to know what you're, and I'm quoting here, you're up to.
Well, private markets are called private for a reason. The publicly listed companies, you can put a little more information out there. Publicly available information is more readily accessible to everyone. Private markets, for example, CalPERS is not sharing partner agreements. CalPERS is not sharing any side letters. We believe that would interfere with our ability to negotiate good terms for our members. We do this on the behalf of our 4 million members. But we are extremely transparent in what we can provide.
I don't know. I don't think so. Because if he did, he wouldn't be taking a break. You know what I mean?
Answer the questions at the best level that we can. But frankly, private markets, there's a lot of private
He
markets.
blew all
that are
those. He
private
blew up
for a
everything.
reason, and
I
for
think he said he
CalPERS,
went tilt
that is
mode because he
making
blew
sure that
the
we can negotiate fees like we
TPT
have
challenge
for our
too.
2.4 million members.
Got it. Marcy, appreciate your taking the time.
Those
Obviously,
are
coming off
gone.
a strong year, 11.6% overall return for the 24-25 fiscal year.
My investment's
Yes.
dead.
Thank you.
Still,
I was all happy the night before, and then next morning he's like, "Oh, they denied my payout." Other fuck.
situation, they're more downbeat about the future. What's behind that paradox next? Plus, we're tracking
Yeah.
media movers today as the Paramount deal officially closes.
It's greedy, dude. I'm telling you, just be happy to get any payout. Stop going for more.
At the farmer's dog, our recipe is more
I
than.
mean, it adds up, but look at it. 30K gone. Even 1 second, they know it's an accident, they still won't let it go.
It's gently cooked to deliver the nutrients
I mean,
your dog needs.
it's what it is.
Processing. Because good ingredients matter. Best recipes call for so much more. Get 50% off
Yeah.
your first box, available only at thefarmersdog.com.
That's,
With a great idea, you just
that's
want
why
to
you
get things down on
shouldn't do
paper.
MAQ
Grammarly
and
is the second set
NQ.
of eyes that helps me get work done. My name is Claudia. I'm a marketing manager and adjunct professor. Grammarly takes a lot of the heavy lifting off my plate. With AI Compose,
I haven't
it will
touched
give
a
me
tray
a
yet.
great outline to start with so that I can focus on expanding and elevating ideas.
I need $40 more
I use
on
Grammarly
Apex,
every
but
time I
I'll try to
write
get it in
because
2
I put
days.
my
I got
trust
2
in
days
it to
left
help me
anyway.
communicate effectively. Download Grammarly for free.
Dear Dr. K, I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful. I was teased because of my teeth. I didn't like the person looking back at me in the mirror. I never thought I could afford dental implants. You and your team worked within my budget and helped me feel confident in the plan we made together. I love my new smile. Thank you.
Congratulations, Cynthia. Introducing our new lifetime warranty on zirconia arches.
What's up?
Only at ClearChoice. Call to schedule a free consultation.
Never miss a moment. The majority of the committee will
Oh, you want
argue
TPT?
that inflation's a bit above target.
Make sure you get a payout so you get a refund. Yeah, it is a nice deal. I'm gonna grab some on Friday. Try to get a payout.
To be in their line of sight.
It's a really good deal.
Acknowledge the legitimacy of the challenge that we face as America with our trade
Yeah.
deficit. This
And I
positions us to take our
someone kept using the other code. I know that. That other guy got a lot of money.
Questions about whether or not this market is over, under, or fairly valued at these levels, and even more debate about what the true
Yeah.
valuations
Imagine
are.
you still PW code.
Quantum, crypto, and power generation plays. But we're going to speak with one wealth manager who says there's a lot of runway left.
Yeah,
for all
TBT
those
don't
types of
do
trades for
anything about it.
decades to come.
Even Alpine happened to Alpine too, and they said that he won't do
Picks
anything.
as she makes her case, 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from Walmart along the way.
We make coffee that supports our community, and Walmart played a big part. You know, most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S. So we can invest back into our community. Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Oh, gotta add dude to the list. He can't win any more YouTube. Who else won? Dude, and who's the other one that won? Oh, ISIS, not ISIS, the other one.
Stock market and steady expectations for wage gains has some investors more upbeat about the
Yeah.
current situation in the economy. But our new All-American survey shows that
Oh, what was that giveaway yesterday for Kellyanne?
our Steve Leisman joins us.
Anybody know?
Steve.
Thank you, Liz. Upbeat views on the stock market and steady wage expectations look to be supporting an improvement in how
I
Americans
know,
assess
what was
the
it though?
current
What was the
state of
prize? Someone told me Pop Shop, so that's why I didn't go
kind of
in.
dour, perhaps in part because of negative attitudes towards several Trump administration policies, especially tariffs. Let's take a look about
whether or not it's a good time or bad
Oh,
time to invest. Pretty
dang.
decent jump here from 38% in our April survey up to 46% with a decline in bad time to invest. And you look over my right shoulder right here, financial elites, those with the highest
Wow.
income and money in
How
the
come?
market, they're 62%. Believe it's a good time to invest. Republicans also, but
How you do the duck race? I want to try that because this raffle bot,
invest
I
in
don't think it's
politics.
legit.
And interestingly, 36% who have no
What's it called?
investment are actually upbeat on the market. That's the highest we've recorded. These folks are almost always negative on the market. They're still net negative, but more upbeat than they have been in the past. Take a look at the current state of the economy and how they assess it. A nice jump here to a still relatively low level. 31% say it's excellent good, 11-point gain.
Oh, okay. Here's the. Okay, I see how to do the duck race now.
We look at the outlook. Really not much change here. The next slide shows that the economy, 36% believe the economy
5-minute
will
race.
get better.
Ooh, okay, I'm
and
gonna do
that's
that
just
next
sort of
time.
unchanged from April. And then
I'm gonna bookmark
a
this.
slight decline in those who think it will get worse from 49 to 46, but still kind of dour numbers overall here when it comes to the outlook for the economy being different. The new problem with the outlook could be the old problem. Inflation, with a lot of concern among the public, 1,000 people surveyed for this thing, a lot of concern about tariffs here. 9% say that their incomes are going up faster than their costs. 30% say they're able to stay about even, but 60%, and that's composed of a lot of Democrats, but also some independents, say they're falling behind. How about the impact of tariffs? Well, on a net basis, help minus hurt. 10% on net, they'll help companies producing in the U.S. But 8% say net negative, it's bad for U.S. workers. And then look at this, 52% on net say it will help.
You want to do the duck race on this giveaway? I want to test it out. We can do this giveaway.
Policies led by Democrats and a majority of independents. Those who think that the president is right about tariffs.
Wait for the timer to get done. I just copied the name from the tickets over to the bot.
And on the impact of U.S. workers. Carl?
As you're talking, Steve, I'm looking at some of these boxes.
Just have the names on there. The first to finish line win the prize.
Middle to late next year.
Yeah, I mean, that's what the Fed has to hope for.
Everybody that typed in that Bugatti will be on there.
Impact is limited. That it doesn't spill over into other areas. In other words,
Let me see how many. That's only 45.
That there are offsets, perhaps through a weakened economy, Carl, where other prices go down to offset in the aggregate index what's happening on the tariff side, Brian.
That's good.
Good stuff, Steve. Really some eye-opening numbers there. Steve Leisman back at headquarters. Still to come this morning.
If you don't have the points, so they just leave.
P-Sky, the Skydance deal finally closes. We'll get more.
But the point system is good, though. Keeps them from leaving, just coming and leaving.
This couple's financial future is their advisor.
I think it was boring.
Who's building a portfolio designed to meet all their needs. And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by a deep bench of experts who have consistently delivered year after year. The fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years.
Can you get behind that?
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds?
Huh?
Vanguard.
What?
I like things personalized, like my coffee.
Yeah, he lives in LA.
Prescribed Vivgard Hytrulo self-injection for my generalized myasthenia gravis. We personalized my treatment goals. Vivgard Hytrulo can improve daily abilities and reduce muscle
I don't know. It'd be
It's my
expensive.
treatment, my way.
Vivgard Hytrulo
Yeah.
for a weekend away, Steve.
Is Fish still holding?
Self-injection fits my plans. Do not
Oh,
use Vivgard
man.
Hytrulo if you're allergic to its ingredients. It may increase infection risk and cause serious allergic or infusion or injection-related reactions. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, fever, recent or planned vaccinations, allergy history, or kidney problems. Most common side effects include respiratory and urinary tract infections, headache, and injection site reactions.
My Vivgard Hytrulo self-injection.
Reducing my symptoms. That's treatment my way. Ask your neurologist about Vivgard Hytrulo.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing bell overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC. Plus, bro,
know that top quality Bear paint and Kills primer are available at an everyday low price only at the Home Depot. You know there's only one place to get the best value, service, and durability you deserve. And now you know you can get both Bear and Kills products delivered same day, next day, or whatever day you need, free of charge. Bear paint, Kills primer, available exclusively at the Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Dang, that drop, yeah. Alright, the bot's up 20 points. Let me see. 3 minutes, still got more. A little bit more down. 15 minutes, still got a lot more down. So yeah, I'm not touching it. I'm gonna wait.
You found it then.
Of course I did.
Glad you listened to me. I wanted a short at 600 something, but it didn't come up.
Number of media stories we're keeping an eye on this morning. Paramount now trades under a new
It's okay.
ticker, P-Sky. That follows the close, of course, of the deal with Skydance, something we reported on for a very long period of time. We're going to talk tomorrow morning with Skydance's chairman and CEO, David Ellison. That'll be in the 10 a.m. hour.
It'd be funny if AQ goes red.
Planning at least $2 billion in cost savings. So many other questions.
Oh, it did? No way.
Technology and how they're going to use it at the
Yep.
company. And this
Wow.
morning we're keeping an eye on shows of Warner Brothers Discovery. Second quarter results not getting a great reception.
Look,
Now, the
Lucid will
stock
be
has had a
under
nice
$2
move in
soon. We
these,
get some shares.
numbers. Not clear exactly it's any one thing. There was perhaps some little bit of concern on the call in terms of HBO Max dampening its growth rates for the second half of 2025. Third parties no longer going to figure as prominently. They're going to use a lot of their own content for HBO Max. That can hurt profitability a bit. And then while they came in with a nice streaming number, perhaps some of it more internationally balanced, and typically the average revenue per user there is a bit lower.
Oh, nice. You got the payout, Cat Daddy?
Not dissimilar from
No
the one
fucking
that's
way.
going to happen a lot sooner right here in terms of global.
I'm asking him.
networks
I'm
and
asking
streaming
him
and
first. He
studio
don't want to
made
say
two
it yet.
separate companies. Middle of next year, that will take place. And as we should in these deals, you got to keep a close eye on where all the debt goes, most likely to global linear networks. That's where the leverage will be, but yet to be finalized.
Oh no, he said he's got his eight days. How many days do you need on ETF?
They'll do more. That's interesting. I was on
8, right? I thought it's 8 days.
After the break, we'll turn back to Lily's big drop today, on pace now for the worst day since 2000, when Money Movers
Yeah.
begins after this.
With the Shield Level Annuity from Brighthouse Financial, your portfolio can benefit from growth potential with a level of protection from market volatility to help you follow your plans wherever they take you. Brighthouse Financial, build for what's ahead.
Sure knows these parts well.
Later.
I'll say the planes whisper to him.
Bye.
Innovation changes everything.
Scuba.
With one
Oh,
investment, you can access the
Mara
best of
just blew
100
his
innovators who are rethinking the world.
TPG.
Before investing carefully, read and consider fund investment objectives, risks,
Dang,
charges,
yeah,
expenses,
that's
and
getting
more.
killed.
Prospectus at Invesco.com.
This is more than a mattress. This is the Grand Lux,
Mar?
where thoughtful luxury meets the art of sleep. Featuring the finest natural materials, every layer, every stitch
Today?
is crafted for unparalleled breathability and support.
Oh, wow.
Sustainably sourced, meticulously crafted.
Yeah,
The
Mar.
pinnacle of conscious
Yeah.
comfort. Because luxury isn't just how it feels, it's how it's made. Experience the Grand Lux mattress by Avocado. Dream of better.
Only service now connects every corner of your business, putting AI to work for people. Every corner. Every corner, Nick. So, Kate, it's okay? Focus on people, not process. Hattie and IT is using AI agents to deal with the small stuff so she can work on the big stuff. AI.
Oh, let me see the giveaway. We got 13 minutes and we'll do the ducky race. Give it. You type in the Discord on the YouTube, right? For the raffle.
Work,
Okay.
errands, chores, they follow you home. But the moment you feel the unmatched comfort of a
Yo,
lazy
Cat
work
Daddy,
environment,
congrats, man. You got the payout.
the work lost in cushions that don't quit. The errands forgotten with
Yo,
every
show me your screenshot. You know how you go on ETF dashboard, right? And it tell you what days you're on. Let me see.
So lazy with full body comfort fully made for you.
Lazy boy, long live the lazy.
He hasn't yet. It was just chatting with me.
Data been more important.
I know we're prepared. We've done the hard work. We're going to keep getting better. Serve
Not
our
me.
clients.
The buffer's at 3,000.
Media. Do you have a take on
Ugh.
where all of media ultimately goes? All media has a job to be done. I feel like I'm in the center of the
Nice.
universe.
You're doing good.
After watching
You're doing
hundreds of
good.
hours of this show.
But get the payout. Get the payout first. Don't trade him on ETF. Get the fucking money first. Don't show me the screenshot so I can see.
Good Thursday morning. Welcome to Money Movers. I'm Carl Cataneo with Leslie Picker here at Post.
And then end of the day, you request a payout and you post it on Twitter and you tag me and the CEO. So hold no.
We'll get more on that story in a few moments. Shares near session lows.
Intel, not the only company catching the attention of the president. A look at Tim Cook, the politician, and how the Apple CEO
If today's day number 8, you should be good after today.
IPO market remains red hot. Firefly Aerospace this morning, pricing above the high end of the range. We'll get a closer look at that
Yes, show me.
ahead of the first trade.
Let's take a look at the markets that it will be debuting in today. The Dow in the red, down about 0.5%. The S&P around the flat line, and NASDAQ up about 0.5%, while the 10-year is about 4.23%. We're getting some breaking news out of the New York Fed. For that, we turn to Steve Leisman. Steve.
Closely watch inflation expectation numbers from the New York Fed, something the Fed is very concerned about with these tariffs out there. They rose for the 1-year level or the 1-year term and for the 5-year horizon.
Hurry up, Cat Daddy.
Here are the numbers. Up a tick to 3.1%, kind of remaining sort of in the elevated range. 3 years unchanged.
Dude, how you type so fast in the chat, but you take so long taking a screenshot? Come on.
Concerned about 2.9% up by 3 ticks. Expectations though for gas prices, medical care, college and rent all actually declined, and unemployment expectations dropped 2.3 percentage points.
You can troll so fast typing, Twitter finger, but you can't fucking take a screenshot. Come on.
But paradoxically, more concerned about job loss and less confidence, or more concerned about finding a job. It grew, and people are more confident about that. So a lot of push me, pull you in this thing. Let's take a look at the expectations. Almost fully priced in for September for a rate cut. October.
Dude, don't buy the dip yet, dude. Wait for under 400. You can buy the dip.
51% probability there. We'll watch and listen to see this.
Yeah.
About Waller and
Under 5, my bad. Not 4, under 5.
Steve, what do you make of the headlines suggesting that Waller
This is my screenshot ETF. It takes me 1 second to do a screenshot.
Listen to all 3, let's say, leading candidates, Waller, Warsh, and Hassett.
Fucking Cat Dad, stop trying to Photoshop. Just give me the screenshot.
What I think for the markets is the most convincing economic monetary policy argument for a rate.
I'm trying to help you make sure you get approved for your payout.
Inside the White House, then that's a pretty good reason to go with him. I've talked to several people on the street, the Fed watchers, investors, fixed income folks, who would be very happy with Chris Waller. He's a research director at the Fed. He comes from within the system, and he's shown his flexibility to go against the chair and agree with the
No, I
president.
can't say congrats until you see that screenshot.
And then detailing reasons why in a reasonably cogent way. I don't know that Powell is wrong or Waller's right.
What chat?
but it's a debate
Ah,
of
okay, let me
ideas that
see.
Waller has made some sense and took the lead.
No, it should tell. No, not that screenshot. The other one. The one that tells you the day.
This show several times all year long.
You see how mine is, right? Yeah. Scroll up, you can see it.
Bringing us some New York Fed. For more on these inflation headlines and what they might mean for markets, let's bring in PNC Asset Management Chief Investment Strategist.
See, 1 day, 2 day, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you got it.
You do think the market gets supported if and
Hell yeah.
maybe this year, yes?
Yeah.
I think so. I think that's an important point of the market.
Yeah, yeah, you got it, dude. You're good.
At this point, multiple times.
So anything over 3,000, you can cash out. Minimum 250, so you can get $600 out. Get the max. Whatever you can get, take it out. Take that money out.
Elevated PCE or CPI over a matter of months.
Oh, I'm so excited. Yeah, log off. Don't touch that. Log off.
To look past the numbers, it's important to see that momentum not build in the economy, and it's important to see some of the momentum in prices not gather steam. So I think if we see individual bumps up in prices in certain areas, the market's going to look past that. The market's shown already that it's somewhat immune to minor disruptions, and I think that will continue going forward as long as we don't see a new trend developing.
Right. I was just asking because some of
Yeah, once the dashboard update on the website, you can just request a payout.
maybe crossing 3 year on year, maybe getting to 3 and change by the end of the year.
Make sure to post on Twitter and tag ETF and everybody that works with ETF.
Come down into 2026, and I think that's what the market's going to be keying off of. We can get to those levels, and the economy can function just fine, and the stock market can hold up well, as long as we don't see inflation dynamics the way we saw them a few years ago in 2021, 2022, where we're just getting upside surprise after upside surprise. That's what's really damaging to the market psychology. If we can level off, which I think we will, the market can look past it.
You mentioned the concept of the market looking past a variety of economic numbers. Do you think it's creating a divergence between what's going on with the economy and what's going on in the stock market? And if so, is that concerning?
You want me to talk to that guy? No, I won't bug the CEO yet. I just wait till you get your data updated.
The three big drivers.
I'm so happy for you, dude. I'm so happy for you.
Just tech spending and AI. That's a major driver right now. And then the third
You deserve it, dude.
Stability or
Yeah. Is this your first payout? Is this your first payout?
Not seeing a lot of layoffs, a lot of firing. As long as those three elements stay in place, I think the trend stays in place, and this choppy data or even somewhat difficult to digest data, if it's just near-term disruption, the market's going to look past that and really look toward what does 2026 look like, and are these drivers still in place?
I guess another way of asking is, S&P's...
Log off. Hey, log off. Do not log back on.
Super cycle, but you've got housing kind of stagnant, consumption.
Yeah, go tell your mom and sister you did it, man. That's so nice. Good shit, man.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I think housing, you mentioned that, it's very much a microcosm of the market overall right now. People talk about the difficulty in housing, the pricing, rising inventories,
Bye.
sales or price in some areas, but the housing stocks themselves are holding up reasonably well. And I think, again, you have an instance where the market is really trying to look past what the current situation is, and are we going to get lower rates into 2026? Is the economic environment going to be more stable? And I think the market...
Oh yeah, that's true. He deserved it though. He's been trying. He got the... So I won the freebies from what's her name Discord for Thrive that's straight to funded. I gave it to Cat Daddy and he was working on for like 2.5 weeks and they just shut down on him. Yeah, I felt so bad. Man,
yeah. I think they have to leave at this point because it's so much of the S&P.
I didn't want that trash, so I gave it to Cat Daddy.
Also, where's the economy going? Where's the world going? It's more and more companies are investing more in technology. People's spending is going more toward technology.
So happy for him.
Our daily lives are being more influenced by technology. I think that has to be the leadership, and the U.S. is in a good position. That
How's your son doing? Is he close to pay out?
Just looking the other day, the valuation of the tech sector is really right about where it was at the beginning of 1999. So I think there's some interesting echoes. I think that a lot of the narrative and what we're seeing in the markets and some of the sentiment is very much reminiscent of early 1999 right now.
Yeah, but you argue that can go on for a while. I mean, investing at all-time highs can work for quite a while.
Yeah, actually, if you look at a valuation model on a one-year basis, there's momentum. So high valuations tend to lead to higher valuations. It's really on a 3 to 5 year basis that valuation tends to kick in and have that sort of gravitational pull effect. And what we think is happening right now is probably some of the future gains in subsequent years is being pulled forward right now.
Right. Yeah. We'll talk about 10-year timelines later on. Megan, good to see you. Thanks for coming in.
Thanks.
Oh yeah.
Intel shares under pressure as the president targets the company's CEO over alleged
It's pity money. I feel bad for the kid.
Christina Parts-Neville joins us now with the latest. She's here at Post 9. Hi, Christina.
Hi. Well, Intel shares, like you mentioned, just falling this morning after President Trump called on the company's CEO, specifically Lip-Bu Tan, to resign over his alleged ties to China. He talked about that. Tan took the top job at Intel in March, but before that, this is the important part. He was the CEO of Cadence Design for over a decade, a company that just last week pleaded guilty to illegally selling chip design software to a Chinese military university. believed to be simulating nuclear blasts. Those exports happened under Lip-Butan's leadership. I bring that up because
let me
just
get
yesterday,
this
Republican
duck
Senator
racing
Tom Cotton
thing
said he
set
sent a
up.
letter to Intel's board chair, Frank Yeary, asking whether the board knew about the subpoenas Cadence received while 10 was CEO before they hired him onto Intel.
Yeah, I'm doing a duck
also
race
raised
thing
flags about
for
Ten's past investments.
LUCID.
He's very well known in Silicon Valley, saying he's backed hundreds of Chinese
You'll
firms,
see.
including some
Get on the
that are
stream.
linked
I'll
to
show you.
China's military. He took to X to say that the CEO has ties to, quote, Chinese communists, but he didn't really provide any context or details of what he meant by that. But U.S. citizens can legally invest in Chinese companies, even some with military ties, unless
copy the
they're
names on.
specifically blacklisted. And Reuters reviewed 10's investments back in April, finding no evidence that he held any stakes in firms on the U.S. government's banned list. Still, the controversy just adds another layer of pressure for Intel, a company already facing major questions about its leadership and its ability to deliver on next-generation chip making through their foundry business. There's constant
then I can't do it yet.
about
Still
legal
people
issues with
typing
the more
the
advanced manufacturing processes
tickets.
at their plants.
This one now.
Is Intel saying anything? Or did
We
they-
got 2 minutes left.
I want to be frank. Intel media reaches out to Intel quite a bit, and they are not very responsive this time around. And so I haven't heard anything. I've reached out many times. Our web team has reached out. John Ford has reached out. We've heard nothing.
Yo, tap your name in so you can get the tickets.
But they
So you
did
can see the
provide a
duck
statement
race.
to Reuters, and in the Reuters report just yesterday, saying that they are working with the board
Did you enter?
that denying any ties with the Communist Party in China. But there's a lot going on clearly in the chip world with all this.
Absolutely, tariffs and all.
Got 1 minute left. Oh, let me
Thank you,
move this
Christina.
down so you can see the
Appreciate it.
screen.
Still to come, Eli Lilly doesn't make the cut. The stock falling after earnings and the release of some new late-stage trial data for its oral weight loss pill. We'll get Goldman's first take on
Isn't that like 2 months of paycheck, right? 2 months? I know in Vietnam, 600 can last you for at least 2 months.
Wider than expected loss. We'll break down the quarter when Money Will Rich continues.
Lease the 2025 Tiguan S for $2 million.
Man, I am craving some bun cell right now. Oh.
Wearing regular shoes feels this cramped.
You know Cat Daddy's only 18, right?
Feel like this. The Skechers slip-ins, just step in, no bending down, no touching my
Yeah, I
shoes.
know. He,
Try wide-fit
I know,
Skechers
I was joking.
slip-ins.
Shopify's point-of-sale system helps you sell at every stage of your business. With fast and secure payment, card readers you can rely
Alright, that's it. We're about to do the duck race now. 58 members.
stage. Businesses that grow with Shopify.
Yeah, on stream. First time doing this, so I don't know. It's gonna be done correctly.
Strategy and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing.
Let's hope so.
Meet Luke and Jason from
Where's
Fire
the
Department
duck?
Coffee. Two guys with a dream.
Okay, and then and
We make coffee that supports our community, and Walmart played a big part.
how long does the race? It's like 5 minutes or 4 minutes or 2 minutes? Is that 2 minutes or 2 seconds? Oh, 2. Is that 2 seconds or 2 minutes? Okay. No, it's just a second. Okay. 5 minutes. Okay. Okay, that's 5 minutes. We are gonna start. Yeah.
International financial markets, business news, and analysis as it happens. Bell to bell, global live stream, CNBC Plus, real-time data. and
No, let's do 2 minutes. We'll do 5 minutes on the straight to funding.
on demand. CNBC Plus.
That's
And
20.
market anytime, anywhere.
2. How do you start?
CNBC.com/plus.
Oops. That's not it. Where? Yeah, everybody's a duck, but where'd I go to start? Oh, set. Ah, I see. Okay. It looks stupid. Oh, start. There we go. Good luck, duckies.
Is L. Duncan going to talk to me about?
Oh, I'm colorblind, so it doesn't matter.
I heard that you won that long shot parlay, but that you haven't won since. Just because you win big once doesn't mean you figured it all out.
Still need to have that talk about
Celebrating love. That is what today is all about. At ESPN, we believe the best play is a smart play.
Welcome back. Eli Lilly beat estimates and raising guidance for its latest quarter, but the stock tumbling to its lowest level.
Is it lagging or is it me?
2024 after trial data for its obesity pill came in below Wall Street's expectations. Eli Lilly CEO David Ricks was on Squawk Box earlier today to discuss the results. Take a listen.
The goal is to create an
Gambit, where are you? I don't see you, Gambit.
huge scale. Really for the
Wick, I see Wick for stops.
Single-acting GLP-1s. And that's what we've achieved. Remember, the first study in diabetes, probably the weight loss is a little higher than people expected. Here, maybe it's 1 or 2 points below what Street had, but it's right in thesis for us.
Joining us now, Goldman Sachs analyst Assad Haider, who has a buy rating on the stock. Thank you for being here. What did you want to see from the results of this trial for Lilly's obesity?
Oh no, Kite can't win again. That's dumbass.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I think the stock reaction, as you mentioned.
Oh no, I just saw Kite on there. I was like, you can't win again, Kite.
Earnings results were very impressive. They beat and raised, which should be very reassuring. They actually.
Ooh, I hope Doc win.
The tirzepatide franchise, so Zepbound and Mounjaro, which is the.
No, I think Wick for stop's gonna win.
The reason the stock is getting hit is because.
Whoa, who's this guy? Look at this dog. Holy shit. I don't know, but he's gonna win. Oh no. TD won. Let me see. TD got the what is it? The point.
15%, and they were just shy of that. And I think that as a result of that, you're seeing this severe stock reaction, which in our view
TDT
feels very
trade.
overdone. We think that this is still a commercially viable drug. We think it's going to have a
Yeah, I think I will.
very large obesity market, which is going
I
to
can't find it. Oh no, he got 77 points. He's good.
different patient journeys for different people, of which 12.7%.
Yeah, I'll change the color.
Certainly going to be used by a figure of people, or maybe a large number of people, and I think. As you heard the CEO say earlier in that interview,
Alright,
you
we'll
did
do
with
another
them,
one later.
It's scalable,
Let me give him
particularly
his code.
in OUS markets. So we think that yes, this did miss the Wall Street bar. This was a highly anticipated event. The first time we're actually seeing weight loss results for the oral obesity pill, but it's still an extremely commercially viable and a drug that we think is going to have a place in the obesity market overall.
Assad, did any of the dropout data on the placebo make you think the results are a little bit just odd? And you might
Is he
need more
chatting? I
clarity
don't
on
see
the
him.
general?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's one of the.
Oh no, he said thanks. I just need. I need his Twitter.
What's beneath the surface until the EASD conference in Vienna in mid-September. And I suspect that the dropouts is going to be a question that people are going to ask. But overall, the framing from the company on the tolerability on the conference call they did this morning was very much in line with even trending towards our bull case expectations. There weren't a lot of new events in terms of nausea or vomiting.
I mean, set up for the straight to fund and we'll be done for today.
Held up, which is a metric that doctors look at in terms of just broad usage. So yes, that's something that's probably an open question that's going to get more airplay, and potentially people are going to be focused on when we see the full results. But
Alright, let me
at the
check my
surface, we
Twitter.
think that the tolerability held up.
You mentioned that you think the drug still does have commercial.
Thanks, but I got your
viability.
DM now.
Does the total addressable market for it change in any way based on the data you've seen?
I think
And you can't win anymore, okay?
is a repricing of
TD. He's done for the.
market as it relates to one of their competitors. Novo Nordisk has an oral drug, oral semaglutide, 25 milligram,
trade.
where I think what you're going to start seeing is potentially a little bit of an accrual opportunity out of orforglipron from Lilly into Novo Nordisk's oral drug, and you're already seeing that in the way the stocks are acting, with Lilly down 15% and Novo up about 8%. last I looked.
Last month, yeah.
And so I think you're seeing that repricing.
That's
we
a
don't
lie.
really think this really changes the overall obesity opportunity. And just to put some numbers on that, there are about 100 million obese people in the U.S.
Congrats, TD.
Marketed GLP-1 drugs are only 3%.
Please get a payout, okay?
We have that going to about 15% penetration by 2030, and we see orals as still very much.
Let me set up the straight to funded.
Participate in that overall market overall, and then overseas, the market, there's about 900 million obese patients, and the penetration rates for even lower. And so we think that there's still an incredible opportunity for these orals.
Okay, give people time to get in.
Really goes down.
I'd love to get your take. The street's sort of bracing right now on sectoral tariffs. We're dealing with chips today, but I wonder to what degree
you have to do the ticket thing again.
In general is sort of susceptible to further evolution of tariff policies, although it's already lagging the index so much.
Can you link me?
Maybe a lot of that's been priced in.
Yeah, I mean,
can you link me?
If you look at the multiples across the sector, they are trading at an extreme discount relative
the same website?
Market at discounts that you haven't seen, that you last saw in periods of peak.
This is the big one. It's just started.
We get days of the early 90s and even the early days of Obama.
Yeah, we can do 5
minutes. Look at the sector multiple, you are trading at that very wide discount. So we would argue
no. I want to log off.
Both the tariffs as well as drug pricing risks are probably reflected to some extent. What the off-ramp is going to be, how that all plays out remains to be seen. Our house view is that the pharma tariffs, the bulk of them won't come until until early 2027. Although, like you said, you could see something next week. It'll probably be on a smaller scale.
Yeah, certainly a lot of
all the time. NQ Sam spot.
Thank you.
When we come back this morning, CEO of Joby Aviation's with us on the back of their results. Stock has more than doubled this year. Down this morning, though.
He hasn't replied back. I haven't checked.
Tim Cook, the politician, how the Apple CEO is rewriting the playbook to get around the president's tariffs. We'll be back in a moment.
Let me go find a Bugatti car. I want to see this.
Place where people go to learn about their Medicare options before they're on Medicare.
Come on in. You're turning 65 soon?
Are you sure it's the same website? I don't see it.
67? Well, you've come to the right place.
Thank you.
Now's the time to plan ahead. Learn about an AARP Medicare supplement insurance.
Oh, that's a. Oh, I see. It's car race. It's a fish race too.
With lower out-of-pocket costs.
That's cool.
Here's why.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you.
Medicare alone doesn't pay for everything. Your deductibles and copays
So you can pick
could add up
more
to
than one
hundreds,
car,
even
though, right?
thousands of dollars a year.
I got time to look.
Everyone's a little surprised to learn that one.
Adding a Medicare supplement plan helps pay some of what Medicare doesn't. And that
What,
means
to
fewer
pay?
surprises and more predictable out-of-pocket costs. Call United Healthcare and ask for your free decision guide. Or talk with a licensed insurance agent or producer to learn
Maybe
more
we'll
about
see how
plan
much it
benefits,
costs.
options, and rates.
I actually like
Medicare
it, so
supplement plans let you choose any doctor, any
$6 a
specialist,
month. Fuck that. I don't
anywhere in
like
the
it.
US who accepts Medicare patients. You don't have to
Yeah.
deal with any networks or referrals. This kind of plan also goes with you.
Dude, that's 2 evals I can save up and buy. No.
If you're turning 65 soon or over 65 and planning to retire, find out more about the only Medicare supplement plans endorsed by AARP.
Thumbs up to that.
Remember, the time to prepare is before you go on Medicare.
Don't wait. Get started today.
Take charge of your health care. Call United Healthcare for your free decision guide and learn more about lowering your out-of-pocket Medicare costs and seeing any doctor who accepts Medicare patients.
Oh, and happy birthday. Or retirement in
Boat
advance.
race. You want to do a boat race? That's pretty cool.
At AG1, our customers deserve the best,
Custom
and the
logo,
best just got
race
much better.
number.
AG1 Next Gen has launched with
Oh,
upgraded
so you
B
pay, you get
vitamins
better
and
stuff.
probiotic blend backed by gold standard clinical trials. It's time for the next generation of AG1.
Custom Ink helps us motivate our students to cut here. We love how Custom Ink takes care of everything we need, so we can focus on the kids.
We make it easy to wow all your groups with high-quality custom
Oh,
apparel.
he did.
accessories,
Yeah,
and
he always does
accessories,
that.
all backed by our guarantee at customink.com.
Yeah.
At Avocado, luxury isn't just comfort, it's consciousness, it's craftsmanship. It's choosing better. Inspired by the beauty of our planet, we design for the dreamers. Every stitch, thoughtfully placed to elevate your sleep. Crafted for the way you rest. Made with the finest natural and organic materials. Sustainably sourced. Meticulously crafted. Because true luxury isn't just how it feels, it's how it's made. Discover our full line of luxury mattresses at avocadomattress.com.
I haven't touched a tray in 2 hours. It's nothing to. Oh, your boss.
Don't just waste this life. Set the goal really high. You create another vision, another vision, another vision. So that's being ambitious. This is what it's all about.
Strategy at the market's final moments. We're now in the closing bell market zone. Here to break down the crucial moments of this trading day.
Market zone, commercial-free coverage.
I didn't get the email yet on my thing. They didn't delete my shit yet.
No account minimums.
Joby Aviation more than doubling this year, but shares falling this morning after reporting a wider than expected loss. For more on the quarter, let's get to our Phil LeBeau alongside.
Let me see how many tickets. That's 44 tickets right now. Earlier, it was 58.
Good morning, Carl. Joe Ben Baber, thank you for joining us from Joby's facilities out in California today. I want to start with the main question I think all investors in Joby have right now. Will you get to certification, final certification from the FAA this year, or is it more realistic for investors to expect it next year?
Hey Phil, it's great to be with you, and I'm so
It is
thrilled.
different cars.
Yesterday
Okay.
we announced one of the most important milestones in the company's history, and that is that the airframe for our first aircraft that will go into FAA certification flights, TIA flights, it has completed structural testing and it's going into final assembly. That aircraft will begin the Joby piloted flights later this year.
Email them.
And
They won't
FAA,
shut it down.
Flights
Yeah.
next year. This is
Gambit's
those
making a
TIA
YouTube.
Flights are the final.
Oh
step
damn! Look at
in
NQ
the
now.
certification
You might get the
process. And so
470.
this really demonstrates that all of the pieces of the Joby ecosystem have really delivered in an incredible way. This builds on 10 years of work with the FAA, building the certification basis, all the rules, all the test plans, and then additionally, all the work that Joby has done to mature its manufacturing systems and be able to build FAA-conforming aircraft.
Yeah, just
So
stream your
we're really
gambling.
excited
That's a
to
slot
be
machine. That
in the
doesn't
final
work.
stages of the certification journey and getting ready for TIA flight tests early next year.
So if you've got those flights
Oh,
early
yeah,
next
nice.
year, certification maybe by mid-year if things go
Yeah.
well and they don't come back to you and say there need to be some modifications.
We'll do the boat race
Realistically,
later
given the fact that
when
you're
the
going to
timer's
plan on
done.
starting likely
I'm gonna cut a
commercial
long
flights to the Middle
soon.
East,
You going long, Gambit?
realistically, when can
Order
we expect to see a
canceled.
Joby eVTOL flying here in the United States?
76. All right.
I think that's one of the really exciting things
Order
about
canceled.
the lean in that we've seen from President Trump and the administration, from the DOT
Yeah.
and from the FAA. Is
Order
that,
canceled.
we see opportunities
Yeah,
to
that's.
potentially
I had a short at 6:30, but it's not gonna hit 6:30 anymore. It's done for the
and
day.
potentially in the next
It's gonna
year.
drop
Really, really
more
excited
now.
about that.
So you do believe you could have commercial flights by the end of next year? I don't want to put a timeline on you, but I think people are looking
See, I
at this
tell you it's
saying
gonna
keep
drop.
push further out.
We do see
What is it, White
opportunities
House?
with the executive order for
Oh, okay.
flights here in the U.S. To begin with the potential of
Okay,
next
I'm not
year.
gonna touch anything.
Really, that's still there's uncertainty there. Everything hasn't been worked out, but we do see really exciting opportunities. Both the tailwinds on the regulatory process here in the U.S. and
I
around
don't
the
know,
world
dude.
have never been greater. The momentum we're seeing
Options.
and the interest in this space around the world is really phenomenal, and we're very grateful.
No, don't buy the option yet. Wait till after September, because September's really bad. I think it's gonna go down more.
Begins final assembly work at your facility outside of Dayton, Ohio. Do you expect to begin final assembly of eVTOLs in Ohio next year?
We
or is it
got
more
20
likely
minutes,
for
guys.
investors to say, yeah, that's not going to happen until 27, 28?
So one of the really exciting things is that we've doubled down on our facilities both in Marina, California, and as well as in Ohio. And so we've doubled our footprint in Marina, and we're ramping the workforce there, doubling our production capacity So we're gonna ramp production as quickly as we can. We expect to be supply constrained for some period of time here as we do climb this mountain of driving manufacturing and but we are really pleased with the progress we're making.
Quickly, Joe Ben, we're running up against a deadline here. Do you have just roughly just under $1 billion in cash? If you don't get certification by the middle of next year, do you need to do another capital raise?
So we do feel really good about our financial position, and we are really excited about how quickly we're moving to commercialization. As you mentioned, we have an aircraft that's in Dubai. We began doing in-market testing with that, piloted full transition flights, and we're really excited to begin our activities over there and ramp those activities as we move through 2026.
But to answer my question, because I think viewers want a fine answer on this. Do you have enough cash to get through at least the middle of next year, or if there's no certification by then?
We have we've got nearly $1 billion of cash, and we are very financially prudent and frugal company. We have oodles of runway.
Okay, Joben Baver. The next year will be an interesting one. A lot of things on the horizon and a lot of time frames out there. Thank you for joining us today from the facilities for Joby out in California. Guys, I'll send it back to you in New York.
Thank you, Phil. Great interview there. Time for a CNBC News update. Silvana Hanau has that for us. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Leslie. Good morning. Well, 3 of the 5 soldiers injured in a shooting yesterday at Fort Stewart Military Base in Georgia have been released from the hospital. The Army says one of the other 2 who remain hospitalized has a longer road to healing, but doctors expect her to fully recover. According to officials, a fellow soldier shot his coworkers yesterday with a personal handgun. They have not shared a motive. Israel's Security Cabinet will meet today to consider Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's plan to take control of all of Gaza. Netanyahu said in a Fox News interview moments ago, the expansion is needed to assure Israel's security. He added that Israel does not intend to keep Gaza or govern it. And Texas Senator John Cornyn said the FBI approved his request for help tracking down Democrats who fled from the state to stall a vote on new congressional maps. Now, the plan would carve out 5 new GOP-leaning districts. The Texas House Speaker gave Democrats until 1 p.m. Central Time tomorrow to return, and Texas Attorney General says he will ask the courts to remove from office any lawmakers who are not backed by the deadline. Leslie.
Speedway out there.
Thank you, Silvana. Up next, the IPO market gets hotter by the day, really. Firefly Aerospace pricing at the high end of the range ahead of its public debut. Indications are coming in, and we'll take a look at those shares before the first trade. We'll get them back.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Crypto.com. Crypto.com is America's premier crypto platform.
Hello.
So you corporate types are rock stars. Well, that's as ridiculous as rock stars being corporate types. Workday AI agents are making you all rock stars. Sorry, habit. Proceed.
So that's a slide. Any questions?
And now with Workday, we can manage our people and AI agents.
I have.
Who are they? Oh, interns.
We're interns. See you tomorrow.
It's a lot less now.
This is Fatty 15, the first science-backed, award-winning C15 supplement. Working at the cellular level, it strengthens our cells, helping every part of our body.
You're talking about the one in Vegas, right?
And healthier.
Yeah. I was gonna buy it too. It's 300 something. It was 225 when I was looking at it, but I didn't get it because it wasn't right on the strip. You know what I mean?
Okay, it's exactly the same. Some people like doing things the hard way, like doing their finances with a spreadsheet instead of using.
Yeah, it's actually a lot better than what I have because the HOA is really cheap compared to what it is at MGM.
How easy is that?
for plant-based, healthy blood
Yeah.
pressure support.
My HOA fees. It's like 2,200
pharmacist
a
and
month.
cardiologist
Yeah.
recommended B brand for heart health support. Find out
Yes,
how
per
you can
month.
respond with your first order at livehuman.com.
Yeah, and I think Trump Tower's like 600. That's cheap. No, that's cheap for Vegas for HOA 400. Yeah, I think Trump Tower's at 600 when I was researching it. When I got mine was I think it was 1900. So 2 years now it's 2200 now. It sucks. No. For real? Damn. Wait, you sold a condo? Or you still have it? When did you buy it? Oh, nice. So right after the crash. But 2008, that's after 2008, it tanked. All the condos tanked. Yeah. So you got a good deal. A really good deal. At 100 something. Yeah.
Greatest defense ever played.
Really? I like Liv. Yeah. Still, I think they'd still play poker. Just hasn't been winning big. Yeah, it's been like, I think at least a year for me. Maybe 2 years, yeah. Ah, I didn't know you know all this poker stuff. That's cool.
When you have to explain it.
Yeah, same here. We gotta go one day, man.
Going public since our inception. We've got 4 revenue generating products that are all.
I met Dana White and then Vegas Matt over at the Hard Rock. Red Rock, my bad.
We're the first company to
Yeah.
commercially land on the moon successfully.
And the other guy, yeah, Dana's cool. This other guy, you might not know him, but Gambit knows him. Steve will do it. He's a douche.
Expected to debut on the NASDAQ
Yeah,
today
he's
under the
not what you think he is. Yeah, yeah. It's for the money. That's one of the reasons he's staying with him. It's for the money.
$68. Just the latest sign of the IPO market coming back to life. We're seeing a little bit of weakness though in the
Steve,
broader
right?
market right now. Let's bring in Mike Santoli to
Yeah.
discuss.
Well, even the guy in Houston, Johnny, was it Johnny Dang or whatever, the Vietnamese guy that does the grills? Yeah, he did the crypto scan too.
A choice, at least, of some of the White House staff to perhaps become the next Fed chair.
Yeah, FaZe Banks, man, all those fucking losers.
But I think at the margin, yields up, dollar up. It's considered to be the less maximum dovish
Yeah,
solution.
it's messed up. That's his friend too, yeah.
Happened too when the S&P 500, the big indexes, were right near the upper
we got
end of their
12
range,
minutes.
which is to say last Thursday's levels before we got the payroll report. And the upside push overnight and in the futures really was coming from Chinese export numbers, pretty good data out of Europe in terms of shipping, and the European markets, the Asian markets kind of gave us a lift, and here we are just backing away a little bit.
Oh my
And it's still
God.
up, but it's off its highs. And so I think we're still trying to navigate.
My wife cost me a lot on that one too. When Bitcoin, I was telling her I was in Chicago that time. I was like, oh, it's only $200. Let's get it. No, look at it now, 50,000. I was like, no, it's 100,000 now.
I know it always seems that way, but the numbers.
Yeah,
tell
I was
you
in Chicago for 4 years.
the case right now, whether it's because
Downers Grove.
really got detached from
Yeah,
prices.
she went to the pharmacy school over there, Midwestern.
Dramatically underperforming. Record spread.
Oh yeah. They're pretty big down there.
Earnings, the cost of hedging earnings was not that high.
It was not that high. And what's fascinating, I know Goldman had these numbers out there, which is to say that
Northside,
the
yeah.
actual moves in the
I like
stock prices
Chicago.
has
I love it.
exceeded
I love
the
living
option
there.
implied moves going in for the first
Yeah.
quarter in their history.
Way better than here.
Usually, you're paying a premium
for the options move, and this time they've exceeded it because
It was
volatility
Walgreens,
heading into
but now
heading
it's
into
just
such great moves. So I don't think it means the
was it
market
mail
is
order now?
fragile in a bigger sense, but it does show you around the edges.
Retail
In a
sucks.
low macro data week where we got the jobless claims and the continuing claims, and it's kind of like, okay, maybe it's a similar story. Nothing too much to react to there. We're looking ahead to
Oh, the
CPI
hospital?
next week, and I guess kind of earnings season ebbing a little bit.
Well, they're also reacting to some of the kind of more
Oh, Card, yeah. We do orders from Cardinal Health too. And I used to work at Walgreens too. No, I didn't finish the school. I quit. Not quit, but I quit.
Essentially, the rates being set is okay. Those are now the max rates. Everything's negotiable to the downside now, right? You get these exemptions and everything else. Well, we had a couple.
Mine
of
was in San
trades for the
Antonio.
last
Mine.
4 months or so, and sometimes they've worked for a while. Sometimes there's a
I don't know,
rethink.
San Antonio. It's a private school, Catholic school.
Yeah, we'll certainly start talking a lot more about CPI as we move into the weekend to get ready for next week. Yeah, thanks, Mike. When we come back, the impact of the president's 100%.
Not a good career anymore, though. It's bad now.
There will be exceptions, we think. The SMA just hired today. As
Yeah, everything's bad. Healthcare is bad now.
Take effect. Various industries share, in their own words, the impact on their operations and their bottom lines. Today, we take a look at
What are you gonna do?
with Rebecca Minkoff.
So why did you sell the condo? Were you losing money?
With clothing, we're going to see an almost.
Oh, that's before
35%
Airbnb came out,
increase
right?
in price. On the handbag side, it still is hitting the customer at almost the same percentage, even though where we're making the bags is not in China. We are still in negotiations
Oh,
with how that
even now?
sorts
Oh,
itself
that's just
out,
back then.
but it is not easy, and it's not going to be smooth. I want to demystify actually what it takes to move
Yeah.
manufacturing
So
back
they
to
want
the
it
United
long
States.
term.
We would literally be flying in materials to make them at a factory here because they no longer make the parts, the insides, the hardware for our bags. For
Yeah,
instance. And the price.
I'm planning to do that too once they finish
is roughly almost
the
double.
baseball stadium. I'll probably get out too.
So the tariffs are going to not only hit our customer,
Yeah, if
but
I can
our bottom
double
line
what
as
I
well.
pay
We
for,
saw
yes, I
this
would.
in 2018, the last time tariffs were enacted, where we were projecting to make $3 million and lost $3
Yeah,
million.
it's right
And
next
so
to my
there
condo
really
too.
is no way around it other than begging for Trump to
Yeah.
enact small business exemptions. I co-founded the Female Founder Collective with Alex.
I want to go
We have
long,
over
damn it.
25,000
Look at the
female
3 minutes at the
companies that are
bottom
part
now.
of the organization. I represent one of 40 businesses that has
Once
sent
a month,
petition
but
to Trump.
it's been
that
a month now. I
represents
haven't gone yet.
$1 billion worth of economic.
I try to go like
impact
once or two
in
times a month.
America. Many of these companies will, in fact, go out of business
Yeah.
unless there are exceptions made for.
I
small
can't do it
businesses.
now because I have to
Women-owned
babysit
businesses
now.
already get the least amount of funding, less than 2%.
I'm not
So
joking.
now
That's
you
the
have
reason I
tariffs
can't
on it,
go.
and it's a recipe for disaster.
Meet Luke and Jason from Fire Department Coffee. Two guys with a dream and a little help from
Yeah, cuz.
We make coffee that supports our community, and Walmart played a big part. You know, most of what Walmart spends goes to products made, grown, or assembled right here in the U.S. So we can invest back into our community.
Walmart, huh? Who knew?
Now you know, Jerry.
And that is how you grew a mighty fine American business.
Oh, someone said not ETF, Tick patched a glitch where you got $54 straight through funded. they patched it out. Yeah.
It's a goal. It's easy when markets.
Oh, it's a glitch because Luck saying that I shouldn't post it on Twitter, not because everybody's using it.
Retirement Survival Kit, featuring your guide to surviving market volatility, our stock market outlook, plus the favorite investments difference.
My
Three
bad.
indispensable guides. Yours free for calling 1-800.
A lot of people got it though. You should have got it last night. Everybody got it.
Disciplined approach will help see you through the market's ups and downs and give you the confidence you need to reach a comfortable retirement. And our fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better.
Call now for your free retirement survival kit. 1-800-213-5317.
See if your dream retirement is on track.
If your portfolio is $1 million or more, call Fisher today. Call 1-800-213-5317.
Investing.
Well, $99 is still good.
Jump on that trend.
Yeah, 53 is the best. Oh yeah, you can't get payout. There's no point.
This is grown.
You can't get Sony Rise, yeah.
luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing.
See, Lucid doesn't have Rise, so that's good for you. They do bank transfer and then Plaid, I think.
And ordered new branded gear for the team. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
After my health scare last year, I can't help but
It's the
wonder if
state.
they'd be okay without
No, it's
me.
the state. Some state you can't use Rise
It's a
because
smart
it's kind of
financial
illegal.
move that helps protect their future.
I'll get coverage now.
Check your price today at ethos.com.
I think there's like at least 5 states you can't use Rise. They got blacklisted, yeah.
Just get through it. It's fine. It's not. Hide it. Fix it. I want this to be the last time I worry about
Dude, you remember? I don't know. You remember? I think it's Golden Palace. Or, that's the first online poker I played, long time ago. You remember that Golden Palace? That was like the. No, I played on PokerStar when it first came out. I used to skip work just to stay home and play the tournament, make $100.
But today's wealthy invest differently. It's not just about stocks and bonds, but also
Yeah, I used to play on what's it, Bet Online, but I think it's a scam.
And special access to events at cnbc.com/insidewealth.
I guess we got 4 minutes until the giveaway, okay? And then I'm gonna be done and cut off my stream. Again, but let's go long, man.
Companies that are, quote, building in the United States, all as the president calls for the CEO of Intel to
No, someone said that when it shows 53, right? When you actually go into and pay, it goes back to 99.
Stanley's with us along with more insights and strategy CEO Patrick Moorhead. Morning, guys. Good to see you. Thanks. Thanks for having us on. Let me turn to you first on the tariffs. It doesn't sound like you think all of these are going to actually be put into effect.
Sure, when the smoke clears,
I went long. Game it. No, I threw them up.
because it would completely tank the market. But there are a couple facts out there. They go.
I went long game it. 98.
Most AI servers, that conversion happens in Mexico.
I'm long account too.
Therefore, the chips get sent to Mexico.
Yeah, I went on my Apex. I was supposed to do the eval, not the Apex.
Percent tariffs. Phones, PCs are made
But
in
I'm
China,
out.
Vietnam, Taiwan.
I need $30 for yeah, I'm out. I need $30 for the next 2 days, and then Monday request a payout.
So I think in the end, I think there's going to be some smoke, but
Let's
not
go.
a lot of fire.
All right, Chris, you agree? And does it feed a wave of
Luck is mad at me for giving a cheat sheet.
would be whether or not you think those commitments are fulfilled?
Well, nobody would know about a cheat sheet without our boy.
To be clear, we do think that this
So
is going
can't
to
get
bring
mad at
more
me.
manufacturing to the U.S. President Trump understands what motivates the CEO is their wallet. So we've already seen, I think TSMC,
I
which is the
see
largest manufacturer of
2 minutes
semiconductors
into
out there,
the
they've
boat
announced
race.
almost $165 billion in terms of commitment to Arizona. They have a huge amount of plants going in there. I would take the
Thank
over.
you.
I don't have a pop as far as the impact to the semi companies themselves. We just had a big conference call. Global analysts.
Yeah, I'm not going long
I
anymore.
think that, or they think that clearly there's going to be some negative impacts to some of the European semis, some negative impacts to some of the Asian
Are you
semis,
trading
a little
Gambit?
bit benefit to the US semis. That's going to take years because it does take years to
No, I'm
design
talking about
in and
futures. I
design
don't do
out a
options.
semi.
Come on.
And the biggest impact is going to be TSMC is just going to continue to move more and more manufacturing to the U.S. As far as the impact to most semis, they already use TSMC, so not a lot.
Patrick, what do you make of President Trump's call for the CEO of Intel to be fired amid alleged
Well, you making profit now, right? With futures, though, right? With prop firms, at
First
least.
of all, it's a sad state of affairs that we are here.
Good shit, man.
Because Intel's the only leading-edge U.S.-based foundry and the only one to make IP. And
I use
transistor
Fidelity
IP
and Robinhood.
manufacturing. So if we lose Intel as a foundry,
I think
then
Robinhood's
we
better,
have
though.
a serious national security risk, and then all the prices of TSMC are going to go up. That aside,
Alright, let's do this little boat racing thing, guys. 1 minute.
investment. And I think it's a little bit of an overreach that a U.S. citizen, Lip Bhutan, could say that he cannot have investments over in China just because
Yeah, I think
his
everybody
company
does.
that he just started working
I gotta go
for
long on another account and see which account. I don't have that many evals left. Fuck it.
I don't think that's regulation.
Order filled.
That's law.
Order
Long
submitted.
at 79, like you wanted, Gambit.
Order
And I'm
filled.
out.
DC cut a deal with Trump in
good
one
job.
way, shape, or form, and move on. This is good for the country, and it's
The bounce should be coming up. We're at over Seoul area now for the 3
Chris,
minutes.
it does kind of get to the behavioral economics of.
I don't want to
dealing with
mess
this new
up my
administration.
profit
Some
today.
point out, Intel's communication strategy, or certainly their engagement strategy with the administration.
You waiting for everybody to blow up first?
And maybe that wasn't the best move.
That's what I'm supposed to do, but fucking Mugo. What is Mugo anyway? He made me blow my account and he's gonna go MIA.
Stock. So look at Intel as a stock. The main problem, we've said this over and over.
A lot of people
Intel
today.
has a very, very, very low chance of being in the merchant foundry business. That's the main
I don't
problem
know.
with
Let me
that
see. I
stock. Trying to make
think
chips
there's like
for other
8, 9
folks,
left only.
it's a very low chance. Like we're talking.
I mean, it lasts longer than trade day. Trade day, one day, everybody's gone. Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I only got about 14 traders left.
Tons of value, tons of earnings there. Whether Limbu's there or somebody else.
Oh, that's a good one. Let me put the names in for the race. We are good to go.
I like it a lot. As Lloyd also said, Chris. Patrick, a fascinating day for the chips. Good to talk to you both. Thanks.
Thank you.
Still ahead, Tim Cook, the politician, how the Apple CEO
All right.
managed to cool tensions with the
started.
White House and what it could mean for the stock. That's next.
Look at that pump. Yeah. Wait, that's
More
not
than
correct.
This is the Grand Lux.
What?
Luxury meets the art of sleep. Featuring the finest natural
Yeah.
materials. Every layer.
Why won't it let me put? Oh, it's only 6 names. Okay. So I can't do the boat. Let me see the cars.
The pinnacle of conscious comfort. Because luxury isn't just how it feels, it's how it's made.
Yeah.
Grand Lux mattress by Avocado. Dream of
What? I cannot do 6. I think the duck you can put more than you can put up to 100. Yeah, so I can only do the duck unless I pay money. I ain't paying yet. Okay, we'll just do the duck for now. Okay, so how do... Say change the color? How do you change the color? That's it now. Colors only. Okay, we're about to start the duck. 5 minutes. Kind of long, but let's go. Yeah. That's a good long. Whoever took the long. You took a Gambit? That's a good long, dude. Yeah. 61. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, I didn't want 5 minutes. I was wanting 2 minutes. I'll eat my eggs now. Let's end this somewhere. Look, Jay-Z's coming up. Look at Jay-Z. Oh my god, Jay-Z. Look at you. That's too early, Jay-Z. Jay-Z, that's too early. Yeah, I got 5 minutes. You gotta slow down, Jay-Z.
Plus, Redfin. You'll know the moment your next credit hits the market.
It's in there.
Whether you're looking to buy your dream home or rent a sweet pad. Give us your gotta have it wish list feature. You'll receive real-time notifications tailored just for you. Ready to see it up close and personal?
I don't see you. Did you?
Scheduling a tour is just a tap away. Download the Redfin app today.
Did you enter Gambit?
Can you believe this, man? You simply say about door monitoring. Before it even happens. How do we compete with AI-powered outdoor cameras that
Yeah, you're in there. You're in there, Gambit.
Stop. This is simply safe.
I didn't see those guys. So what about us now? Luckily, I'm pretty adorable. There's no safe like City.
Hey, too much rice.
Tech Chat is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Welcome back. Apple now exempted from some tariffs after CEO Tim Cook met with President Trump in the Oval Office yesterday and uptook investment in the U.S. to $600 billion total for today's Tech Chat.
Good shit, Gambit. That's quick money.
Apple's diplomat in
You only can do one more, right? For the week, 3 per week, right?
Just look at the stock. But first, let's rewind the clock back to May of this year when President Trump just could not stop talking about Tim Cook. Take a listen.
Thank you very much, Jensen. I mean, Tim Cook isn't here.
Finally saw your duck.
Yesterday, I said to him, Tim, you're my friend. I treated you very good. You're coming in with $500 billion, but now I hear you're building all over India. I don't want you building in India.
Sunshine's coming up.
3 months can make. By the way, Tim Cook is still building in India, but we're watching Cook, the politician, yesterday.
I hope Tiny Ass win. He needs a win.
Big headline number and a gold statue to go along with it. Now Apple gets relief from some of the worst tariffs, and the president let go of his demand for iPhones to be built here in the United States.
I see Chris way at the bottom. He's coming up.
The playbook to handling Trump in his first term.
That's funny.
Other tech CEOs tried to resist, while Cook actually embraced Trump and gave him the photo ops and some big numbers to tout. Now,
I don't see Gambit though. I can't even see him in there.
Echoes what we saw in 2019 when Trump and Tim Cook visited an Austin, Texas factory. It was a pre-existing facility, but it gave Trump the photo op of an Apple product
Take a screenshot of
being
this.
made in the United
It's too
States,
funny.
and that resulted in tariff relief just a short few weeks later. And yesterday, Apple said it's increasing its spending in the U.S. by $100 billion. The big part of that is a $2.5 billion expansion of the Corning glass factory in Kentucky. Apple says all the glass for devices will eventually come out of that facility. The other
Oh
$97.5
shit!
billion,
1 minute left.
That's an expansion of some existing partnerships with U.S. suppliers. I'm showing a number of them for you right there. And as analysts have said, since that initial $500 billion announcement earlier this year, much of that spending was likely baked in already. Now Cook has the president off his back, though, and despite
Who's gonna win?
gains over the last 2 days,
Fernandez? No. Someone's coming up. Oh, SK's coming up.
They still got to figure out artificial intelligence, guys.
Where are you, actually? I don't see you on there. Oh no, you're right there. I see you. I see you.
Talking about you for more than
Oh, what's going up? Trader 007. No way. No way is Trader 007 gonna win. Mountain. Nope.
It's gonna be hard because not every smaller business has.
Oh, Andrew's gonna win. Holy shit, nice.
Easy for Tim Cook. We're signing
Alright, let's see if Andrew got enough points.
folks like the CEO of Sonos, which just yesterday
I don't remember him.
raised prices because of tariffs, or Nintendo. They just announced a couple last week.
Oh, dude, he got 44 points. He's good. You're good, dude. Can I get your Twitter?
Tariffs. They can't just
Congrats, Andrew. That's a straight to fight. Oh, fuck! He's in our Discord. I got you, buddy. Yeah.
Well, we've seen Apple do a mix of absorbing the costs of the tariffs. We know they're expecting $1.1 billion.
Yes, Andrew.
Costs for this quarter. We'll see what that looks like moving forward if that actually goes down. But yeah, not every smaller business
Is this him?
do what we
Is
saw
that him?
Tim Cook do yesterday.
A golden Luigi, golden Mario baby.
Are you sure?
A few months ago, we talked about, millions of people. With
Oh,
iPhones
okay.
and the
I'll tell him to DM me. I don't trust these scammers.
That's not going to be the case.
Yeah, and I think we got to be really clear. This is not $600 billion going directly towards, and some of the money is, but not all. Most of it is not going to be going directly towards job creation, building factories here, and definitely not building those iPhones like we heard the president and his the members of his staff say on our network and so often throughout the last several months that was their ultimate goal. And you just heard it in the sound I played for you at the top of this hit.
Later,
The
buddy.
president was upset that the phones were being made in India, and yesterday he said, it's okay. Tim Cook, he's making enough stuff here now. We're good.
Sounds like that's the way it works. Steve, thank you.
Later, buddy.
Before we go, we want to mention an event taking place in about an hour.
Yeah, it's noon.
Hosting an AMA
Everybody gotta go to work.
on America's deficit
Yo,
revenue,
Andrew,
questions
DM me on
for the market,
YouTube, buddy.
answering those at 1 p.m. Eastern time today. You can see the reddit.com website.
What kind of questions are you
You
expecting?
might be right who it.
I'm expecting to
That
hear
guy in there,
what we're
but
seeing with tax policy recently. A lot of
yeah,
questions
the
about,
pics looks the same.
how that impacts the deficit, why the bond vigilantes have yet to appear, when they will appear, if they will appear. We also saw that Japanese election. A lot of current
Okay,
events
that is him.
Yeah, we got the final dynamic score earlier in the week, and we got a 30-year note auction today. Talking about the long end. We'll see if the vigilantes make themselves known. We'll be joining you for that. Let's get to the judge.
Well, thanks so much. Welcome to the halftime report. I'm Scott Wapner, front and center this hour with the S&P going for its best week in a month. We'll ask the investment committee today if buying the dip in stocks is the best strategy right now. Joining me for the hour today, Josh Brown, Stephanie Link, Jenny Harrington here as well. We will check the markets today. Stocks are mostly in the red. The NASDAQ, of course, is positive. Thank you, Apple, which continues to follow through on yesterday's big gain. You did have New York inflation expectations, which were higher. You did have a pickup as well in concerns about the labor market. Maybe
Let
that's
me put
weighing
his
on
name
some
down so
stocks
he can't win
more
anymore.
than others.
Andrew?
Reciprocal tariffs are now in effect. Josh Brown, on that note, UBS today says the fundamentals look to keep the market supported despite tariff impacts. Our base case remains that the effective tariff rate will settle at around 15%, enough to weigh on growth a little bit and lift inflation, not enough, though, to derail the economy or the equity rally. You agree?
Yeah, and I think
Yeah, that 5 minutes
the
is
reason
actually
why
really
is
fast.
because the stock market is not identical to the economy. I think the effect of these tariffs will be felt far and wide. They are not completely inconsequential, but for the purposes of looking at the S&P 500, they just really aren't a powerful enough countervailing force to offset what's
I think I'll do
happening
the
with
duck
AI
race from now
CapEx
on.
story, which
It's
at this
actually
point
better.
is the entirety of the S&P 500's earnings growth story. Lots of companies are growing earnings. Lots of sectors, 8 out of 11 have earnings growth this quarter versus the same quarter last year. But in terms of like
Alright, let
the
me
sheer volume
turn up the stream.
of where the
Alright, see you guys
earnings growth is
tomorrow.
expected to come from,
Bye.